Just wait, that slut of a mother of hers will kick out her old man sooner or later. This was the sentence Rong Shutan had heard more often than any other. Her surname was Rong, and she was the only legitimate miss of the century-old Rong family, known to the public. Legally, she had an elder brother born to her father's first lawful wife. They shared no bond of affection and did not interact in daily life. As for the other elder and younger brothers and sisters, none of them were acknowledged by the Rong family. They were not born of his lawful wives. Only she seemed to bask in the world's entire share of partiality and tenderness. Alas, all of it was nothing but an illusion. When news of the Rong couple's broken marriage and old husband and young wife parting ways spread to every corner, Rong Shutan found herself thinking of every tiny detail of her mother's treatment of her. From as far back as her memory reached, it felt as though there had only ever been her mother in her life. She ate under her mother's constant companionship, studied beneath her mother's watchful gaze, practiced violin under her mother's harsh demands, and danced ballet until her toes were worn down under her mother's taut expression. She was never allowed to rest. She was forbidden to touch toys or games, forbidden to make friends, forbidden to eat anything not prepared at home. Even her clothing and appearance could never be of her own choosing. None of it met her mother's standards. Until college, Rong Shutan had never realized that life could be so carefree and joyful. At first she had been curious why her mother relaxed so much after she entered university. Her mother explained that she was now an adult. As rumors and truths gradually surfaced, Rong Shutan finally understood. For more than a year her mother had been busy making preparations and had no time to watch over her. Just moments ago she had received a photo from her mother. In the photo, a young man held her mother in his arms and kissed her. On her mother's face was a smile she had never once shown in the Rong household. Rong Shutan hid beneath a phoenix tree and wiped away her tears. She did not know when a careless-looking figure had sat down on the far side of the tree. A stalk of foxtail grass dangled from his lips, and on his face hovered a half-mocking, half-amused expression. "Tao Yen, have you seen Tan Tan?" Rong Shutan heard her sister-in-law's voice. Her legal elder brother was not close to her, but his wife treated her with genuine warmth. Before Rong Shutan could wonder why her sister-in-law was calling out to the very Tao Yen she always tried to avoid, a strange wave of discomfort surged up. Her vision went dark, as though something heavy and murky was pressing her down into the earth. "Poke her and see if she's dead." "I don't dare." "What's there to be afraid of? I told you to poke, so poke." "Why don't you poke her? I'm not the only one with hands." As he spoke, the boy with the bowl cut crouched and quickly shuffled a meter backward, curling up with his arms around his knees, staring at the ground in dejection. "She's the 8th one today. Do you think she's already dead too?" The silver-haired youth let out a long breath, clearly reluctant, then raised his foot and kicked the person lying on the ground. Rong Shutan felt her head grow heavy and her body refused to move. Yet someone still insisted on moving her. What if she was in a condition that should not be moved? Did they have no basic medical knowledge at all? Wait. Her last memory had frozen on her sister-in-law's shout as she wept beneath the campus phoenix tree. Her fingertips brushed the ground. It did not feel like the lawn under that tree. Rong Shutan slowly opened her eyes, intending to see what was happening. "Fei Jian. Look, she's awake. She isn't dead." The bowl-cut boy cried out in delighted surprise. He quickly scooted back to her side. Having only just regained consciousness, Rong Shutan could not clearly see the person before her. She merely heard another voice grumble, unmuted, as though keeping a careful distance from her. In truth, the silver-haired youth was only an arm's length away. The bowl-cut boy had moved so close to observe her that his toes were practically touching her. "How did you end up here? Where are you from? Your family, or your clan?" As he spoke, the bowl-cut boy hesitated for a brief moment. He had remembered that in this era many had already lost their families, and there was no shortage of lonely, destitute souls. Rong Shutan's mind still felt sluggish, her throat dry like someone exhausted to the point of collapse after a grueling journey. Seeing her blink with parched eyes and say nothing, the previously cheerful bowl-cut boy now looked worried. He leaned in slightly and whispered to the silver-haired youth, "Do you think this is just a last flicker before death?" Rong Shutan moved her fingers, wanting to catch hold of the bowl-cut boy and ask where she was. The surroundings were unfamiliar, and the clothes the two wore were not of any style she recognized. Just as her fingers accidentally brushed the tip of the bowl-cut boy's toes, he let out a piercing shriek, nearly leaping into the air. "Fei Jian, Fei Jian. Look at her. Hurry and get her hand off me. He's going to drag me away. Big brother. A roar capable of shattering Rong Shutan's eardrums exploded beside her. Unable to endure it, she squeezed her eyes shut. At the same time, the fingers hooked around the boy's toes slackened and dropped onto the dirt. She was still dazed, acting purely on an instinctive struggle to survive. The bull-cut boy, having been yelled at, and feeling that the girl's hand was no longer on his toes, immediately withdrew half a meter. Be gentler. You've scared her unconscious again. The silver-haired youth kept his gaze fixed on the girl on the ground, his perpetually taut face growing even more severe. She isn't dead. The bull-cut boy saw this and nodded. She'll be fine after she rests a while. The bull-cut boy nodded again. The silver-haired youth said, Let's go. Just as the bull-cut boy was about to nod, he suddenly grabbed his younger brother. We can't, Fei-Jian. If we leave her here alone and someone finds her, she'll be doomed for sure. Unable to pry open her eyelids, Rong Shutan nonetheless felt that his words made perfect sense. Then what does Big Brother suggest? We can't just stand by and watch her die. Does Big Brother really think we can take her with us? Fei-Jian, don't be like that. This is a human life and an innocent girl at that. The silver-haired youth remained adamant about abandoning Rong Shutan. If you want to take her, you do it yourself. I'm not getting involved. The bull-cut boy clung to his arm. Don't go, don't go. We can bring her back to cook and wash clothes for us. Then you won't have to do any of that, Fei-Jian. The silver-haired youth looked faintly tempted. In order not to be left behind, Rong Shutan decided that cooking and washing were no problem at all. Even if she didn't know how, she could learn. The maddening part was that she couldn't express any of this. Every pore felt like it was in a panic, yet she remained utterly. Wait. What had she just heard? One of them had called the other Big Brother, and the other had been called, what exactly? As if on cue, the bull-cut boy called out again. Fei-Jian. She can even help us look after Wei-Jian and Ban-Jian. She was doomed. Rong Shutan wanted to die on the spot. In her freshman year, classmates had recommended an anime which had even been reported on national television when it ended. The Will of Fire was no empty slogan. The anime was called Naruto, and the story revolved around Konoha village. The primary founders of Konohagakure were Senju Hashirama Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was reverently addressed by viewers as Lord Madara, a godlike figure who stirred up half the series. He was the kind of man whose very appearance came with his own signature background music. As for Senju Hashirama, there was even less need to explain, the first Hokage who could battle Lord Madara at the Valley of the End and still have search engines display. Hashirama wins. Compared to those two elder powerhouses, Senju Tobirama might seem slightly lesser. Yet the many ninjutsu and even forbidden techniques that flourished in later generations were all created and developed by this very great man. Moreover, Senju Tobirama possessed an extremely rational and calm mind, making him the foremost statesman and strategist. Renowned across the ninja world, he supported Hashirama, took part in the 5 Kage Summit, conducted countless taboo studies, succeeded to the Hokage position, established the ANBU, set up the police force, guided a new generation, and protected juniors. Fei-Jian, look, why is she crying? At the bull-cut boy's question, Rong Shutan wanted all the more to die where she lay. Don't let him look. No one should look. No, she couldn't keep calling him bull-cut boy. He was, after all, the man hailed across the ninja world as the god of shinobi. Tears blurred her vision as Rong Shutan looked miserably at the two teenage boys before her. That one glance was her undoing, and she promptly forced herself unconscious again. The ever-stern second Hokage Senju Tobirama fixed her with an unfriendly stare that made her heart quake violently. There was no mistaking it, that silver hair and red eyes, the 3 crimson markings on his cheeks. Who could he be if not Senju Tobirama from Naruto, the second Hokage himself? His aura was formidable, yet it did nothing to change the fact that their clothing was ragged and torn. Earlier, the future first Hokage had mentioned that they still had 2 younger brothers at home. Aside from Senju Tobirama, his second brother Hashirama also had 2 siblings who existed only in memories: third brother Senju Wei-Jian and fourth brother Senju Ban-Jian. There was no room for doubt, she was now in the world of Naruto. Yet in the anime, she knew whenever Wei-Jian and Ban-Jian were mentioned, they were already gone. Wei-Jian had been surrounded and killed in the chaos of war at the age of 7, and not long after, the even younger Ban-Jian was slain by 5 adult shinobi. Rong Shutan felt utterly bereft of the will to live. Where had she ended up? In the most turbulent bone-devouring wartime era of Naruto. At this time average life expectancy hovered around 30. Looking at herself, already 19 in the modern world, she calculated that by their standards she had only a few years left to live. To preserve her life, Rong Shutan decided to cling to the strongest thigh she could find. With pitiful earnestness she opened her eyes and asked weakly, "How old are you two?" Judging by their appearance they were around 15 or 16. She planned to win their favor before they grew much stronger and become an older sister they could never quite shake off. Senju Hashirama, she could no longer in good conscience call him, bowl-cut boy, lit up when he saw that she could finally speak. "I'm 10, big brother." The ruthless Senju Tobirama snapped at Hashirama, arms crossed as he scolded. Has big brother not wondered at all why she appeared here? Suspicion, of course. Hashirama muttered in grievance. Is there even a jutsu that targets age? Rong Shutan was more desperate than anyone to know why she had appeared in the Naruto world. Fine, if you don't want to say, I don't absolutely have to know. I'm 19. If you don't mind. Host, the mission has arrived. Please accept. Before she could finish, Rong Shutan suddenly heard a strange voice. Still lying on the ground and feeling utterly unsafe, she was instantly thrown into panic. Rong Shutan was so frightened that she shot up from the ground, sitting bolt upright as she looked around in a panic. Who? Before her stood two brothers. One wore an expression full of curiosity while the other frowned, his brows knit in irritation and impatience. Hashirama stepped closer and asked, not mind who about what. Tobirama turned his head toward his elder brother, his face darkening. To be able to treat such an obviously abnormal reaction as normal conversation, his big brother truly had a talent for that. Huh. Rong Shutan was completely stunned. Hashirama, delighted that she was still alive, said, you didn't finish what you were saying just now. With Tobirama present, Hashirama did not dare tell Rong Shutan that he was actually a little younger than her, only 15 this year. Years of malnutrition and ceaseless warfare had simply made them look older than their actual age. Confronted with this double dilemma pressing in from both sides, Rong Shutan's reactions were a bit slow. I didn't. Tobirama Senju's face grew even darker. Big brother, let's go. Before Hashirama Senju could react, Rong Shutan, who very much did not want to die, lunged forward and threw herself down, wrapping her arms around Tobirama's ankle. Take me with you. Seeing that she was still quite energetic, Hashirama happily chimed in, Tobirama, she can do a lot of things for us. Inwardly he was thinking that he would help with those chores anyway. The important thing was to keep her here first, and talk later. What harm could a woman possibly bring to the Senju clan? Tobirama kept his face taut and serious, snapping at the overly soft-hearted Hashirama. You dare bring along someone whose origins are so unclear just like that? Are you tired of living? Hashirama glanced at Rong Shutan, who still refused to let go of Tobirama's ankle. She doesn't even have chakra. What are you worried about? Hashirama refused to believe that with Tobirama's abilities he could not see that much. Big brother. Tobirama's voice rose. Rong Shutan felt that Senju Tobirama was truly ridiculous. Whenever he ran out of words he would shout big brother, as though a louder voice automatically put him in the right. If you won't take me, fine. I'll go find someone else to take me in. This land was not the Senju clans alone, the Uchiha clan, the Hashirama clan, none of them could be underestimated. Rong Shutan had wanted to provoke them into agreeing, but instead of rousing their fighting spirit she directly stirred up Senju Tobirama's killing intent. Big brother, shall you make a move or shall I? Rong Shutan felt like crying but had no tears. She shifted from clutching his ankle to clinging to his thigh, hugging it tightly. How could I possibly go to someone else? I only said that because I was angry you wouldn't take me with you. Useless man, was he made of reinforced concrete? In the end it was still Hashirama who understood his younger brother best. Can you cook, wash clothes and look after children? It was clearly a hint. Yes, she stammered. I'll learn. She was the eldest daughter of the Rong family of a century later. Eating and dressing had always been handled by dedicated servants. Hashirama had just mentioned chakra. Had she really come all the way here only to have not even a trace of chakra? In the world of ninja, chakra was the source of all power. The more chakra one had, the stronger one became. In that case she was a complete waste, utterly lacking even the most basic ability to protect her own life. Why did you appear on the Senju clan's territory? It was a grave question in such an overly sensitive era. Rong Shutan lowered her head and glanced at her attire, still everything from the modern world unchanged in the slightest. If I said I descended like a celestial maiden, would you believe me? Their nearby enemies and the people living in this region would all be familiar sights, but she with her bizarre clothing stood out as utterly out of place. Tobirama's brows tightened again, and with the leg that could still move freely he stepped back. Stop spouting such deranged nonsense. It will bring a fatal disaster upon you. As he spoke he brusquely stripped off his own upper garment. Contrary to what she had imagined, he was not all skin and bones. Rong Shutan's cheeks flushed against her while as her gaze fixed on him. What are you doing? The garment landed over Rong Shutan's head with a thud. Tobirama growled, if you don't want others to treat you like a freak then put it on. Looking at her delicate lace blouse, Rong Shutan's heart warmed slightly. She murmured a grateful "oh, thank you." She simply pulled Senju Tobirama's wide top on over her own clothes. She bent down to tie up the voluminous double-sided full-circle skirt, wrinkling and dirtying it on purpose, then grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it across her face. Rong Shutan looked up at the two brothers and broke into a grin. Hashirama offered a reasonable suggestion. You should change those shoes as well. She lowered her head and saw a pair of handmade leather shoes worth 5 figures. By reflex Rong Shutan glanced at Senju Tobirama, who had just given her his clothes. He was not that old, but his feet were not small. Tobirama was also staring at her feet, wondering where such shoes had come from. Rong Shutan bent down and took off the leather shoes, revealing a pair of spotless white socks. Is this okay? Hashirama crouched down and tugged her socks down a little. Beside them Tobirama kept the same dark expression, as though he despised how troublesome she was. Once she received Hashirama's approval, Rong Shutan snatched up the leather shoes and flung them far away. She thought that by doing so no one would ever discover those otherworldly shoes. She did not know that after she left with Hashirama, Senju Tobirama used a shadow clone technique to quietly retrieve them. That inexplicable voice from earlier had become a lingering shadow in Rong Shutan's heart, yet she did not dare show any of it in front of the Senju brothers Hashirama and Tobirama. With the honest and broad-minded Hashirama around to spare Rong Shutan from awkwardness, he always had endless questions to ask and endless things to say. Because of this, by the time they returned to the Senju clan's gathering place, the brothers had more or less grasped Rong Shutan's situation. Who said Senju Hashirama was a fool? The boy was clearly gathering intelligence, without letting her drop her guard in the slightest. Fortunately, she truly harbored no ill intent toward the Senju clan. More than anyone, she wanted to understand why she had come to the world of ninja in the first place. You'll stay here. In front of a crude shack made by propping up a few sticks with several pieces of cloth, barely enough to keep out wind and rain, the second brother Senju Tobirama spoke to Rong Shutan with a stiff expression. As an outsider, she obediently agreed, then made a small request on the side. I'd like to relieve myself. I'll come back as soon as I'm done. So please tell me where I can go. Bodily needs were urgent. She truly was not trying to stir up trouble, but a fart slipped out before she could hold it in, and Rong Shutan wanted to explode on the spot. If Hashirama had not already left, and only the second brother remained, she would never have asked him. I really can't hold it anymore, she said, her face surely as red as a ripe tomato, heat rising beneath her skin. The boy, whose natural gaze was lethally sharp even without intentionally furrowing his brows, took a long stride forward in a certain direction. Seeing him glance back at her in irritation, Rong Shutan hastily quickened her steps to follow. They walked for about 5 minutes, and still he did not stop. Sweat broke out on Rong Shutan's forehead from the effort of holding it in. Only when they entered a small grove did the prematurely mature Senju Tobirama finally say in a thoroughly infuriating tone, "Find a spot yourself." Rong Shutan felt like her whole being was falling apart, but at that moment she no longer had the luxury of overthinking. She ran a few steps farther away and, gritting her teeth, took care of things on the spot. Fortunately, she had the habit of carrying paper with her at all times, otherwise she fished a packet of tissue from her small shoulder bag and could hardly bear to use it. Every sheet she used would be one fewer, and it would only last her a few more times at most. Who's there? Senju Tobirama's wary shout reached her ears. Rong Shutan hastily finished dealing with her personal issue and sprinted toward the only person who currently gave her a sense of safety. It was over, she thought. Had they stepped onto someone else's turf by accident? Second brother. A childish cry reached Rong Shutan's ears just as 2 little children came running over. Senju Tobirama had already put away his kunai and turned his head toward Rong Shutan, who had arrived flustered and frightened. "Sister Rong Shutan. Big brother asked us to come keep you company." Before Rong Shutan could walk over, the slightly taller child rushed straight toward her. A cross-shaped scar was clearly visible on the right side of the boy's face. His short light brown hair marked him as Senju Kawurama, the 7-year-old from the comics, an outstanding ninja who had been besieged and killed. The child stood before her alive and real, so lively and sunny, taking the initiative to grab her hand. "Big brother said Sister Rong Shutan will take care of the two of us from now on." Peeking out from behind Senju Tobirama, Senju Itama showed just his head, reserved and worried. Meeting the little fellow's gaze, a scene of his death suddenly flashed through Rong Shutan's mind. A child of about 6 wore a black tight-fitting battle suit with layered green armor over it, his expression stubborn and unyielding. Yet in the end he was killed by 5 adult ninja from the Uchiha clan. For such a tiny child it took 5 adult ninja to bring him down. Was Senju Itama simply too strong, or were those men simply too devoid of humanity? In this era, discussing humanity seemed utterly meaningless. It was always either you died, or I did. As the children of a clan leader, just seeing them was enough to ignite an enemy's desire to fight. No one looked at age or cared how old they were. The child who worshipped and admired his eldest and second brothers from the bottom of his heart had hair that shifted from black to white and brown pupils. In another comic, such a look would mark him as a final boss. Unfortunately, the image of Senju Itama would forever remain fixed at that moment, leaning against a rock, blood pouring from his body as his life slipped away. Rong Shutan's eyes stung as she looked at the youngest Senju Itama. At this moment he seemed even smaller, clearly just a little kid who should have been in kindergarten. The third brother, Senju Kawurama, noticing Rong Shutan watching his little brother, tugged her along toward Itama and called out to him, "Don't be scared. This sister's hand is warm." Rong Shutan looked at Senju Tobirama in puzzlement, but he only turned his head away, actually spinning on his heel to leave. Itama, shy with strangers, ultimately was not persuaded by his third brother's words and set off in little quick steps to chase after Senju Tobirama. Rong Shutan lowered her head and asked the third brother, "What did you mean by this sister's hand is warm? Had they found many girls to take care of them before, only for all of them to die? Or had Senju Tobirama already developed the technique of bringing the dead back to serve them by this time?" Kawurama kept his hold on Rong Shutan's hand. After thinking for quite a while, Senju Kawurama clumsily changed the subject. "Sister, I'm 4 years old this year. Itama is not yet 3. The two of us are very good and very obedient. In truth, there was nothing special to it. There simply were no sisters here willing to look after them. Everyone had either fled to safer places, or when the boys encountered them, those girls were already corpses on the ground. Their eldest brother had said that this sister too was someone they had picked up along the road. But this sister was alive. From now on they would no longer have to eat the horrible food cooked by second brother. They would have a meticulous sister to wash their clothes." Just thinking about it made life feel as though it would only grow better and better. Senju Tobirama and little Itama walked in front, with Kawurama holding Rong Shutan's hand as they followed behind. When they reached the place where Tobirama had told her to stay earlier, he stopped. "You stay with them." Addressing the toddler Itama in a tone devoid of warmth, he spoke those words and watched the little boy trot over to Kawurama. Then Senju Tobirama turned and walked away. Very well then, if the cold, heartless second brother did not love him, an elder sister would. Kawurama, naturally sociable and already used to looking after his younger brother, immediately wrapped his arms around Itama. "Third brother will stay with you." Little Itama lowered his head and stayed silent. He seemed to be avoiding Rong Shutan, yet not entirely resistant. When Senju Tobirama reached his father's place, he heard his eldest brother explaining from outside the door. "Just because we don't know of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We can't arbitrarily take an innocent life because of our own ignorance. I'll send people to investigate the Huaxia clan." Rong Shutan had said that she was a member of the Huaxia clan. And in Naruto, it never appeared from beginning to end. As the patriarch leading the Senju clan, Butsuma Senju was not only the father of the 4 brothers, Shijian, Feijian, Weijian and Banjian, but also the leader of the entire Senju clan. No. Leaving him alive is more dangerous than killing him. The father, burdened by the fate of the entire clan, ignored his son's persuasion and adhered to his initial decision. "Shijian, born in this era, you should be well aware of the consequences of indecisiveness and soft-heartedness. Butsuma Senju was an absolutely strict and stubborn strategist who prioritized the overall situation in all matters. To protect his family, he even established a strict rule: when facing enemies, even if they were children, they must be eliminated without hesitation. Some might say he was cold and cruel. Yet behind these actions lay a strong sense of responsibility. He wanted to protect his clan and make the Senju clan powerful. He saw not immediate gains but a more enduring future. In fact, long before Zhu Jian had already diverged greatly from his father. Senju Zhu Jian was a kind-hearted person, simple and straightforward, yet generous and magnanimous. He disagreed with most of his father's decisions. Just because we are born in this era, do we have to kill everyone we see? Regardless of gender or age, just let them die. As both father and clan leader, Butsuma Senju moved to punish Zhu Jian, but Feijian Senju swiftly blocked him and scolded. "Big brother." Zhu Jian calmed down temporarily, and no longer wanted to speak with his father. But he was deeply disappointed. Before leaving, he threw a sentence at Feijian. "Don't look for us. In taking Rong Shutan, Weijian and Banjian away." Every day was filled with fighting and killing, repeating all the cold-blooded actions in bleak darkness. Those who had been laughing and talking together yesterday might never be seen again when they opened their eyes the next day. Zhu Jian grew weary of such instability, and opposed his father's actions even more. But at the same time, Feijian also reminded him that as a ninja he was too idealistic. Even if they wanted peace, what about the other clans? The Uchiha clan thought every day about how to annihilate them, along with the Yui clan, which had signed a friendly treaty with the Uchiha. Dejected, walking toward the dilapidated house, Senju Zhu Jian had not yet entered when he heard sounds of joy and laughter inside. "Sister, I want some too." It was Weijian's voice. Zhu Jian did not continue inside, he sat cross-legged outside. Rong Shutan laughed, and said, "Don't worry. Everyone gets a share." To curry favor with little Banjian and then have the two little brothers put in a good word for her. How urgent that was. Rong Shutan had read the original story. She knew all too well how stubborn Butsuma Senju was. Putting herself in his shoes, if she were in Butsuma Senju's position, she would not easily accept her either. Little Banjian pursed his lips, looked down at the new clothes on his body and gently tugged at them with his small hand. This was the most comfortable clothes he had ever worn. Little bubbles of happiness slowly rose in his heart. Tiny Banjian, as small as a bean, took a step here, a little step there, and stood together with his third brother, his little feet wiggling joyfully. His third brother Senju Weijian had been standing by Rong Shutan's side all along. If Rong Shutan weren't busy, he would practically cling to her body. Rong Shutan wasn't good at other household chores, but sewing and making clothes were her forte. When her mother arranged for her to study fashion design, she had said she hoped Rong Shutan would become an elegant and outstanding designer in the future. In the process of dealing with needles, thread, cloth, rulers, tailors, chalk, sewing machines, irons, and the like, she gradually grew to love it. Unlike other things, making clothes became something she did not meekly accept. Under limited conditions, she needed to quickly win over the two children, especially little Banjian, who was as wary of her as Feijian Senju and unwilling to get close. She had to create conditions from herself. Feijian Senju's clothes were on her body with a belt tied. They could be worn as a skirt. Her original 720-degree reversible skirt came in handy. In an era of material abundance, she was accustomed to enjoying good things and found the fabric so nice that she couldn't bear to take it off even for sleep, let alone for them. The two children were so small her wide skirt was more than enough. With Weijian's help, she found needles, thread, and scissors, and a summer child's outfit was already on Banjian. Probably because they had never seen clothes being made, the two children were especially quiet, making Rong Shutan both amused and frustrated as they stared. "I'll be done soon." Little Banjian was still wiggling his toes, playing. He kind of liked the new clothes. What should he do? But father and second brother had said not to trust others easily or they would lose their lives. Weijian's gaze followed Rong Shutan's movements, and in his little head the image of his own clothes had already taken shape. Zhu Jian, who had been sitting outside without a sound, only stood up and went inside when he heard Feijian approaching. "Big brother." Little Banjian immediately rushed over, looked up, and hugged Senju Zhu Jian's leg. The expression on Banjian's face was different from when he usually hugged him. Zhu Jian immediately joked, "Oh, let big brother see who has made our Banjian so happy." Little Banjian pursed his lips, shy and reserved. Weijian's outfit wasn't finished yet, but that didn't stop him from explaining to his big brother. Sister Rong Shutan made it herself. Sister is super amazing. He also wanted to drag his big brother over to see. The stitches were so magical, so much better than what their father made. Feeling it, he wanted to never let go. Zhu Jian looked at it for a while and then asked seriously, "Didn't you say everyone gets a share?" When Rong Shutan looked up, what she saw was Zhu Jian's questioning gaze. Rong Shutan planned to use the remaining fabric to make replacement clothes for the two little ones. Senju Zhu Jian blinked again. "What about mine?" The two little ones didn't know Rong Shutan's thoughts. They chimed in. "And second brother too." Little Ban Jian couldn't forget his dearest second brother imitating his third brother. He said, "Second brother. Second brother too." Senju Feijian stepped inside and saw Rong Shutan surrounded by his three brothers. "Big brother, come out." With a stern face at the door, Senju Feijian called out, then turned around. "Big brother is so pitiful." Seeing Senju Feijian's dejection, the third brother Weijian murmured softly. At the same time, he had to remind his big brother. "Go, go." Little Ban Jian stretched out his arms and pushed Zhu Jian out, afraid that if his big brother delayed they would suffer. Senju Zhu Jian scratched his head and smiled, knowing what his second brother would say to him. He was used to it. He stepped outside. As soon as Senju Zhu Jian went out, Senju Feijian, who had barely walked a few steps, turned around and said coldly to the inside, "Go to sleep early." Little Ban Jian nodded like a bobblehead while Weijian shouted in a childish voice, "We know." Rong Shutan, busy making clothes, only then realized that the sky had darkened and the sun had set unnoticed. The footsteps grew fainter. Weijian told Rong Shutan, "Big brother and second brother won't be back tonight. Sister Rong Shutan will sleep with us." Not having to interact with others and having a place to sleep for the time being, Rong Shutan was already extremely grateful. "Then I'll follow your arrangements." Little Ban Jian looked outside. He didn't know why his third brother said that big brother and second brother wouldn't be back tonight. Usually either big brother or second brother would stay behind to accompany the two of them. Otherwise, why would they say Weijian was the older brother? The phrase, "Go to sleep early," that second brother specially came back to say, was a hint to them. Ninjas capable of protecting the clan had to keep night watch. They usually slept in trees hidden in inconspicuous positions. Rong Shutan wasn't aware of this, and thought it was just the daily routine in this house. Speeding up, she finished Weijian's summer outfit and had him try it on. After that, she told them both to take them off. "Where nearby can I wash clothes?" "I'll go wash them." Little Ban Jian immediately refused, running inside on his short legs. Weijian was surprised. "Why wash them?" "Don't wash them. Sister, go to sleep quickly. It's already dark." Rong Shutan particularly wanted to ask, "Aren't we eating dinner?" But the words reached her lips and she held them back. Seeing that Rong Shutan didn't insist on washing clothes and just put away the needle, thread and scissors, Little Ban Jian relaxed. His small hands still clutched the new clothes and his little feet began to wiggle nimbly again. Zhu Jian, who had been called away by Senju Feijian, now had a long face. "Big brother, when will you stop being so naive?" Senju Zhu Jian didn't think he was naive, he just had his own ideas and pursuits. "Feijian, you don't need to say more. It'll take the three of them far away. You and father go create the world of your ideals." Senju Feijian made a sour face at his words. "Where do you plan to take them? Where is there no struggle, no survival of the fittest? Even if you have ambitions different from father's, don't say them in front of him." If he hadn't stepped in just now, his big brother would have been beaten again. He just never learned what benefit did being stubborn bring him. Senju Zhu Jian suddenly felt that his second brother was on his side, and his eyes reddened slightly. "Feijian, let's go persuade father. We don't know about the Huaxia clan, maybe it really exists. It would be best if we can help her find her family and clan. If we really can't find them, then let's consider her a celestial maiden descended to earth here to help the Senju clan." Senju Feijian closed his eyes, frowned, and took a deep breath, holding back the urge to swear. "Feijian. Feijian." Suddenly opening his eyes, Senju Feijian told his big brother, "Big brother doesn't need to take them away. Father has temporarily accepted your proposal." Senju Zhu Jian was pleasantly surprised. "Father admitted it himself." With a muffled mm, Senju Feijian then heard his big brother say, "He won't send someone to assassinate Rong Shutan, will he?" "Big brother." Senju Zhu Jian had to be cautious. "Is father the kind of person who easily changes his attitude?" Only then did Senju Feijian say, "We have more important matters to attend to. During our time away, Weijian and Banjian need someone to take care of them." As Senju Jujian had said, Rong Shutan had no chakra. Weijian and Banjian, having grown up in such an environment though young, still had the ability to protect themselves. They weren't the type to hand over their lives for a few favors. Weijian was sharp and Banjian was clever. After Rong Shutan and the two little ones fell asleep, someone appeared and stared at them for a long time. Senju Jujian, hidden in the shadows, waited until the person left before returning to Senju Feijian. "I knew father didn't fully trust us, he had to send someone to check," Senju Feijian said in a deep voice. "Isn't big brother just as uneasy?" Rong Shutan's appearance was strange in itself. Who knew which force's disguise she was? Even if everything she said was true, and she herself didn't understand how it happened in the future, they would still need a solid reason to convince the clan. The night was long. There was no proper bed or quilt, only a narrow mattress spread on the ground. The youngest Banjian lay in the middle. The third brother Weijian had his arm draped over his younger brother's stomach, and in his sleep his fingers still clutched the edge of Rong Shutan's sash. Sigh, Rong Shutan, who had already fallen asleep, jolted awake. No. Stay lying down, don't move, don't even open your eyes. Just communicate with me using your mind. Rong Shutan was speechless. Feeling slightly offended, Rong Shutan, with a head full of question marks, asked, "Who are you?" "You can't see me, but you can sense me." She had already come to the Naruto world. There was nothing Rong Shutan couldn't accept. "Please explain more clearly so I can sort it out." "Not bad. Your ability to accept is quite strong." "That's right. From now on we'll communicate mentally." "I don't need your praise, thank you. Get to the point." Tisk, why are you so impatient?" "Well, congratulations. You've become the host automatically selected by the system. Don't be surprised, you can go do the first mission." Rong Shutan didn't want to do any damn mission. "What benefit is there for me in doing missions?" "No way." The system remained silent for a while until Rong Shutan, lying on the ground, showed a pained expression. "See. If you don't do the mission, you'll die in pain. If you want to live, do the mission. After the mission ends, you can choose to return to your original world or—" Rong Shutan, with a splitting headache, interrupted him. "He'll do it. He'll do it, okay. First she had to survive, then she could plan long-term. Tisk, you know how to read the situation. Then remember to do the first mission when you wake up." Yawning, the system weakly threw two words at Rong Shutan: "Good night." Rong Shutan protested wildly. "You only said mission incoming, please accept, but you didn't tell me the content of the mission." The muddled system: "No." "Then let's go through the process again." Utterly hopeless, Rong Shutan was speechless. "Host, there's a mission. Please accept it." Rong Shutan was eager to simply reply, "I refuse." "Alright, mission accepted." "I haven't even heard the mission content yet." Rong Shutan truly harbored grievances against this system. "Host, don't worry. The target's parents just died and the target is now a baby in swaddling clothes. All you need to do is go over and kill him to complete the mission." Rong Shutan didn't want to do it. Why make a girl kill a child? And a baby in swaddling clothes at that? What kind of twisted system is this? The system appeared accommodating. "If you don't kill him, that's fine too. As long as you make the target disappear from this world." That said nothing new. "I hope he's a heinous villain deserving of death. Whether he's heinous or not, I don't know. But he's cruel and disrespects life. You've read the original work, so he should be familiar. The target is Orochimaru." Rong Shutan was incredulous at first, then quickly reacted. "Your timeline is wrong. We're in an era of war. The first and second Hokage aren't even adults yet. Where does Orochimaru come from?" "Orochimaru is a contemporary of the first Hokage's granddaughter Tsunade, and along with Jiraiya they are known as the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Hashirama Senju doesn't even have a lover yet. How can Orochimaru, his granddaughter's classmate, already be born? This is very wrong." "Stop yapping. If there weren't a problem, why would I send you here?" Rong Shutan was speechless. The system is supreme. What it says goes. Gritting her teeth, Rong Shutan bargained for time. "I've just arrived and barely managed to be taken in. You need to let me get a foothold first. The clan leader of the Senju hasn't truly accepted me yet. If I go and kill some Orochimaru, I'm afraid Orochimaru won't be the only one to breathe his last. I'll be gone first, won't I?" The system was surprisingly agreeable. They'll give you enough time. I'm not in a hurry. As long as there's no hurry, Rong Shutan pressed further. You can't just give me a mission without rewards, can you? Besides, I need to survive here. Can you provide me with some supplies? Cloth. She wanted plenty of cloth. She could make clothes for everyone. The clothes here were too rough and cumbersome. If she could craft lightweight battle suits and daily wear through her modifications, how could Senju Butsuma refuse to let her stay? What are you thinking? The system didn't send you here for a vacation. The system suddenly turned ruthless. Rong Shutan looked as if she might cry. If you can't, you can't. Just admit you don't have this function. It's not shameful. I won't laugh at you. Humph. Killing Orochimaru in swaddling clothes became Rong Shutan's first mission. The twisted timeline left Rong Shutan deeply unsettled. Sleep now, the breeze gently blows. Itama Senju patted Rong Shutan's arm, humming a tune from memory. Through the moonlight he saw her expression relax, and then little Itama lay back down. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju reappeared only after half a month. Rong Shutan had spent these days fairly well. She felt quite good about herself. Unlike her easily satisfied self, the two younger kids immediately ran over upon seeing their eldest and second eldest brothers. Tobirama Senju, always with a cold face, never expected his younger brothers to actually miss him. For the first time he experienced the treatment their eldest brother usually received. Rong Shutan didn't rush over immediately, but her heart was racing with excitement. Just as a fledgling instinctively regards the first creature it sees upon opening its eyes as its mother, Rong Shutan's first sights in this place were Hashirama and Tobirama, so her feelings toward them were naturally different. Kawarama was better at hiding his feelings. Second brother, we miss you so much. Hashirama Senju suddenly left out, sensed something amiss. Then little Itama burst into tears while clinging to Tobirama. Tobirama was instantly irritated. Hashirama quickly stepped in front of Rong Shutan to coax little Itama. How did it come to this? Come, big brother will hold you. Tobirama probably thought Rong Shutan had mistreated the two younger brothers. Hashirama stood in the middle holding little Itama and patting his back, smiling at Rong Shutan. Are the kids hard to take care of? Thank you for your hard work. He had intended to help, but someone had provoked the Senju clan, and they had been dealing with that. Rong Shutan felt it was no trouble at all. It's quite easy. They're so well behaved. But the food here is too hard to come by. Hearing this, little Itama, held by Hashirama, released his brother's neck and reached out to Tobirama, asking to be held. Tobirama wasn't one for tough guy tenderness. Facing a child under 3, he said with a grim expression, "Get down by yourself." Little Itama didn't want to be held by his eldest brother either. Wriggling free, he hugged Tobirama's leg and spoke in a milky, pitiful voice. I want to eat the food you cook, second brother. It was a miracle he hadn't starved during second brother's absence. Fine. Rong Shutan admitted that cooking was a huge headache for her. She had survived these days only thanks to others' charity. Having never stepped into a kitchen in her life, she couldn't even distinguish seasonings. Worst of all, there were no ingredients. What was she supposed to cook? She thought catching 2 fish from the river would work, but there were no fish in the water. She tried to poke a bird's nest in a tree but didn't even see a single feather. The recent wars had left the land barren. Rong Shutan seriously wondered if they could survive on chakra alone. The two kids were overly sensible, sensing her difficulty, and not actively complaining of hunger. But no matter how sensible, little Itama was a baby under 3. Seeing his second brother, who could usually keep them fed, he couldn't help showing his true feelings. If you could tell me where to get ingredients, Rong Shutan shamelessly lied. There are no ingredients here, you know. Ever heard of even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice? What's so hard about cooking? Stir-frying is simple. Pour oil at vegetables, put salt, take it out, done. Having found a plausible excuse, Rong Shutan felt emboldened. Little Itama was truly frightened, blinking teary eyes in front of his second brother. I want to eat meat. He wanted meat, but the child's pronunciation was off. Tobirama frowned at his fourth brother Itama, then glanced at Kawarama, who was grinning brightly. Kawarama couldn't undermine Rong Shutan. The little one quickly spoke up for her. He knew his second brother was cold, and might throw her out. Big sister washes clothes very clean. Second brother, look how clean Itama and I are. Before, only rough men had taken care of them, leaving their faces dirty every day. Now they both had handkerchiefs in their pockets, wiping sweat and snot on them freely, and Big Sister changed and washed them daily. Rong Shutan strove to make herself valuable. Although I didn't find food on my own, I exchanged my labor for it. Isn't that impressive? She was the pampered young lady of the century-old Rong family. She had never even touched her own dirty laundry, let alone washed someone else's. Seeing her eager look for praise, Senju Hashirama did not hesitate to compliment her. What a brilliant idea! Thanks to you, Kawurama and Itama didn't go hungry. Senju Tobirama let out a cold snort. The food we stored was enough for Kawurama and Itama. The implication was clear. It was only because of Rong Shutan that the following days became exceptionally difficult. This was truly an unpleasant topic. Rong Shutan chose to ignore Senju Tobirama and sidled up to the more amiable Senju Hashirama. If there's a chance, please teach me where to find food. I still have a few things to finish. I'll go busy myself now. Unbeknownst to them, for the sake of the next meal, Rong Shutan had agreed to wash clothes for someone. Watching Rong Shutan's receding figure, Senju Kawurama tugged at Senju Tobirama. Second brother, you should do the cooking. The food the big sister made was truly awful. She had even torn his old clothes while washing them. Fortunately, they had 2 new sets to replace them, so Senju Kawurama wasn't too upset. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily while Senju Tobirama was overwhelmed with worry. That evening, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama caught a wild boar and a few wild rabbits not far away. The 2 little ones ate with grease dripping from their mouths. Rong Shutan was no better. She finally tasted meat and was so happy she could cry. What she didn't expect was that before bed that night she would receive a gift. A gift from the future Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, a pair of ninja shoes. Not the kind worn by the protagonist of Naruto Uzumaki Naruto, but an early type with simple double straps. In Rong Shutan's modern world they would be simple sandals. The key point was that Senju Tobirama had given them to her. Did you buy these for me? Her impulsive question made Senju Tobirama's face darken. Bare feet slow you down. Wear shoes and you can do more. With that, Senju Tobirama vanished on the spot. This was more fantastical than a martial arts world. People here used ninjutsu. It was standard practice and Rong Shutan had to get used to it. He still hadn't directly answered her question. Rong Shutan tried the shoes on and was surprised to find they fit perfectly, so she didn't take them off. Senju Kawurama and little Itama followed Hashirama to their father's place. For this operation all able-bodied members of the Senju clan could go, led by the clan head. It seemed that during this tacit truce among the various parties the settlement was not a major concern. After learning about the 2 little ones' situation over the past half-month, the clan head Senju Butsuma said to his eldest son, Kawurama and Itama's training must not slack off. That woman! Let her learn some taijutsu. Rong Shutan had no chakra. Taijutsu was the only technique that didn't consume chakra. How could someone staying by his youngest sons be utterly powerless? If she encounters an enemy, she mustn't become a burden. Senju Butsuma's willingness to let Rong Shutan stay made Hashirama agreeable to anything. Fine, I'll teach her. Senju Butsuma shot a glare at his soft-hearted eldest son. Showing rare paternal affection, he asked his 2 youngest. Do you want to sleep with your father tonight? Senju Itama immediately got up and ran out. Kawurama was just as eager to express himself to his father. No. Big sister smells nice. We want to sleep with big sister. Senju Tobirama, who had just given Rong Shutan the shoes, walked in and heard this. Hashirama called out to Senju Itama. Your second brother cooks your meals, yet you want to sleep with your sister. Looks like your big brother has no one who loves him. Senju Tobirama blocked little Itama's path. Little Itama smiled at his second brother, and ran around him back to where Rong Shutan was. Since Rong Shutan arrived, the 2 little ones hadn't slept with either their eldest or second brother. They loved staying with Rong Shutan more and more. Apart from her poor cooking, they could hardly find any fault with her. Big sister. Big brother and second brother are back. Now we can train again. Kawurama ran in to share his joy with Rong Shutan, who was washing little Itama's feet. She was happy too. Really? That meant she might get a chance to do a mission. First she had to find out where Orochimaru was, then take action. Though it would trouble her conscience considering the countless live experiments Orochimaru would conduct in the future. She'd better find him first. Little Itama still wasn't very talkative, he just listened to his third brother making their big sister laugh. Not far away, Senju Hashirama chuckled. The younger ones are much more cheerful than before. Having a girl around made a difference. In the past, surrounded by a group of men, even their voices didn't sound as pleasant. Senju Tobirama gave his eldest brother a look, then suddenly heard Kawarama exclaim from inside the house. Big sister, are these your new shoes? They looked no different from theirs. Rong Shutan was curious too. Yes. Your second brother gave them to me. Where did he buy them? Besides shoes, are there other things for sale? She would be in trouble if she got her period. That was her most pressing problem. Kawarama was stunned by her question. Big sister, these shoes are all handmade by second brother. Rong Shutan doubted for half a minute before confirming he wasn't joking. She barely managed to ask. Is there anything your second brother can't do? Little Itama, already lying down, picked up his own shoes to show her. The two shoes placed together were identical in design and craftsmanship except for size. Amid the chatter of the third brother, Senju Tobirama closed his eyes. Hashirama sighed. My younger brothers have grown up. They used to be so dependent on me that they couldn't sleep without being coaxed by their big brother. Sigh. At moonrise and sunrise, Rong Shutan yawned as she carried a basin of dirty clothes, planning to wash them before the two little ones woke up. She no longer had to take on others' laundry jobs. It only took a few minutes to finish the little ones' clothes. The morning air was especially fresh, unlike after the sun had fully risen. Rong Shutan. Hashirama jumped down from a tree and greeted her cheerfully. What are you doing? Few men were up this early. She showed him the basin. What about your dirty clothes? Give them to me, I'll wash them together. She had to latch on tightly to the first Hokage's thigh. No need. Hurry up. The ever-appearing Senju Tobirama suddenly stood behind her, dropped a cold, blunt remark, and walked away. He wasn't the one being asked. Why did he have to voice an opinion? This second Hokage sure had a foul temper. No wonder he had no wife. Served him right. Senju Hashirama lived under the verbal dominance of Senju Tobirama. Seeing that Rong Shutan hadn't left, he smiled and reminded her. Training starts today. Make haste. It was only after she returned from washing the clothes that Rong Shutan learned why they had urged her to hurry. Me too. Training the two little ones was already enough. She didn't have chakra. Moreover, she had already decided to train Weijian and Banjian while finding time to visit Orochimaru. The four brothers all looked at Rong Shutan. The eldest brother grinned. Haha, it's necessary to master some self-defense techniques. In this turbulent environment where life was in constant danger, Weijian was the most direct, stepping forward to pull Rong Shutan. Big brother's physical techniques are the best. Sister, learn quickly. Many wished to steal techniques from big brother. This was a rare opportunity not to be missed. Little Banjian, who spoke little, stopped wiggling his feet and stood beside Qianzhou Zhujian. Through his actions he indicated that he too would train with big brother today. Only Qianzhou Feijian looked impatient. Are you going to be a good for nothing? Qianzhou Zhujian was utterly dumbfounded. Could one speak to a girl like that? Weijian mentally recalled those whom second brother had called good for nothing in the past. Second brother despised good for nothings the most. He wouldn't even spare them a glance. Sister is not a good for nothing. Little Banjian, who most trusted Qianzhou Feijian's words, suddenly grew worried and fearful upon hearing Rong Shutan called a good for nothing. If sister became a good for nothing, that would be unacceptable. She would be driven away by second brother. Rarely proactive, little Banjian ran to Rong Shutan, took her hand and pulled her toward the usual training ground. Good for nothing Rong. Rong Shutan felt Qianzhou Feijian was right. Without any skills, she was indeed a burden at present. She didn't want to be a good for nothing. The first Hokage would teach her physical techniques. Seeing Rong Shutan running with little Banjian, Weijian cheered and followed. Qianzhou Zhujian and Qianzhou Feijian walked behind. Feijian, don't speak to Rong Shutan like that. Qianzhou Feijian shot him a sharp glare and Zhujian fell silent, catching up with the two older ones and the little one. Let's race. Weijian immediately grew excited, shouting. Loser does handstand training. Little Banjian without hesitation pulled Rong Shutan to quicken their pace. Although Qianzhou Zhujian's shouts were loud, he actually had no intention of truly surpassing the two little ones. This elder brother was truly warm. After just a few minutes of running, Rong Shutan, lacking exercise, had no strength left. No Banjian, you run on your own. I can't run anymore. The little one held her hand tightly. Several times she tried to pull away but failed. Hearing Rong Shutan's retreat, Weijian glanced back, saw eldest and second brother behind, and quickly returned to help little Banjian. Sister, get on my back. They'll carry you. At this moment Qianshou Weijian was only 4 years old. Seeing his thin back as he crouched in front of her, Rong Shutan felt ashamed. I can hold on a little longer. She would crush the little one for sure. Weijian could tell sister was very tired. I'm really strong. Sister, just get on. Eldest brother and second brother were outstanding, and he and Banjian were no slouches either. They had already surpassed their peers, and even some adults were no match for them. Rong Shutan was truly out of stamina, her throat burning and panting heavily. Just as she hesitated whether to try, a brute force lifted her, and her feet left the ground as she flew rapidly. Tilting her head up, she saw Qianshou Feijian holding her under his arm. Rong Shutan nearly screamed. You fly. Slow. Down. Facts proved it was entirely Rong Shutan holding back the progress. In her terrified cries, Qianshou Feijian not only didn't slow down but seemed to move even faster. Rong Shutan had never known that wind could truly be like a knife, as the lyrics said, cutting her face. The moment the wretched Qianshou Feijian set her down, Qianshou Zhujian and the two little ones stopped beside them. In her previous life, Rong Shutan had never experienced a roller coaster. But now her heart was completely out of control, an indescribable feeling bursting through her chest. Being carried and flown all the way must have felt no different from riding a roller coaster. Her legs were weak. Fortunately, Weijian quickly supported her. Sister, let's start. Rong Shutan was about to say, let me catch my breath, but when she looked up and met Qianshou Feijian's utterly disdainful gaze, she swallowed the words. Start. With trembling legs, Rong Shutan leaned on Weijian and headed toward Qianshou Zhujian. Little Banjian cheerfully hopped over to eldest brother, waiting for sister and third brother. I will train you. The gruff voice sounded behind her head. Rong Shutan wished she could instantly lose her hearing. The shock gave her legs sudden strength, and she quickened her steps. Weijian looked up at Rong Shutan, inwardly astonished by his second brother's words. Second brother, who never took the initiative to teach anyone, actually offered to teach sister. Rong Shutan pretended not to hear. Deliberately speaking to Qianshou Zhujian, she said, Teacher Zhujian, what's my training for today? She absolutely refused to be trained by the man known as the fastest in the shinobi world. She would surely fail, be crushed and humiliated. Even if she admitted she was weak, she didn't want to be trained by him. Before her beloved teacher Zhujian could speak, she was once again lifted by brute force. Qianshou Zhujian even sent her a blessing from afar. Happy training! Weijian came to his senses and shouted behind her. Sister! Second brother's physical techniques are amazing. Study hard. Rong Shutan wailed midair. You said big brother's techniques are the best. I want to learn from the best. Clearly the latter half of her remark angered Qianshou Feijian. The inhuman Qianshou Feijian dropped her from midair. Rong Shutan hit the ground hard, and for a moment she considered feigning unconsciousness. A shadow blocked the light before her face, carrying a faintly familiar scent. Rong Shutan opened her eyes. Little Banjian, who had somehow followed, pulled out his small handkerchief and handed it to her. Before Rong Shutan, who hadn't actually shed tears, could thank the little warm-hearted boy, Qianshou Feijian said sternly, Go back. Little Banjian looked up and argued. I already know everything big brother taught. Today I want to learn from second brother. The little one, who had been standing right next to Qianshou Zhujian just moments ago, lied without blinking. Qianshou Feijian's anger flared, and he lifted his foot to kick Qianshou Banjian. A child under 3 years old, Rong Shutan was stunned. Are you? Before she could finish, the Qianshou Banjian before her vanished instantly, and Qianshou Feijian's kick hit nothing. Was this the legendary ninjutsu? Could it be activated without hand seals or incantations? How powerful must one be to accomplish this? As this thought crossed Rong Shutan's mind, Qianshou Feijian from somewhere dragged back the vanished little Banjian, gripping him like a chick. Little Banjian submitted. He knew he was no match for second brother. He just wanted to stay with sister, afraid second brother would be too harsh on her. But little Banjian was stubborn, unlike Weijian, who knew when to bend. So he could only look pathetic as his second brother tossed him to big brother. In a flash, the one holding Banjian was gone. Another flash and the little Banjian in his hand vanished. Qianshou Feijian returned alone. Rong Shutan swore that it was no more than the blink of an eye, 2 seconds at most. What astonishing speed! Rong Shutan dared not be shocked any longer. In the entire world of Naruto, Qianshou Zhujian and Qianshou Feijian were undoubtedly among the strongest. Yet those stronger than them could still be counted on one hand. To survive here, she could think of no better plan than clinging tightly to the thick thighs of these two big shots. Instantly transforming into a well-behaved, obedient elementary student, Rong Shutan stood at attention in perfect military posture. Qianshou Feijian glanced at her shoes and said, "Run laps." Rong, full of question marks, Shutan stared at Qianshou Feijian. That's it. She dared not even ask, not even a target set. This was too casual. Under Qianshou Feijian's fierce gaze, Rong Shutan swallowed her thoughts and began to run. After just 2 laps, she realized that the absence of a target number was the most terrifying requirement of all. By the 5th lap, she could no longer breathe normally through her nose. How many more laps? Qianshou Feijian with a stern face stood there supervising her pathetic state. When she reached Qianshou Feijian, Rong Shutan tried to take advantage and rest for a moment. But the merciless Qianshou Feijian coldly said, "You haven't even warmed up and you want to stop. Are you trying to burden your comrades?" Rong Shutan felt like dying. She was on the verge of collapse, yet she was told she hadn't even warmed up. Her mind was willing, but her body wouldn't comply. Falling to the ground directly, Rong Shutan refused to continue. "You start with such high intensity right off the bat. Do you understand gradual progression?" Qianshou cold and heartless Feijian. "Being able to say so much in one breath means you have plenty of stamina. Get up and keep running." Exhausted to the extreme, Rong Shutan no longer cared if he was the future second Hokage. "Let me rest for a while." Qianshou Feijian had never experienced such weakness. He couldn't fathom how a person could be so feeble. "You can't even match a child, and you dare make demands." Rong Shutan was so angry she wanted to hit him. But unfortunately what he said was true. "Just let me rest for a bit, I really can't run anymore." With every breath her throat felt raw and painful. She had reached her limit. Never in her life had she pushed herself this hard. Qianshou Feijian wouldn't allow it. He produced a jump rope like a magician. 1,000 skips. Start. One shouldn't stop abruptly during exercise or the breath would be lost and hard to regain. Faced with such a weakling like Rong Shutan, Qianshou Feijian didn't want to waste words. Not running was fine. Rong Shutan could accept jump rope on the spot. But before she reached 100 skips, she tripped on the rope, utterly defeated and helpless. "Start over." Qianshou Feijian's words crashed down on her. Rong Shutan despaired. "Why start over? I've already worked so hard and done 89. Every little skip counted. Qianshou Feijian stared at Rong Shutan without a word. The more he said nothing, the more frightened she became. All right, I'll start over." Crying, she had to continue jumping. Her pace was slow, she had truly given her all. Even so, she still tripped on the rope again at around 600 skips. Tears came easily falling as soon as she willed them. Yet, in the face of the unfeeling Senju Tobirama, a woman's tears held absolutely no sway. Wasting time beyond a minute doubles the count to 2,000. Such an abrupt escalation meant that not even 30 seconds could be squandered by Rong Shutan. After countless failures, endless despair, and repeated restarts, Rong Shutan finally managed to complete the 1,000 jumps, collapsing limply to the ground. Her mind was blank, utterly incapable of thought, and her body refused to move. Senju Tobirama stared at the semi-conscious Rong Shutan seriously, doubting how someone with such a frail physique had managed to traverse the myriad dangers to reach the Senju clan. Even during the current ceasefire, dangers lurked on all sides. The 2-week absence of the Senju clan's main combat force was the clearest testament to that. It was not until nightfall that Rong Shutan opened her eyes again. "Big brother! Big brother! Sisters, awake!" Senju Weijian shouted outside while little Banjian hurriedly got up to fetch the others. None of them had ever fainted from training before. The 2 little ones thought something had happened to her. Senju Hashirama was called in and smiled at the dazed Rong Shutan. "How do you feel? Any better?" Rong Shutan's entire body ached. She felt terrible, not improved in the slightest. Little Banjian brought in water for her to drink, her lips parched and pale. Rong Shutan didn't want to drink. She just wanted to lie there, and sleep until the end of time with no one calling her sister. So second brother wasn't lying. You just wore yourself out. Don't worry, he'll go easier on you from now on. At the mention of second brother, Rong Shutan flinched instinctively. It was a terror buried deep in her soul. She couldn't bear to train under Senju Tobirama again. It would be the death of her. Senju Weijian helped the revived Rong Shutan sit up, letting little Banjian feed her water. The moment the word "I" left Rong Shutan's lips, she noticed the two little ones' faces, swollen and dirty. The light was dim, but she could still see the bruises and welts on their skin. Little Banjian, barely 3 years old, had especially tender skin, making the marks all the more jarring. Rong Shutan dared not touch him. Your faces. Senju Weijian chuckled. It's nothing, sister. This is a sign of our training progress. Today Banjian beat me. The two of us together can spar with big brother. His face was full of pride, his smile radiant. With Senju Hashirama's silly grin beside him, Rong Shutan suddenly felt utterly inadequate. Their real training meant no complaints about hardship, no cries of fatigue. They even considered injuries a gain. In contrast, she had only run and jumped rope, yet she wallowed in self-pity, complaining inwardly, and held a grudge against her strict master. Rong Shutan was deeply ashamed. Where's your second brother? Outside, Senju Tobirama, brooding in a tree, twitched his ears but remained silent. Senju Weijian's little mouth was quick. Second brother said he didn't mean it. He didn't know you would faint. Those weren't Senju Tobirama's exact words, but they could be interpreted that way. Senju Hashirama quickly added. Tobirama is probably at father's place. Do you need him? They'll go get him. No need. Rong Shutan was just asking. I don't need him. Sister, do you have any wish? Little Banjian, still holding the water, asked softly, making Rong Shutan feel as if she were about to die. Then. I'd like to eat fish and drink fish soup. Could one training session have broken her? Or was Senju Tobirama disgusted by her weakness and planning to send her away? Before she could voice her doubts, little Banjian put down the bowl and ran out. Senju Hashirama, ever the optimist, smiled at Rong Shutan. Rest well first. There's no rush for training. He had already agreed with Tobirama to stop testing her and let her make small progress each day. If they couldn't even protect a single girl, what kind of shinobi were they? Rong Shutan was nearly moved to tears. You want to observe me for a while, find me inadequate, and then kick me out, will you? Please no. In the Naruto world, without a powerful figure by her side, she would die. What about the system? Had its absence for so many days meant she could skip missions? What are you thinking? The sudden mental disturbance left Rong Shutan drained. Are you trying to scare me to death? Can't you see him at death's door? You said you needed time, so I didn't show up. Rong Shutan was speechless. And in front of her, Senju Hashirama was still talking to her. Impossible. Father has already agreed to let you stay. No one can drive you away unless you want to leave yourself. Humph. Without a word of warning, the system vanished again. Rong Shutan felt tremendous goodwill toward the first Hokage. I want to leave on my own. Please don't give up on me. Only if she were insane would she voluntarily leave a powerful figure. Throughout the entire Naruto series, Rong Shutan couldn't find anyone more reliable or willing to protect her than Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Weijian stared intently at Rong Shutan and asked his big brother, Is it really okay for sister to just rest? She had slept for such a long time. Rong Shutan didn't realize she had slept from yesterday until today. I'm fine. I can get up and train right now. Rong Shutan made as if to rise, but Senju Hashirama stopped her. I told you no rush. Tobirama is still busy. Well, wait until he's free. Rong Shutan was somewhat intimidated by Senju Tobirama, but thinking that the stricter he was, the faster she could improve and avoid being a burden, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Far from the Senju clan settlement, Senju Tobirama was catching fish with little Banjian. The rivers near them had long been depleted. To eat fish, one had to spend time and energy coming here. But for Senju Tobirama, catching fish was almost effortless. A few techniques filled a basket. It was the travel time that was costly. With such time, he would rather develop more jutsu. Rong Shutan wanted to get up and do something, but Senju Weijian insisted on watching her and wouldn't let her rise. Sister, you must never go out alone. If the Uchiha clan catches you, they'll torture you and never let you return. Senju Weijian was scaring her. She was sure he meant it teasingly. But in reality he wasn't. He was just trying to entertain her by telling facts about the Uchiha. The night deepened and Rong Shutan grew worried about little Banjian. Why isn't your fourth brother back to sleep yet? Senju Weijian blinked his big eyes. I don't know. As his words fell, Senju Hashirama entered with little Banjian. Fish soup is here. Little Banjian toddled over on his short legs and leaned close to Rong Shutan. You went to catch fish for me. Rong Shutan could hardly believe it. But she had looked before and there were none. Rong Shutan laughed and cried simultaneously. It's not some advanced jutsu, is it? Something conjured out of thin air. Genjutsu. For the sake of a fish she wouldn't go that far. I thought I was about to die and just said it casually. Please undo it, I don't really want it. Senju Tobirama stepped in, his face dark. Undo what? The genjutsu. Rong Shutan blurted out, not realizing anything wrong with her words. But even the usually most amiable Senju Hashirama exchanged a serious glance with Tobirama. Setting down the warm fish and soup, Hashirama asked sternly, How do you know about genjutsu? No one had ever mentioned anything about genjutsu in front of her. Weijian and Banjian hadn't yet reached that level. What irked Senju Tobirama most was, legend has it the Uchiha clan are masters of genjutsu. You wouldn't happen to be unaware, would you? To Weijian and Banjian, the Uchiha clan were sworn enemies. Hearing this, they instinctively tensed. Little Banjian sensed something was wrong. He didn't understand what his older brothers were saying, but he reached out his small hand and grabbed Rong Shutan tightly, very tightly. He didn't want sister to go to the Uchiha clan. He didn't want to face her on the battlefield as an enemy. Weijian was also curious and looked up at his big brother. What is genjutsu? Rong Shutan wanted to slap herself twice. Why did she have to be such a blabbermouth? Senju Tobirama's gaze locked firmly onto her. Ask her. Weijian could sense something amiss and didn't ask Rong Shutan but pressed Hashirama. Big brother, what is genjutsu? Is it powerful? Rong Shutan's heart trembled. If she answered wrongly, she would be done for. Why bother with missions? She might as well just say goodbye. Can't you be smarter? Even telling the truth would be better than this cowardly act. The wretched system popped up without warning through this remark at her, and then went silent. Since things had come to this, with Senju Tobirama nearly seeing through her, Rong Shutan pulled herself together and put on a serious air. It's recorded in the texts of the Uchiha clan. I've read them. Textual records. From Senju Tobirama's tone and expression, he didn't believe it. Feigning calm, Rong Shutan added, I also know that members of the Uchiha clan possess a bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Even little Banjian was shocked. Weijian stared unblinkingly at Rong Shutan. Senju Tobirama's expression clearly worsened. Rong Shutan decided to speak quickly. They are also skilled in fire release and dojutsu, but I haven't gone to the Uchiha clan. I want to stay with the Senju. You can't drive me away just because I know too much. With that, she crossed her arms and turned her back, throwing a little tantrum. If even that couldn't fool them, she could only count on luck. Senju Hashirama burst into laughter. Ha. Rong Shutan had just begun to relax when Senju Tobirama barked. Big brother, you can still laugh. Senju Hashirama immediately wiped the smile off his face and sat up straight. Rong Shutan was crying rivers inside. Senju Tobirama was just too difficult. Not daring to turn around, Rong Shutan never noticed that for a fleeting moment Senju Tobirama averted his gaze with a faintly awkward expression. For a long time afterward, Rong Shutan did not see Tobirama. Her body had fully recovered and she was ready for intensive training again. Her master still hadn't appeared, making Rong Shutan grow anxious. Weijian, where's your second brother? Your eldest brother is always around. Surely your second brother doesn't have a solo mission to undertake. Now that her thirst for learning was urgent, little Itama reminded her from the side. You mustn't ask about second brother's whereabouts. If Senju Tobirama found out, he would surely misunderstand her intentions as prying into military intelligence. Oh, thank you for the reminder, youngest one. After spending days and nights together, little Itama, though still shy and prone to blushing, had grown less distant with Rong Shutan. All four brothers from eldest to youngest had names ending in Ma. Together they formed a construction crew. Little Itama had grown accustomed to being called youngest by Rong Shutan. She had told him that was the title for the most precious and smallest child in a family. Little Itama liked being called that by his sister. It made him feel close to her. Without the stern Senju, Tobirama around, Rong Shutan still spent her free time training with Weijian and Itama. Just as she was about to forget there was still a mission to complete, the system popped up mysteriously that night. How can you have so little initiative? That Orochimaru is about to be adopted by someone else, and you're still not making a move. Rong Shutan was in the middle of sleeping. I've only just arrived here. Do you have any idea how hard it's been for me to establish a foothold? Besides, weren't you the one who said no rush? The system didn't reply, but Rong Shutan could somehow sense it. Are you sighing? None of your business. Ha! An emotional system, huh? If you didn't show up, would be fine, wouldn't we? Rong Shutan hadn't really been eager to hear the system's voice, but then it let out a heavy sigh. You'd better go do the mission quickly. They'll give you a reward when it's done. Rong Shutan sensed something fishy. You said there wasn't one before. The system clicked its tongue. Do you want the reward or not? If not, forget it. Rong Shutan. I seriously suspect you've been taking a cut. At that, the system sulked and vanished. But Rong Shutan couldn't see it. After a while, the system came back on its own. I've never seen a host as unmotivated as you. Don't you want to complete the mission early and return to your original world? You still have parents and family, don't you? You were a wealthy young lady, weren't you? Don't you miss all that? Rong Shutan was indeed struck by the system's words. No, she answered calmly, and the system fell silent. Rong Shutan continued. I don't know what reason I have to go back. I think it's fine here staying with Weijian and little Itama. Her strict and harsh mother had found true love. Her father didn't care much about her either. With so many siblings, she was never his favored one, just a fragile ornament kept in a vase. Sensing Rong Shutan's low spirits, the system sighed, its tone now coaxing. Just do me a favor. I have performance targets to meet too. So it's a harried worker. Rong Shutan was a little surprised. Oh. If I don't do the mission, will you be punished? The system didn't say much. Worry about yourself. Take care of the first mission quickly when you get a chance, and it'll give you a reward later. Rong Shutan seized the moment. Then I want food. Lots and lots of food. Having been here so long, she didn't care much about clothes, as long as they covered her body. Cleanliness was enough if she washed them often. But hunger was truly deadly. She wasn't good at finding food herself, and had to depend on others' goodwill. Weijian and little Itama were exceptionally mature, but they were still young. What do you think this place is? Lots. Where am I supposed to steal that for you? Rong Shutan finally had the system cornered. Fine, then let whoever wants to do the mission do it. Even if you punish me until I die from pain, I can't help it. Without any motivation, I think ending it all would be fine. The system fell silent. After a long pause, seeing that Rong Shutan was truly thick-skinned and unyielding, the system chose to compromise. All right. Hurry up and find Orochimaru. They'll figure something out for the food. Rong Shutan was delighted. Before dawn, she started making plans. When the two little ones got up and ate, Rong Shutan coaxed them seriously. I had a dream last night that there were live poultry nearby. Let's go look for them. Weijian was skeptical. Sister, beyond our territory lies the land of the Uchiha and the Hashirama clans. Ah. The kid was too sharp. Rong Shutan couldn't even lie smoothly. The place I dreamed of isn't that far. Maybe there really are some. Little Itama wanted meat too. He tugged Weijian's hand. Brother, eat. The third brother wasn't greedy for delicious food, just not starving was enough. But seeing how much his sister craved meat, and his much younger brother Weijian wavered. Alright, let's search nearby and see. Rong Shutan was overjoyed. She had no intention of going into the forest. She thought a little orphan shouldn't be left in such a place. But here normal logic didn't apply. After all, it had been many days since the system told her Orochimaru's parents are dead, and for a swaddled infant to still be alive was already incredible. Thinking of this mission, Rong Shutan couldn't help but complain. By this time Orochimaru would have starved to death, wouldn't he? Or maybe a kind soul had temporarily taken him in. Was that what the system meant? Rong Shutan was annoyed that she hadn't asked the system more questions for hints, when Weijian suddenly grabbed her. Someone. Instinctively she crouched down, found cover, and shielded the two little ones as she peered into the distance. Sister over there. Rong Shutan still couldn't see clearly, but little Itama cupped her face with both hands and forcibly turned her head in a certain direction. Stay hidden. Don't be seen. Rong Shutan whispered to the two little ones, cautiously watching the distance. A woman placed the infant in her arms by the riverbank, muttering, "We can never repay your parents' kindness in this lifetime. If this assassination goes smoothly and you're lucky enough not to be taken by beasts, they'll come back and take you in again. Our home is searched by enemies every day. It's only a matter of time before you're found. I hope leaving you here means no one will discover you. This is my last resort. I hope. No matter what happens, you won't hate me." Rong Shutan couldn't hear a thing, but Wei Jian and little Itama, who had chakra, could. After the woman ran away in tears, the two little ones recounted her words to Rong Shutan. Rong Shutan wasn't sure if this was the mission target, but she couldn't ignore a baby left behind like that. "Come on, let's go check." The two little ones followed her. On the ground, a baby wrapped in a thin layer of clothing stared at them with wide eyes. He was awake but didn't cry or fuss. He didn't move at all. So tiny. When Wei Jian first had memories, Itama was already walking. He had never seen a swaddled infant. Rong Shutan quickly crouched down and picked up the baby. Suddenly she felt like crying. These were the eyes of the snake sage. No one else in all of Naruto had snake-like pupils. Little Itama clung to Rong Shutan's arm, standing on tiptoe to look at the baby in her arms. Wei Jian asked, "Is there no one to take care of him?" Hearing the woman's words from earlier, Rong Shutan was filled with mixed emotions. It seemed so for now. The two little ones fell silent, staring at the equally quiet infant. Rong Shutan held Orochimaru in her right arm and gently poked his cheek with her left hand. The baby suddenly burst into giggles, waving his arms. Little Itama straightened his back and extended his right hand toward the baby. Sensing someone playing with him, the infant firmly grasped little Itama's hand. "Me too." Wei Jian grabbed the other hand. For a moment the three children and the baby played happily in silence. The system had actually appeared long ago, but it refrained from startling Rong Shutan out loud because Senju, Wei Jian, and little Itama were present. Wei Jian had long forgotten the original purpose of their outing. "Sister, can we take him back?" Little Itama tilted his head, looking at Rong Shutan, worried she might refuse. Seeing the tiny being, little Itama saw himself. If one day his father and brothers found him troublesome and abandoned him, would there be a kind person to take him in? Though his eldest brother was good to him, there were many matters demanding his attention. There were many times when Big Brother couldn't look after them. Just like recently, Big Brother and Second Brother were rarely seen, and he didn't know what they were busy with. Little Itama knew they were surely handling important affairs. "Can we take him back?" Rong Shutan looked pitifully at Wei Jian. Suddenly feeling like a little man, Wei Jian patted his chest and assured her, "Yes. Big Brother will agree." "Rong Shutan. Why only your big brother? What about your second brother and your father?" Forget it. Rong Shutan couldn't bear to leave such a tiny creature alone in the desolate wilderness. She rubbed the little one's head, then picked up Deshiwan and rose to her feet. "Let's go. It's too dangerous to leave him here. We'll head back first and decide later." Rong Shutan wasn't sure if she could fool the system. Just as she was thinking this, the system, which had been watching silently, suddenly spoke up. "What are you trying to trick me about? Do you take me for a fool? I'm the system." Rong Shutan was utterly stunned. "Wow. You're so sneaky. You even have mind-reading abilities." The system rolled its eyes dramatically. "Hurry up and find a chance to act. I'll be waiting for good news." With that, the system vanished without a trace. Clang. Clatter. Swish. This time without the children's warning, Rong Shutan herself heard the clash of blades. Hua Jian immediately drew a kunai and assumed a combat stance, while Xiao Ban Jian stepped in front of Rong Shutan to shield her. At a short distance away, the sounds of battle ceased and they turned to look in Rong Shutan's direction. Seeing only a woman and children, the opposing party dismissed them entirely. The larger group addressed the long-haired, loose-collared boy in front. "Yuan, your brother has already betrayed the clan and colluded with the eldest son of the Senju clan's leader. Are you going to stand by and watch him become a traitor?" Another pointed at the long-haired boy. "We're coming to you because we think you're decent. If you become the clan leader in the future, you can surely grow strong alongside us, the Yui clan, to resist the Senju clan. This medicine won't kill your brother. It'll just disrupt his chakra. Are you unwilling to do even that?" Rong Shutan tightened her hold on Deshiwan, her eyes wide as she took in the unexpected scene. The distinctive hairstyle of the Yuzhibo clan. And the name they called out. Yuzhibo Chuanai. Rong Shutan had run into the very person that Yuzhibo Ben wanted to protect above all else, his only remaining younger brother. The same Yuzhibo Chuanai who would later die under Feijian's flying thunder god slash. To a great extent Chuanai's death had driven Yuzhibo Ben into utter darkness. And here she was stumbling upon the scene where the Yui clan tried to get Chuanai to drug his own brother. What are you staring at? Get out of here quickly. Rong Shutan was still reeling from this twisted twist of fate when Yuzhibo Chuanai, surrounded by 3 assailants, shouted at them. Then he turned to the 3 opponents and yelled, I don't believe a word you say. Who knows if you're trying to poison my brother? The 3 adults, seeing his stubbornness, exchanged glances. One of them tightened his grip on his blade and tried to coax Chuanai further. We've signed a peace agreement. How could we possibly harm your brother? Our common enemy is the Senju clan. But Hashirama is too cunning, he's turned your brother into a traitor. If your brother continues down this path. Before the man could finish, Chuanai was sent flying toward Rong Shutan and her companions. The 2 adults who had received the silent signal were seized by murderous intent, determined to silence Rong Shutan and the others. Chuanai realized what they intended and tried to save the innocent. But before he could catch up, Hua Jian and Xiao Banjian, who wasn't even as tall as an adult's leg, each took down one of the attackers aimed at them. Clutching Deshiwan tightly, Rong Shutan witnessed her first real death scene. After eliminating the threat, Hua Jian and Xiao Banjian immediately returned to stand in front of her, shielding her protectively. Now the Yui clan man who had carelessly dismissed them earlier stared at Hua Jian and Xiao Banjian in disbelief. Who are you people? At this time neither of them had yet been on the battlefield, and the outside world didn't know that the Senju clan leader's 2 youngest sons were already exceptionally skilled. Hua Jian and Xiao Banjian remained silent. Chuanai stepped forward to face them. Go back. I'm not going to drug my brother. No matter what kind of medicine it is, I will never give it to my brother. The man calculated in his mind whether he could take them all down now, hatred surging in his eyes. 2 children. Their advantage lay in surprise. For him only Yuzhibo Chuanai was a real threat. They had a woman with them, and she was holding a child. If he pretended to target the woman, they would have to split their attention to protect her. The man's gaze was far from friendly. Before his thoughts could finish, Rong Shutan said quietly to Chuanai, let him go, and your brother will die by his hands sooner or later. Hua Jian and Ban Jian would also be exposed. In this world mercy had no place. A grown man who wasn't forthright, who schemed in the shadows, trying to make a half-grown boy poison his own brother. How despicable. Hearing this, Hua Jian instantly understood his sister's intent. He glanced at the youngest, and the brothers moved in perfect sync, darting toward the man. Rong Shutan could only see a blur of motion. In the blink of an eye, the 2 young ones were locked in combat with the Yui clan adult. Frowning deeply, Yuzhibo Chuanai scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one would suddenly appear, he immediately made a move and subdued the opponent. Xiao Banjian promptly returned to Rong Shutan's side, watching Chuanai and Hua Jian intently. As Chuanai held the man down, Hua Jian forced the poison meant for Yuzhibo Ben into the man's mouth. Chuanai even kindly fed him water. You wanted my brother to take this, right? Let me see the effect first. The man's face twisted grotesquely, his limbs convulsing. Within seconds of Chuanai's words, the man breathed his last. Rong Shutan, still trembling uncontrollably, tried to cover Xiao Banjian's eyes, but the little boy turned to look at her, and instead hugged her tightly. His sister was a girl, easily frightened, unable to bear such brutal scenes. In just a few minutes, 3 bodies lay on the ground. For the first time, Rong Shutan felt death so close. Just moments ago they had been living people. Hey! Are you okay? Chuanai walked up to her, sword in hand, and looked at her. Blood still dripped from his blade, a stark contrast to the pallor of Rong Shutan's face. Even after dealing with the malicious adults, Xiao Banjian remained on guard, his eyes fixed on Yuzhibo Chuanai. Rong Shutan quickly pulled the little one behind her and said to Chuanai, I'm fine. Thank you for your help. This was someone who would one day match Qianshou Feijian in strength. Chuanai averted his gaze, his face expressionless. I didn't do it for you. He had never intended to listen to those dead men anyway. He wouldn't risk anything dangerous. Suddenly turning his gaze to Xiao Banjian, who was watching him like a young wolf. Jian, I said, you heard it. We've already signed a peace agreement with the Yui clan. I shouldn't have killed them. Logically, I should kill you too. As he spoke, Jian made a motion to raise his blade. Hua Jian flashed in front of Rong Shutan and Xiao Banjian, glaring at the boy. If it weren't for us, those men would have killed you. It was a rare chance for a solo operation. When a deal fell through, the natural course was to silence witnesses and then frame the Senju clan. The Yui clan would have profited greatly. Jian hadn't intended to actually do anything. He was simply stating facts to Rong Shutan. Of course I know that. But you aren't from the Yuzhibo clan, are you? The naive boy even asked Rong Shutan directly. Quick-witted Hua Jian, realizing Jian didn't know their identity, said sternly, even so you can't point your sword at us. Jian frowned and muttered, but what if you go and tell the Yui clan? The Yuzhibo Jian before her was probably the same age as Feijian. Relieved that he didn't think like an adult, Rong Shutan said, I swear on my life that I won't inform the Yui clan. Jian stared at her without a word, as though weighing his options. Though his clan believed in killing without mercy, he couldn't bring himself to harm a woman and a few children, especially since they had just fought side by side. Driven by an impulse, Rong Shutan stepped forward and said to Jian, who was notably short, we can be friends. We won't dare tell anyone we killed a Yui clan member either. 'Twill bring you something delicious tomorrow. At first Jian looked torn, but upon hearing her last words his expression shifted. Really? Oh. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Rong Shutan nodded vigorously. Jian flicked the blood off his blade, sheathed it, and said earnestly, then same time, same place. See you tomorrow. After he had gone far, Hua Jian asked Rong Shutan, is he stupid? If we don't show up tomorrow, he won't know. Rong Shutan quickly bent down and covered Hua Jian's mouth. She will come. It must happen. Making Qianshou Feijian and Yukubo Jian friends is the first significant step. If Yukubo Ban and Zhu Jian can be sworn brothers, why can't they? It will work. Wei Jian carefree wiped his nose and said, Sister, was I awesome just now? Normally he never had a chance to fight. This was one of the few times he encountered an adult. His big brother always said he was too young and wanted to wait 2 more years before letting him join them. Rong Shutan carried Dashuin toward home and said, Awesome. Then she looked at little Banjian. Both of you are awesome. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be seeing you now. Wei Jian was immensely proud and secretly resolved to train harder and learn more skills. Little Banjian was only curious. Sister, we don't have any good food. Earlier Rong Shutan had promised Jian that they would meet tomorrow. Little Banjian also wanted some treats. Rong Shutan didn't know what the system would provide, but she was certain it would be something not found in the current Naruto world. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. What plan? During the time Feijian and Zhu Jian were away, Wei Jian had already witnessed Rong Shutan's clumsiness, and didn't hold any expectations, only worrying for her. Should we ask big brother and second brother? If they asked for help, the brothers would probably assist. But then they would have to tell them what they did today. Rong Shutan coaxed the 2 curious kids all the way home along with the sleeping Dashuin. Back at the drafty dwelling, Wei Jian and little Banjian went to train while Rong Shutan put Dashuin down and prepared to cook. Taking advantage of being alone, Rong Shutan summoned the system for the first time. Are you there? No response, so she continued. I can't bring myself to do it. Come out now, let's discuss what to do. Raising a child is always a challenge. What would he eat and drink? He doesn't even have teeth, he can't eat what we normally do, right? Crouching beside the baby, Rong Shutan watched the sleeping little one and tried to remove his finger from his mouth. But the little one was like a spring. As soon as she let go, he stuffed his finger back into his mouth. A baby who smiles at people and sucks his fingers is truly adorable. Wake up, this is your target, what are you thinking? The system arrived. Rong Shutan was perplexed. How did a time-space anomaly happen? You should find the root of the problem instead of making me commit murder here. Was there no humanity? The system didn't want to argue. Just do your task. Hurry up, I'm waiting. Rong Shutan refused, scowling. He went astray because he witnessed too many deaths and knew life was fragile. Now he's just a baby, a blank slate. If I cruelly kill him at this point, what's the difference between me and a demon? The system said Rong Shutan wasn't proactive, but from the very beginning it didn't understand the mission given by its superiors. You know how much impact a single Dashuin has on Naruto. Even if he came to this era, countless people still die every day, he would still see an imperfect world and still go down the path of crazy science and immortality pursuit. Rong Shutan immediately retorted. No. It will be different. Qianshou Zhujian won't break with Yukubo Ben. I even saw Qianai today. I won't let Qianai die at Fijian's hands, so Ben won't turn dark. With their combined efforts they can definitely build a different Konoha. Feeling like she was boasting, Rong Shutan clasped her hands and begged the system. I've made up my mind. I will reform Dashuan, educate him well from childhood. Make him a harmless scientist. The system didn't answer. Rong Shutan spoke again. Please. Thinking that not everything goes smoothly, she added. If I find he has dangerous thoughts, ask someone else to step in. It won't be too late. By then she would probably be no match for Dashuan, so she would have to ask Qianshou Zhujian and Feijian for help. The system still didn't respond. Judging by her understanding of the system, she whispered. Then I've already completed the mission. Rong Shutan could sense the system was still there. Look. The mission said to kill Dashuan. From now on I'm going to change his name so my mission target no longer exists. The system thought Rong Shutan was talking nonsense, coming up with bizarre arguments, but it couldn't refute. Rong Shutan grew more excited. He won't be like the one in Naruto who disregards life and kills innocents. He will be a completely new person. The system remained silent. Rong Shutan grinned foolishly and rubbed her hands. So I'll pass on the food for now. Can you give me some milk powder? Newborns are hard to raise. The system indeed didn't have the good food Rong Shutan wanted, but it had plenty of milk powder. It just walked a few steps to the infant management department where there was an abundance of baby supplies. Open your hands. The system was a bit moody. Rong Shutan quickly complied. Without even blinking, a warm bottle of milk appeared in her palm. Overjoyed, Rong Shutan held back her excitement and pushed further. And diapers. The system didn't speak, but Rong Shutan could feel its anger. Fine, if you don't have them, never mind. She didn't forget to remind the system. Don't forget what I asked for. Also, I promise Yukubo Qianai tomorrow I'd bring him good food. Get me some. Rong Shutan could feel the system cursing and rubbing its temples as it left. In the dead of night, while Rong Shutan was asleep, the person who hadn't shown up for 10 days suddenly appeared beside her. Zhu Jian looked at the baby lying next to Rong Shutan and couldn't help suspecting. Could this be her child? First she deceived them into accepting her, then brought her own baby here. Is Big Brother insane? Fijian's voice was not lowered, forcing Zhu Jian to quickly divide into clones to cover everyone's ears. Unfortunately, Wei Jian was a light sleeper and little Ban Jian was too sensitive. They both opened their eyes at the same time. Fei Jian stared at the person he most wanted to wake, but Rong Shutan, exhausted, had fallen into a deep sleep that even thunder couldn't break. With Zhu Jian's intervention, Wei Jian went outside and told his two older brothers about what happened that day. Of course, Rong Shutan had reminded him and Ban Jian not to mention the killing by the river. Afraid of being scolded by his older brothers, Wei Jian hid the part about Yukubo Qianai. Good. I was scared. Zhu Jian patted his chest in relief and turned to Fei Jian. Are you still staying? It's been a long time since we've been together with the younger brothers. Seize this opportunity. Fei Jian's face turned ashen. Big Brother wants to go fight alone again. Is that something you can handle by yourself? From the words of his two older brothers, Wei Jian sensed the instability of the situation. Big Brother, don't worry. Ban Jian and I are no longer children. We can protect ourselves and Sister Rong Shutan. In this harsh environment, a 4-year-old child developed a sense of responsibility early. Zhu Jian praised his younger brothers while Fei Jian lowered his voice. Don't wander off. Stay in safe places. If they could pick up a child today, who knew what they might encounter later? Wei Jian nodded guiltily and returned to Rong Shutan's side. As Rong Shutan slept, she dreamed of Qianshou Wei Jian and little Ban Jian cooperating perfectly to take down enemies. A far cry from the children she knew in the real world. Incomparable. Terrifying. One was 4, the other not even 3. They could already fight adults. She recalled being barely able to walk at 3 or 4. Sob. Yet, from another perspective, it showed how hard it was for them to survive. Actually, according to the Naruto setting, as sons of the Senju clan leader, they were gifted and trained rigorously, so their excellence was understandable. They couldn't be compared to ordinary children. Later, Dashuan graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6 and Kakashi at 5, Such cases couldn't be considered normal. Rong Shutan was awakened by a child's hand. Wei Jian and little Ban Jian were already up. Ah. What time is it now? Usually she was the first to wake, but with the baby she wasn't used to it, and overslept. Sister's second brother left us food. Little Ban Jian said cheerfully, but Rong Shutan was instantly alert. When did your second brother come? She didn't see Tobirama Senju and was still worried he might not allow her to raise another child. Yet to her surprise she had fish soup this morning which even a baby could drink. Rong Shutan decided not to bother the system for now. The baby bottle was not from this era. After feeding Orochimaru yesterday she had hidden it away. Thinking this, Rong Shutan called the system in her mind. Where's the food? I need to go meet Uchiha Izuna now. If she arrived late it might be tolerable, but breaking her promise would mean being hunted down. Once Uchiha Izuna figured it out, he'd definitely come after them. In this world, whose words were most trustworthy? The answer was simple: only the dead. Nag nag nag. Why are you making such a racket so early? The system's tone was harsh, but it got things done. Rong Shutan immediately caught a whiff of something delicious. What did you prepare for me? The system had gone through great trouble to procure it. That's all I have, make do with it. Turning her head she saw freshly fried chicken and 2 drumsticks. Rong Shutan tore open the bag and peered inside. Only 2 drumsticks. One for me and one for Izuna, while the 2 little ones watch us eat. The system, which had intended to keep them for itself, fell silent. Rong Shutan glanced at the fried chicken. This chicken, isn't it still underage? It's way too small. Who could even get a decent bite out of it? The system was still stuck on Rong Shutan's earlier words. Where's your shame? The drumsticks are for the kids. What are you eating? Go get fat and die. Killing someone was nothing compared to this humiliation. Rong Shutan took a deep breath. Before she could explode, the Izito belief system caved first. Fine, fine. That's all I have. My entire salary is being poured into supporting you. Seeing the 2 extra fried drumsticks in the brown paper bag, Rong Shutan was thoroughly satisfied. I love you the most. You must be the best system in the world. But the system, not fooled by her sweet words, swallowed its saliva and silently continued working. With the delicious food in hand, Rong Shutan was ready to keep her appointment. Let's go. We're setting off with little 5. Last night Rong Shutan had discussed with Wei Jian and Ban Jian, and named Orochimaru Senju Xiaowu, placing him behind Ban Jian. Wei Jian carried the brown paper bag. Rong Shutan held little 5 in her arms and Ban Jian followed behind. They hurried toward the spot where they had met Izuna the day before. Wei Jian questioned the sudden appearance of the items. Rong Shutan, using knowledge they hadn't yet encountered, explained, a summoning beast provided the food for your sister. Rong Shutan decided that if Hashirama Senju or Tobirama Senju ever found out, she would stick to that story. The system was her most awesome summoning beast. Uchiha Izuna arrived earlier than Rong Shutan had imagined. By the time they reached the riverside, Izuna was already bored, swinging his blade and training against the water. Izuna, we're here. Before even getting close, Rong Shutan called out first, which annoyed Ban Jian a little. He felt his sister was getting too close to someone else. Wei Jian, who didn't overthink things, held the brown paper bag and echoed Rong Shutan. Izuna, we're here. Rong Shutan turned to remind him, you should call him Big Brother. Wei Jian tried again. Big Brother Izuna. We're here. Uchiha Izuna sheathed his blade, stood still, and watched the 3 running toward him, plus the one in Rong Shutan's arms. With a displeased expression he said, I don't care what you're called. Where's the food? Hurry up and bring it out. I'll leave once I've eaten. In this era, ninjas dared not casually reveal their surnames just to survive. Given that Wei Jian and Ban Jian's names aligned too closely with their elder brothers and fathers, Rong Shutan also felt it was better not to tell Izuna their real names for now. Still, there were other things she could let him know. Glancing at Wei Jian and Ban Jian, she ruffled their heads in turn. You can call him San San and him Lao Yao. The one in my arms is Xiao Wu. I'm Rong Shutan. From now on we're friends. Please take care of us. With that, Rong Shutan bowed deeply to Uchiha Izuna, exuding politeness. Izuna had thought a lot after returning yesterday, and he had a rough guess about them. But he believed killing women and children was not something a real man did, so he decided to let them live. I never said I'd be your friend. Where's the food? Just as Izuna finished speaking with a scowl, Ban Jian looked up and told him, you can't call me Lao Yao. That was a name only his sister and family could use. Izuna frowned at the foolish child. So what if I call you that? He didn't even want to bother with it anyway. Seeing that Banjian was actually considering it, Rong Shutan quickly handed the brown paper bag from Weijian to Izuna. This is delicious. Let's find a place to eat it. Izuna glanced at Banjian, who was still staring at him, then looked displeased at Rong Shutan. Us. Isn't it just for me? Weijian wouldn't stand for that. What are you thinking? Sister didn't even take a bite, she came straight to find you. Izuna wasn't selfish either. Why bother finding a spot? Let's just eat here. Stop being so fussy. Great. I'm exhausted. Let's sit. Since they weren't moving, Rong Shutan plopped down by the river. Soon the four of them formed a circle, with Rong Shutan's legs serving as a bed for Orochimaru, now renamed Senju Xiao Wu, and the brown paper bag placed in the center. The fried chicken was still slightly warm. Rong Shutan wondered if the system had just fished it out of the oil pan. How reliable. It was undeniably fragrant. When Rong Shutan offered the food to him, Izuna cautiously asked, "What's this?" The golden crispy exterior coated in some strange stuff was something he had never seen. Though he didn't care much, he couldn't help but ask. "This is fried drumstick, and the rest is fried chicken. Eat it while it's hot, it won't taste as good cold." Weijian and Banjian each got their share. Rong Shutan clinked her drumstick against theirs. "Let me have the first bite." With a crisp crunch, she was nearly in tears from the deliciousness. If there was one thing she missed from her modern world, it was amazing food. Izuna had never seen anyone enjoy eating so much. "Switch with me." Weijian and Banjian were about to take a bite when they heard Izuna's words. They froze and looked at Rong Shutan. She of course understood why Izuna acted this way. He didn't trust her and feared the food might be poisoned, the most basic precaution. "Then aren't you at a disadvantage? You take a bite first, then we'll swap." Izuna frowned. Rong Shutan took the drumstick from his hand, bit into it, and smiled, urging him to eat. Since she had bitten both, they were proven safe. Izuna no longer insisted on swapping and began eating his own. Weijian and Banjian were already captivated by the taste. They watched eagerly as Izuna, who had been disdainful moments ago, had a subtle change in expression after the first bite of drumstick meat entered his mouth. Humph. What a stubborn tsundere, refusing to admit it was delicious. For the next while no one spoke, solely focused on devouring the food. After finishing the drumsticks, they moved on to sharing the fried chicken. Once they had polished off every last bit, Izuna stood up. "I'll have the same tomorrow." This sudden declaration left Rong Shutan stunned. Weijian stepped forward to defend Rong Shutan's interests. "No way. You've already repaid yesterday's debt by eating today." Did he think he could still threaten his sister? No way. Izuna thought for a moment, then looked seriously at Rong Shutan, who was still seated. "Didn't you say, we're friends?" Rong Shutan seized the opportunity, and quickly held back the furious Weijian. Yes. We're friends. See you tomorrow. You should go now." From the moment he arrived, Rong Shutan had noticed that Izuna seemed troubled. He must have encountered some difficult or unpleasant matter. Indeed, in an era like this, there was hardly anything to be happy about. Even a victory in battle came at the cost of casualties and the loss of loved ones. Izuna glanced at the baby in Rong Shutan's arms, then turned and vanished in the blink of an eye, his toes barely touching the ground. Banjian was a little upset and tugged at Rong Shutan's hem. "Don't give him any. Big brother and second brother didn't get any." The child meant that his own eldest and second brothers hadn't even tasted such delicious food, so why should an outsider get it? Rong Shutan quickly comforted him. "Your sister will definitely give some to your eldest and second brothers and to your father too. But for now we need to win that person over to our side, make him one of us. That way he'll never tell anyone about what we did yesterday." Weijian understood. Lao Yao listening to sister is always right. Banjian with his short legs tugged at Rong Shutan. "Sister, the meat is so fragrant." Rong Shutan knew it was. There wasn't enough to go around. "I'll have the summoning beast work harder and bring us something even tastier tomorrow." In her heart she silently prayed, "System, I'm counting on you." Somewhere a system arguing with the task center felt a chill run down its spine and shuddered violently. That night when Rong Shutan asked the system for baby formula, she made a new request. "From now on I'll actively cooperate with any task so your performance will skyrocket. But can you get me some more delicious food tomorrow? I need it. Stop being greedy and trying to trick me with those lines. I won't fall for it. Rong Shutan was utterly sincere. To put it bluntly, we're mutual beneficiaries. If I'm well, you're well. If I breeze through tasks, you thrive. Right now, I'm laying the groundwork for future perfection. You have to help me. The system just happened to have something to tell her, looking troubled. Don't you not want to do heinous tasks? I checked your upcoming task list, all assassination missions. I swapped them for a seduction quest. Your next task is to raise Uchiha Madara's favorability. No problem, right? Rong Shutan. Rong Shutan. Rong Shutan. You. Say. What? The system had gone through enormous trouble to change it. What are you yelling about? You're just an emotionless machine, just do the tasks. You don't want to kill, so why can't you do a favorability quest? Being forced into an otome game was one thing, but Rong Shutan couldn't help but protest. The first target is Madara-sama. If you want my life, just say it directly, no need for such elaborate schemes. Could she possibly succeed where even Hashirama had failed? I'm asking you to raise his affinity, not necessarily toward a romantic route. Why are you panicking? Rong Shutan suddenly saw the light. So that's how it is. If she treated Izuna even better, wouldn't that improve Madara's impression of her later? Just do your task well and it'll give you delicious food tomorrow. Without Rong Shutan even asking, the system proactively coaxed her. This unexpected gain thrilled her. Feigning anger, Rong Shutan ignored the system, secretly waiting for it to leave before happily spinning around with Orochimaru in her arms. The next morning, as she fed Xiao Wu with formula, Wei Jian and Xiao Banjian returned from training. Sister, what is Xiao Wu eating? Yesterday he wanted to share his food with little brother Xiao Wu, but sister said the baby couldn't eat it. Babies have an innate skill of holding the bottle and sucking by themselves. Rong Shutan took the bottle from Orochimaru's mouth and handed it to Xiao Banjian. This is called formula, a special meal for newborns. Taste it. Wei Jian watched his sister and brother curiously. Seeing Xiao Banjian hesitant, he imitated Xiao Wu holding the bottle and sucking. Smacking his lips, Wei Jian handed it back to Xiao Wu. Sister, this tastes bad. Don't give it to little brother. Rong Shutan didn't even need to mix formula herself, the system provided it ready-made. Only a fool would refuse to feed Orochimaru. He's too young, no teeth yet. He can't eat our food. When he's older, well, stop giving him this. When will little brother grow up? Xiao Banjian looked at Xiao Wu with longing eyes. Even when the bottle was taken away, the baby didn't cry. When Xiao Banjian tried to help him hold it, Xiao Wu pushed the nipple out with his tongue. He looked at his brother, then at his sister. Little brother doesn't want to drink anymore. Probably full. Rong Shutan picked up the baby, laid him on her shoulder, and patted his back to burp him. Xiao Banjian stared at the still warm bottle, curious if it was really that bad that his brother refused it. Rong Shutan turned to see Xiao Banjian smacking his lips. Sister, it's good. He thought it tasted much better than their usual food. Perhaps everyone has different tastes. A sudden idea struck Rong Shutan, and she called out to the system in her mind. I need formula. I want Wei Jian and Xiao Banjian to drink it too. This would solve their major eating problem first. The system, generous when it had resources, immediately provided today's milk without a word. Wei Jian resisted slightly. Sister, shouldn't we save such good stuff for big brother and the others? Little sly fox, Rong Shutan said seriously, this is a treasure only for children. It supplements nutrition and makes you stronger. With those last 4 words, Wei Jian pinched his nose and downed the entire bottle. Xiao Banjian, not to be outdone, wanted to grow up quickly to protect everyone. Looking at the accumulated empty bottles in the corner, Rong Shutan called the system. You have to recycle these. If too many accumulated, someone would discover them. The system came to bring her delicious food, and upon hearing her words suddenly realized. No wonder something felt off. Who's raising the kids, you or me? Along with the brown paper bag appeared a whole can of formula. Rong Shutan hesitated, then decided not to argue. Fine, from now on we'll mix our own formula. To her, summoned beast Wei Jian and Xiao Banjian were in awe. It could conjure all kinds of delicious food. The 2 children didn't question her, silently picked up the bag, and the 3 of them left home with Xiao Wu. Thankfully, the Senju clan was busy recently, giving them free time. Izuna arrived earlier than them, just like yesterday. This time Wei Jian was in a good mood and called out from afar, Izunani. We're here. When Rong Shutan opened the paper bag and saw the cold noodle salad inside, she was utterly dismayed. System. Noodles get sticky. Even after rinsing with cold water they clump into a messy mass. No wonder she hadn't smelled any aroma. I trusted you too much. I brought it without even looking. If Uchiha Izuna isn't satisfied, it'll bleed right here. How do we eat this? Rong Shutan was in the middle of arguing with the system when she heard Izuna's question and turned her head. Huh. Looking at the cold noodle salad, Izuna frowned. No chopsticks. There were 2 more boxes in the bag, probably also noodles. He didn't mind and turned to find small sticks to use as chopsticks. Dare to take everything out and look. The system didn't want to deal with Rong Shutan. I've never seen a host like you. You earn nothing and make me invest everything. If you don't repay me in the future, we'll perish together. Rong Shutan hurriedly put Orochimaru on her lap and retrieved the remaining boxes from the bag. You have to invest to gain rewards. In the future I'll do my tasks well and make you the #1 system. After taking out 2 boxes, there were actually 4 bottles of lemonade underneath. At the very bottom were disposable utensils. Go call your brother back. We have chopsticks. Rong Shutan instructed Weijian while opening the 2 newly retrieved boxes. The moment she opened them, she wanted to kowtow and apologize to the system. You are absolutely the best system in the world. Humph. Am not falling for that. Despite her tough words, the system still went off to work hard elsewhere. Thanks to the sealed containers, Rong Shutan hadn't smelled the aroma. Seeing 2 boxes packed with sliced roast duck, she nearly drooled. Quick eat. Today we feast. None of them had ever seen roast duck before. The 1 adult and 2 children waited for Rong Shutan to divide it equally. Xiao Wu was a good baby, lying quietly on her lap without fussing, not hindering her at all. Sitting on the ground, Rong Shutan laid out the 3 box lids separately, then divided the cold noodle salad into 4 portions. Izuna got the most, eating from a box, while Weijian and Xiao Banjian used the lids. Placing a slice of roast duck on the noodles, Rong Shutan took the first bite with relish. I'm testing it for poison. Or would you like to choose? Seeing Izuna still unmoving, she tactfully offered. Too tempted, she abandoned all pretense of ladylike behavior. Izuna picked up his box and took a bite of noodles. My portion is too much. He also felt that Rong Shutan had kept too little for herself. It was understandable that the 2 younger ones ate less. Their appetites weren't that big. But she was taller and older than Izuna, and in their Uchiha clan she was already an adult. It was common sense that adults ate more than children. Rong Shutan vaguely understood his meaning and accepted his kindness. Then you should eat more meat. I'm a girl, I don't have the appetite of a boy and can't eat that much. Izuna didn't know why, but his heart felt a little uneasy, and he actually responded to her with a sullen Putting down the lid of the lunchbox, he poked the straw into the lemonade and placed one beside each of them. This is definitely a summer cooling drink. She took a sip first, gestured to the 3 of them, and continued eating noodles. Uchiha Izuna paused mid-bite and suddenly asked, Can I take some back? Although the 2 little ones craved the meat, they didn't eat much. Rong Shutan was controlling her intake, and Izuna was too embarrassed to finish it all. About 1/3 of the roast duck remained. Xiao Banjian and Weijian sucked on their straws, staring intently at Izuna. Rong Shutan screamed inwardly, of course you can. Who did Izuna respect and admire most? Who was the one he cared about most? It was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara, the target she was about to win over. However, Rong Shutan stiffened her face and refused Izuna's request. No. As she spoke, she took a few slices for herself, divided some for the little ones, and didn't even leave the skin for Izuna. This is a little secret among the 4 of us. I went through a lot of trouble to get these goodies. Don't come back tomorrow. Uchiha Izuna turned his head to look at Rong Shutan. If I don't take any and don't tell anyone, can I still come later? Rong Shutan was speechless. She felt like she was being manipulated. What was going on? But her original goal was to build a good relationship with Uchiha Izuna, so the process didn't matter. Of course. We're friends. Hearing that, Izuna felt reassured. He stood up, the earlier ravenous demeanor swept away, and said seriously, Then he'll come tomorrow and bring you some sweet fruits. Before Rong Shutan could react, Uchiha Izuna had already vanished in a flash. Xiao Banjian gathered up the empty lunchboxes, lemonade cups, and even the chopsticks. What are you doing? Rong Shutan was already holding Dishiwan. Xiao Banjian looked up seriously. "I'll wash them. They can still be used." Such a frugal little helper. Rong Shutan felt deeply gratified. "Okay, I'll wash them when we get back." In this harsh era, finding high-quality modern lunchboxes was indeed difficult. If they wanted to use them later, they could always take them out, better than leaving them by the river. Another day of loving the system. After several days of contact, Rong Shutan discovered that Izuna was a true foodie. Thankfully, he had this small trait, otherwise she wouldn't have known how to get closer to Uchiha Izuna. Back at their dwelling, Senju, Hashirama and Tobirama would occasionally appear, but they never stayed long. Under Rong Shutan's guidance, Wajian and Xiao Banjian never slipped up. For now they maintained the daily routine of 4 people plus a little fifth gathering to eat together. That day it had been overcast since morning, the oppressive darkness hinting at rain. Rong Shutan didn't let Wajian and Xiao Banjian go to training. "Let's hurry to the river today." Xiao Banjian had now grown fond of going to the river, looking for Izunage. His sister said that after a while, once Izunage became their true good friend, all the nice things they ate would be shared with their eldest and second brothers. But unfortunately things didn't go as planned. Not only did it rain halfway, but Uchiha Izuna never showed up. Getting caught in the summer rain was no big deal, but the anxiety of not seeing him made Rong Shutan feel uneasy. She had prepared before leaving. The baby Dishiwan lay in a long basket covered layer upon layer with the brown paper bags that usually held food. In the middle of nowhere, Rong Shutan looked around. "Let's wait a little longer. If he still doesn't come, we'll leave." Wajian didn't say anything, but having been born in this war-torn era, he could guess the outcome. He pulled Xiao Banjian and Rong Shutan. The 3 of them, along with little number 5, had left home early. By the time they usually finished eating and parted ways, there was still no figure in the distance. Rong Shutan led Wajian and Xiao Banjian, carrying the long basket with Dishiwan, back to their dwelling. Their current house was much sturdier than the initial simple shelter. Wajian and Xiao Banjian had helped her reinforce it significantly. Moreover, Hashirama and Tobirama hadn't shown up recently, leaving Rong Shutan, Wajian and Xiao Banjian feeling rather dejected. Noticing the 2 little ones' gloom, Rong Shutan picked up Dishiwan and said cheerfully, "Kaka, have we checked what our summoned beasts brought us today?" Tears glistened in Wajian's eyes as he held them back. "Sister, will big brother and second brother get into trouble?" Many people went out and never came back, dying on the battlefield. They had grown too comfortable, forgetting that they lived in an era of war. Rong Shutan knew the future of Hashirama and Tobirama. No. They are Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Even Izuna would eventually die at Tobirama's hands. Honestly, Rong Shutan wasn't that worried, but after 3 days of going to the river without seeing Uchiha Izuna, she began to feel uneasy. System. What's going on? Is the timeline so messed up that something has changed? Just as she summoned the system in her mind, a black shadow came flashing from the distance, shwa shwa shwa, and finally landed in front of Rong Shutan and the others. Seeing the young Lord Madara, Rong Shutan found it hard to describe her mixed feelings. The most critical thing, why could she see the 200 floating above Uchiha Madara's head? That's your affection value, hehe. Rong Shutan had no idea when she had offended him. But because it was Uchiha Madara, she held herself back. "So you're the person Izuna meets every day?" Lord Madara. Oh no, now he was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Uchiha Madara stared coldly at Rong Shutan, then glanced at the children on either side of her. Wajian was already alert for battle, while Xiao Banjian noticed the resemblance to Uchiha Izuna and held back for now. Rong Shutan nodded frantically, pretending not to know who he was. "I haven't seen him for days. Is Izuna okay?" If not for an accident or an injury that left him unable to move, Uchiha Madara wouldn't have come in his brother's stead, would he? Uchiha Madara glanced at Rong Shutan, seeming reluctant to speak. "Izuna said you have something for him." The number above his head suddenly flickered a few times before settling at 50. This affection was finally coming. Rong Shutan seized the opportunity, motioning for Wajian to hand the craft paper bag to the other. After receiving it, Lord Ban's gaze fell upon Wajian's face. He had actually heard Jujian mention these 2 younger brothers, but had never met them. Now he was even more certain of whom Izuna had been meeting. Without another word, Uchiha Ban vanished along with Izuna's provisions. Wajian realized belatedly, sister, ours are inside too. Normally they place their food together. Rong Shutan knew full well that today's rations were gone. However, being able to instantly boost his fondness by 150 points, Rong Shutan was more than willing to let him take it. It's fine, we'll go back and drink powdered milk. Little Ban Jian was quite pleased, enjoying the flavor. But for Wei Jian the powdered milk was hard to swallow. Sister, do I have to drink this? A mandatory once a day was enough. He no longer wanted to pinch his nose and gulp down the watery concoction. Rong Shutan was accommodating. Fine. Then let's see if we can find something else to eat. With the miraculous system in place, they no longer had to worry about food, and skipping one meal wouldn't matter. As they made their way back with Dashuan, Uchiha Ban had already returned to his younger brother's side. The craft paper bag landed directly on Izuna. Uchiha Ban's face darkened. Every day you sneak out without a word. I thought you were going for extra training. Izuna, paralyzed from the chest down, and Bedridden, found it hard to explain. I did train. He hadn't slacked off either while waiting for Rong Shutan and the others or after returning with a full stomach. Quickly picking up the bag, Izuna begged his brother, this has delicious food inside. Brother, please open it for me. He had wanted to bring some to his brother before, but Rong Shutan hadn't agreed. Uchiha Ban shot him a glare. Izuna insisted, it really is just food. I shouldn't have gone to meet that woman for you. Uchiha Ban stormed out of the room in anger. Not long after, he met with Jujian at their secret base. That boy Izuna probably has a woman he likes. Humph. No wonder he got injured this time. Jujian with his watermelon-shaped head stared wide-eyed. You found out. He was so careless. Uchiha Ban shot an angry glance at Jujian and picked up a stone to skip across the water. Besides, getting stronger thinking about all those useless things is pointless. When Uchiha Ban returned that night, Izuna still hadn't touched the food in the bag. Brother, please heat this up for me. 100 times unwilling, Uchiha Ban grumbled, skipping a few meals won't starve you. Izuna simply wanted his brother to taste the lamb skewers he had shared with Rong Shutan and the others before. When they had met earlier, the food had gone cold, so they had relit the fire to warm it up. The flavor was unforgettable. Brother, they know who I am, yet they still want to be friends with me. Before Uchiha Ban went to meet them, Izuna had told him they must have been worried and asked his brother to treat them well and not be cold-faced. Lord Ban had actually gone intending to mock his brother. But when he found others there, he held back. Izuna felt his brother couldn't understand the bond between him and Rong Shutan, a bond deeper than clan ties. Brother, they ask for nothing, question nothing, and every day they bring me fresh and delicious food. You've seen those two kids and the baby with them. I saw with my own eyes the mother being killed, tossed to another before death. Their parents were slain by our own clansmen. Would you dare tell them the truth? If they knew, would they still be willing to be friends with you? When Izuna said the word friends, Uchiha Ban found his brother exceedingly naive. Izuna smiled faintly. I don't think that matters. From now on I'll protect my friends and keep them from harm. Uchiha Ban gritted his teeth. If you recover, will you still go to the encirclement in a few days? Izuna clenched his fists and took a deep breath. When the time comes, I'll make them leave the Senju clan and go somewhere no one knows them. Impossible. Uchiha Ban shattered his fantasy. If you were told to leave the Uchiha clan, would you agree? What right do you have to make decisions for them? They were Zujian's own younger brother, sons of the Senju clan leader. The blood feud with the Uchiha clan ran deep. Izuna fell silent for a moment, then whispered, Brother, please warm up the meat. Eating it cold will upset my stomach. Uchiha Ban glared fiercely, but ultimately refused to help, sending someone else instead. In the end, Izuna hid the food from others. He could have easily heated it with a novice-level fire release, he only wanted his brother to taste it. Otherwise he would have eaten it himself. Lord Ban was stubborn, so Izuna didn't push him. He endured the pain and wolfed down enough for 4 people. The conversation between Jujian and Uchiha Ban was supposed to remain their secret, as it always had. But when he learned that the object of Izuna's affection was Rong Shutan, Jujian could no longer stay seated. Jujian rushed back overnight, exclaiming, Oh my, it's been so long since I've been home. Everything has changed so much. Rong Shutan spotted the first Hokage, and a reckless idea struck her. Actually, the records of our Huaxia clan mention that wood release can be used to build houses. Feigning ignorance, she muttered, If only I could use wood release. Yamato raising a house from scratch was no joke. It could house so many people. Wasn't that 100 times better than those makeshift shacks patched together? Big brother can do it. Wei Jian promptly threw his elder brother under the bus, pushing Zhu Jian toward Rong Shutan. Sister, big brother really can. Big brother has the most powerful wood-release technique. Hearing that Zhu Jian had arrived, Qianshou Feijian also emerged. What's going on? Seeing the formidable future second Hokage, Rong Shutan instinctively picked up Orochimaru and stepped back. Qianshou Zhujian was a simpleton easy to coax. But the future second Hokage Feijian, with his piercing eyes that seemed to see through hearts, was a different matter. He was sharp-minded and even invented various forbidden techniques. Rong Shutan considered him the most dangerous person. That's all for today. She raised her hand to exaggerate a yawn, then called out to Wei Jian and Xiao Banjian. I'm so sleepy. Third youngest, go wash your face and feet. The moment she finished, Qianshou Feijian said coldly, Before I came you had my brother build you a house. The moment I show up you hide. What are you afraid of? Rong Shutan, who merely felt a bit wary of him, replied, What nonsense are you spouting? A girl who's been taking care of children all day, can't she suddenly feel sleepy? Qianshou Feijian's brows furrowed deeper, his face dark. If Rong Shutan hadn't known that was just his personality, she would have felt she owed him something. Move aside. I need to wash up. With the system, she had even managed to get basic toiletries. How satisfying. Qianshou Feijian was no fool. He certainly noticed the changes in Wei Jian and Xiao Banjian. Suppressing the anger in his chest, Feijian spoke up. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Rong Shutan's face immediately showed a terrified expression of don't come and I refuse, which only enraged Feijian further, and he turned and left. After that lengthy build-up, the interruption by Feijian caused Zhu Jian to forget to tell Rong Shutan the information he had learned from Uchiha Madara. In the dead of night, the two brothers, one with a face that could freeze ice, the other utterly baffled. After hearing his elder brother let out a TSK for the umpteenth time, Feijian abruptly turned his head. Big brother. Stay away from me. Since you've talked to big brother, let me ask you, if Rong Shutan and Quan. The bull-cut-haired Zhu Jian immediately shut up his mind, quickly halting the words to avoid a beating. Oh, the spring water is quite cool and sweet. Remind me to have Wei Jian fetch more later. With that, Zhu Jian made a quick escape. This mouth of mine really stirs up trouble. Why did I have to mention anything to Feijian? Zhu Jian muttered all the way until he reached his father's tent. He had nearly slipped up just now. Although Feijian also despised war, he loathed the Uchiha clan with a burning passion. If he ever found out that a member of the Uchiha clan had taken a fancy to Rong Shutan, Feijian would crush him to pieces. But how did Rong Shutan manage to have lunch every day with her two younger brothers and that little fifth alongside Kwana? Uchiha Madara had told him everything, and thus Zhu Jian knew. The words Feijian left behind before departing nearly cost Rong Shutan a sleepless night. As she turned over again, Xiao Banjian, who had been listening intently while wiggling his little feet, crept over to her side. He said nothing but raised his hand and patted Rong Shutan rhythmically, just as she did when putting Xiao Wu to sleep. Turning her head to glance at the little one, Rong Shutan stopped moving, and gradually her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into slumber. The next morning, when Rong Shutan went out with her basin to fetch water for washing, she found the cold-faced man standing outside. On reflex, she tried to dodge back into the house, but behind her came the furious voice of the future second Hokage. How much longer do you want me to wait? Rong Shutan felt like throwing a harsh retort. But after careful thought, why should she hide from him? It's not like he could do anything to her. If you're here, why can't you just call out? Who knew when he had arrived? Without a word, Qianshou Feijian scooped up Rong Shutan and flew away from the spot. Hearing the commotion, Wei Jian came out to look, and recognizing it was his second brother, turned to call his younger sibling. Oldest, youngest, look. Second brother has taken sister flying away. Xiao Banjian rubbed his eyes and followed his third brother's gaze, but there was nothing to be seen. Arriving at an open space, Feijian set down Rong Shutan, who was still holding the basin. I've developed a new jutsu that will be useful to you. Learn a few hand seals and you can use it when you're in danger. Suddenly singled out Rong Shutan was a little scared. Are you forgetting that I don't have chakra? Rong Shutan knew he didn't want her to be a burden. I've been diligently learning taijutsu with Wei Jian. I can definitely protect myself now, just watch. Setting down the basin, Rong Shutan performed a decent routine for the future second Hokage. No joke, she had a background in dance and had received a higher education. She was no frail constitution. As long as she put in the hard work, she could learn it quickly. Fujian's brow was so tightly knit that a fly could be crushed between them as if he was holding something back. Rong Shutan dared not act clever any longer, and said respectfully, "Alright then, you talk, I'll learn." When it came to the research ability of the second Hokage, no one in the entire Naruto world could match him. As for the later Orochimaru, he was still drinking milk now. Fortunately, Fujian hadn't lost patience, and quickly demonstrated the hand seals. "Like this, try it." Rong Shutan shut her eyes tightly and said gently, "Brother, not everyone is a genius like you. Please slow down, thank you." Rong Shutan really wanted to remind him again. She has no chakra. From Fujian's grave expression, she sensed danger, and desperately wanted to learn immediately. She didn't even dare blink, staring intently at his every move. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. Rong Shutan earnestly imitated Qianshou Fujian, and finally her efforts paid off. She earned the approval of the future second Hokage. "You've learned the hand seals. Now I'll pass you my chakra. This technique has a name, it's called stupid." Rong Shutan raised a hand to stop Fujian, and offered a sincere suggestion. "From what you're saying, it seems this technique was developed specifically for me." After all, wasn't she the only person around him without chakra? "I don't think you need to give it a name. It couldn't be any worse than Minato Namikaze's naming skills. Starting with stupid, what good suffix could follow?" Fujian refused to admit it was designed for her. "It's so you won't hold Weijian and Banjian back." With a stern face, Fujian followed Rong Shutan's advice and directly transmitted chakra to her. Rong Shutan had never experienced such a miraculous sensation. "Wow! It's cool." On a hot summer night when you can't sleep, having a surge of chakra flowing into your body couldn't be better. "Don't talk. Focus on absorbing it." Those emotionless words reached her ears. Rong Shutan silently moved her lips but dared not make a sound, then obediently accepted the powerful chakra from the future second Hokage. After it was done, Rong Shutan cheerfully performed hand seals toward the distance, and witnessed an unbelievable scene. She could actually execute the water-release water dragon bullet technique. By performing hand seals, she summoned a torrent of water, forming a water dragon that surged forward and sent enemies flying into the distance. If Rong Shutan brought these skills back to the modern world, she would be undeniably awesome. No, she did not yearn to return to that world. Yet this still could not dampen Rong Shutan's excitement. "I'm so incredible. I can actually use attack techniques." Fujian had been watching her for quite some time. Seeing her rejoicing blindly, he scoffed. "Mere water release. After you use it a few times and realize its power is not that formidable, come to me and I will teach you chakra." His words made Rong Shutan laugh. "You're like my battery. When I run out of power, you recharge me." As for the many unfamiliar words she uttered, Fujian did not bother to dwell on them. Just like yesterday when she proactively brought up wood release and used the excuse of ancient texts. Do not think he would believe it. Ow! Suddenly, as if a steel needle had pierced her arm, Rong Shutan turned to the person who had let go of her right hand. "What are you doing?" Qianshou Fujian remained expressionless. "When your life hangs by a thread, form this seal and it will keep you alive." Rong Shutan did not yet realize that Fujian was marking her. Hastily she tried to learn the new hand seal he was demonstrating. Slow down, slow down. This one requires 4 seals. I'm going to confuse it with the previous one." Fujian kept a dark expression throughout, and demonstrated a few more times until Rong Shutan finally got it. Carrying the basin, Rong Shutan was led back by Fujian. She was already accustomed to this. "Sister, what did you do that took so long?" Weijian asked with eager anticipation. He had even prepared milk powder for the 2 younger brothers, and they had already eaten breakfast. Weijian would never tell his sister that today, while she was away, he had not drunk the milk powder. He disliked the flavor. Fujian's face was taut, arms crossed. It was evident that the 2 younger brothers were much healthier and more cheerful than before. "Did you train today? Have you mastered the new ninjutsu I taught you?" Weijian had not mastered it, of course. "I've been trying. If 1 month was insufficient, he would use 2. If 2 months still left him unskilled, he would persist for 3. One day he would become as formidable as second brother." Fujian said no more and walked toward where the clan's men were gathered. After that day, Rong Shutan led Weijian and Banjian along with this. She wanted to wait by the river for Qianai. If he did not appear, they would eat there on their own. On the 4th day, Yuzhibo Ban appeared by the riverside again. Lord Ban was not like Qianai, he would not arrive early. By the time he came, Rong Shutan and the others were almost done eating. Looking up at the sudden visitor, Rong Shutan nearly dropped her chopsticks in shock. For no other reason, she noticed that the original 50 above Yuzhibo Ban's head had now become 300. His mood was far too volatile. She had not seen him at all recently. Rong Shutan was unaware of how reluctant Yuzhibo Ban was to make this trip. Come here tomorrow night to see Qianai and bring them along. His infuriating younger brother had told him to relay that. But he had omitted the small request to be more amiable. The Uchiha clan planned to launch a night raid against the Senju clan. He had not even told Hashirama about this. They shared an unspoken understanding. This was a matter of two clans, and they could not make the decision. Rong Shutan nodded repeatedly, then timidly picked up the chopsticks reserved for Qianai. Have you eaten? Would you like some? The favorability number above Yuzhibo Ban's head began to fluctuate. Rong Shutan's heart was about to burst. As she anticipated whether it would rise or fall, that thing suddenly went still. It stayed at 300. Such inexplicable behavior made Rong Shutan want to summon the system and demand clarification. No need, farewell. With those words, Yuzhibo Ban turned to leave, but Rong Shutan hastily stood up holding Dishiwan and picked up the brown paper bag. This is for Qianai, please deliver it to him. Knowing Kwanai's fondness for good food, Yuzhibo Ban understood that he was craving this treat. He awkwardly said, "Thank you," and then vanished from the spot. Yuzhibo Ban was already far away, so Rong Shutan did not see the favorability number above his head change again. 0 Aya. After such difficulty, it's finally no longer negative. The system which had suddenly appeared left Rong Shutan bewildered. What's no longer negative? Indeed, Yuzhibo Ban is unpredictable. At its worst it was only 200, but just now it suddenly shot up to 300. What does he mean? I don't know about that. Anyway, it's 0 now. Keep up the effort. Rong Shutan saw a glimmer of hope. Really? You're not messing with me? You're already in this state, what do I have to fool you about? Rong Shutan thought for a moment, and realized he was right. Then I want to know how much favorability with Lord Ban is considered mission success. The system hesitated, and Rong Shutan had a bad feeling. After about 5 seconds, the system silently answered her question. 10,000 points. Carrying Dishiwan and calling Weijian and Xiabanjian, Rong Shutan walked home with a smile on her face. The ignored system, feeling sheepish, held its forehead, and after a long pause told her. Don't you see how much it jumps? Today you did nothing and it increased by 300. If you directly make him improve his opinion of you, wouldn't it go up by thousands? Rong Shutan didn't believe its nonsense. She turned to listen to Weijian. I wonder if Brother Qianai will like today's rice with toppings and sour plum juice. Qianai had never tasted this before, so Rong Shutan said, Well, ask him when we see him tomorrow night. The system became sentimental and started playing the sympathy card. You still have delicious food while I'm still working. To provide you with good food every day, I'm now deeply in debt. Ancestor, just hurry up and complete the mission. When we get the bonus, I'll be able to pay off my debts. A favorability score of 10,000 points. Let whoever wants to grind it do so. Rong Shutan lay back in resignation. Punish me, kill me, I don't want to live anymore. Rong Shutan seemed to hear the system weeping. I was being greedy, aiming for the highest bonus. If it's not feasible, we can settle for the second tier bonus of 5,000 affinity, that's 300 million. Wait. Rong Shutan suddenly felt energized. So you can choose the mission level. 300 million. Is that in renminbi as I understand it? Is your currency worthless, or is there some trick? The system, seeing her covetousness, immediately began to explain its services. We have no inflation here. It's just that our mission is challenging, so the bonus is higher. The system did not tell Rong Shutan that no one human or system had ever chosen this mission before. It was one of the highest level assignments. Since they had come this far, Rong Shutan and the system disdained smaller tasks and opted for this one. Otherwise, how would the system dare to keep running up debts for them to enjoy fine food? Kept in the dark, Rong Shutan thought. It is indeed challenging to win over Uchiha Madara, but what was the bonus for the one you mentioned earlier? The system had given up its delusions. Let's forget that one. It's 100,000 affinity points, and even a 10 billion reward would be useless. By then they wouldn't be able to spend that much, it would just be a string of numbers. Bro. 5000 affinity gets 300 million but 10000 affinity gives 10 billion. Why such a huge difference in bonus for just half the affinity? The system was amenable. Well, you see, the further you go the harder it gets. Rong Shutan pondered and agreed. Then let's go for 300 million first. Fine, we'll start with 300 million. After coming to an agreement, Rong Shutan began to devise ways to boost Uchiha Madara's affinity. She trusted the system, but she couldn't fathom how Uchiha Madara's affinity increased. Meeting him seemed to lower it. Could it be that if she stayed out of his sight, and quietly did things, Lord Madara's affinity would rise? She wished for Izuna to recover quickly. She couldn't appear before Lord Madara again, even though it was never her initiative. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, Izuna's injuries were more severe than imagined. His father Uchiha Taijima had just visited him, and then went to discuss tactics with the main combatants. Uchiha Madara returned this time without hurling the craft paper bag at Izuna. Are you deliberately refusing to recover? The life and death struggle with the Senju clan was no longer the true desire in their hearts. If Izuna could get out of bed, he would undoubtedly lead the assault on the Senju clan tomorrow night. Weary of such days, Izuna had begged his elder brother deceive Rong Shutan, and arranged for her to take the two boys and a baby away from the most dangerous place tomorrow night. Meanwhile, in the Senju clan there was no shortage of elite warriors, and they received news of unusual movements from the Uchiha clan. Senju Butsuma ordered everyone to perform their duties and strengthen vigilance. With the help of his two sons, he quickly devised a counterattack plan. After leaving Senju Butsuma, Hashirama went to visit Rong Shutan. The house was empty and the children were not there. Hashirama recalled what Uchiha Madara had told him. He set off along the path where Rong Shutan and the others might return. Brother, where are you going? At this time the Senju clan simply couldn't afford to have anyone leave. Hashirama scratched his bull-cut head, pretending to be clueless. Ahaha, recently Wajima and Itama have been training too hard. I told them to come back early. Tobirama frowned deeply. Before he could say more, Hashirama had already left. Remembering he had informed that foolish woman of the life-saving method, Tobirama didn't linger, and went to attend to other matters. That night every Senju was on high alert. Even Wajima and little Itama sensed something wrong. Brother must be lying, someone must be coming to provoke us. Wajima spoke bluntly. At that moment Rong Shutan recalled Uchiha Madara's words. He had said that Izuna conveyed a message: meet at the riverbank tomorrow night. Even though Rong Shutan suspected it wasn't tonight but tomorrow, she dared not rashly inform anyone. Alright, there's nothing we can do. With so many people protecting us outside, let's get a good night's sleep. Wajima was full of fighting spirit. Sister, take the younger ones to sleep. They'll guard you here. With a kunai in hand, Rong Shutan didn't know whether to feel pity for the child's premature sensitivity and maturity, or to smile at his naivety. Your brothers are outside, aren't you reassured? This is the safest place. Yet deep down Rong Shutan was still afraid. After all, the Uchiha clan, now allied with the Hagoromo clan, posed a formidable challenge to the Senju. Many feared the arrival of tomorrow, yet wished it would pass quickly. No one liked battle, but if they didn't fight in this era, they would end up as corpses in others' hands. This was an age of survival of the fittest, a territorial struggle where the weak submitted to the strong, and the strong guarded against the emergence of even stronger foes. The night passed peacefully. Having stayed vigilant without sleep, Senju Butsuma summoned his strongest combatants, and assigned them to different areas. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan prepared for a fight to the death. The next day Wajima trained even harder in the ninjutsu taught by his elder brothers, and little Itama, no longer idle, clumsily attempted to follow suit. Thanks to Uchiha Madara's message yesterday, Rong Shutan and the others did not go to the river during the day. The system came to deliver food and was curious. The atmosphere feels off. Rong Shutan knew there was fighting in the Naruto world, but when it was so close she failed to remain as calm as she had envisioned. Leave quickly, don't disturb my thinking. She was still debating whether to tell Hashirama that the Uchiha clan would likely attack tonight. The system, being stubborn, was in the mood to chat. What's the issue? Tell me, I'll help you analyze. Rong Shutan blurted out. You can't help me with this. A battle is about to break out, and there will be casualties on both sides. Throughout history they had fought countless times with alternating victories and defeats. According to the original plot, it would only end after both clan leaders died and Hashirama and Madara founded Konoha village together. Hearing Rong Shutan's words, the system indeed stopped dawdling. Then I really can't help but don't forget to boost that wave of affinity. At a time like this she wants to build goodwill. Am I insane, or are you the one with the problem? I'm trying to stay out of sight and you want me to waltz right into the open. Are you trying to get me killed so you can find a new host? The system fell silent. In truth, the system had accompanied many hosts before, most of whom held different views, far more dedicated to their missions and far more industrious than it. They were utterly ruthless in their pursuit of profit, stopping at nothing. To those hosts, these were merely NPCs in a game bearing no connection to them whatsoever. Over time the system grew numb. But then it encountered Rong Shutan, at its most world-weary, its most sluggish, its most dispirited, its most cynical, its most disillusioned moment. What are you thinking? I'm still drowning in debt because of you. Get on with your mission. How can you not earn goodwill when a fight breaks out? You've got the system protecting you. Find Uchiha Madara, tell him you despise war, urge him to reach an agreement with Hashirama and maintain peace. How could he not develop goodwill for you? That was exactly what Madara longed for. Izuna's injury had made him even more terrified of losing his only remaining brother, and he yearned to create a utopia without conflict. Rong Shutan was half convinced. Are you sure this will work? The system was extraordinarily earnest for the first time, showing such dedication to a mission. Can't you trust me? Believe in the system's protection. Even if you fail, you can start over. We've already been in the negative by 300. What's the worst that could happen? Will he drive it down to 10000? Rong Shutan mulled over the system's words, and after much hesitation she decided to go inform Hashirama. Being fully prepared was certainly better than going in blind. Moving around in the Senju clan's territory was still safe for now. To find Hashirama faster, Rong Shutan left Orochimaru behind, had Kawurama stand guard, and went out with Itama. Just tell me where your eldest brother might be. Itama leaped onto a tree branch, occasionally scanning the surroundings, while Rong Shutan ran on the ground chasing after his footsteps. When they encountered other ninjas they recognized Itama, and said nothing, silently watching the foolishly bustling Rong Shutan. It wasn't until they ran into the central figure Tobirama Senju that Itama stopped. Sister, big brother isn't in these places. Upon hearing his fourth brother's words, Tobirama glanced disapprovingly at the sweaty, foolish woman. The area was too vast, even with Itama guiding her. Rong Shutan felt dizzy. Let's call it off, little one. Come down. We're giving up. Giving up what? The future second Hokage crossed his arms and stared at Rong Shutan. After catching her breath she waved him over. There were many hidden ninjas nearby. Did she think she wasn't aware? Tobirama was somewhat resistant to her approach, but he knew she had something to say, so he tilted his head slightly in response to her gesture. Rong Shutan. She stood on tiptoes, struggling to reach his ear. Having run for so long her legs were weak, so she raised both arms and hooked them around his neck, leaning close to whisper. I had a dream yesterday. A deity told me the Uchiha clan will launch an attack tonight. Be careful. She had originally meant to tell Hashirama, but since she couldn't find him, telling Tobirama was just as good. He was more perceptive. Even if he didn't believe her, he would be on guard. Many thought that since nothing happened last night, tonight would also be a false alarm. That mindset was dangerous. The foolish woman before him, who had quickly let go and stood properly, left Tobirama still crossing his arms, his face tense. Turning to little Itama, Tobirama said disapprovingly, Didn't I tell you not to run around? Itama quickly hid behind Rong Shutan. Having seen through this heartless man, Rong Shutan picked up the timid youngest and walked away. Don't blame him. I insisted on dragging him out. She had delivered her message. Wasn't that enough? Did she think she enjoyed running here to tell him? But before Rong Shutan could take a few steps with the youngest in her arms, a familiar sensation hit. Tobirama grabbed Itama with one hand and hooked his other arm around Rong Shutan's waist, swiftly sending them both back to her shabby little hut. Rong Shutan patted the non-existent dust off her clothes, grumpily stepping into the house. Itama gazed at his second brother in admiration. Second brother, why is your face red? The future second Hokage, never having been so intimately approached by a woman, looked even more grim, almost scolding little Itama. Hearing this inside, Rong Shutan immediately popped out. Don't you have important things to attend to? Why are you still lingering here? She had already told him the crucial matter. Why did he have to meddle and send them back? Humph. Rong Shutan pulled Itama into the broken house, and soon the voice of Kawurama came from inside. Sister. While you were gone, the summoning beast came to deliver something again. It had appeared out of thin air, right at the spot where she received her daily deliveries. Tobirama, who had already decided to leave, heard the words, summoning beast, and his brows furrowed, visible anger forming at the corners of his brow. He knew Rong Shutan's identity was suspicious, but his elder brother had said with a smile, "Why be so serious? What does she stand to gain? So far she hasn't harbored any ill intentions, that's enough." Tobirama had taken it to heart, and also seen it with his own eyes. "Why are you still here? So idle. Got nothing to do?" Rong Shutan suddenly popped out, and yelled at the still-standing Tobirama. Both Kawurama and Itama inside the house were startled into hiding. In their memory, no one had ever dared to shout at their second brother. Not even their father. After all, their second brother was too powerful, having created so many jutsu, and would make people suffer without a word. Tobirama stared at her for a few moments, let out a heavy cold "Humph," and vanished from the spot. As night deepened, Rong Shutan's unease grew stronger. Recalling the system's words, she put the three children to sleep and snuck out alone. She wanted to find Uchiha Madara and hopefully earn some goodwill. This act was somewhat suicidal, but the system had said she had its protection. She had to trust the system. All was silent, suggesting the Uchiha clan hadn't moved yet. Rong Shutan groped in the dark toward a source of light. She was terrified. Though she didn't think the Uchiha clan would strike at the most conspicuous spot, she still needed to get closer to where the fighting was most likely to break out. Just as Rong Shutan was hesitating over which path to take, a disturbing commotion sounded from afar. There were clashes of weapons and signs of ninjutsu being unleashed. Suddenly a spot lit up brightly. Rong Shutan guessed it was a fire release technique from the Uchiha clan. As more and more patches of flickering firelight appeared, Rong Shutan steeled herself and ran toward the widest expanse of flames. To successfully locate Madara, this clumsy method was the only one she could think of. After all, among the Uchiha, only Madara could cause such massive destruction. Luck was on her side. Whether due to her low presence, her weakness, or her cautiousness, the two warring factions somehow failed to notice her. Indeed, as soon as she sensed something amiss with the sounds of battle, she fled. Unless someone appeared right in front of her, no one could detect her. Swoosh! In an instant, the frowning future Second Hokage materialized right before her eyes, poised in an attack stance. Their eyes met. Rong Shutan noticed that his face had become even darker. Just as she thought she was about to be scolded, Xianqiu Feijian ruthlessly pushed her several jang away. Immediately after, flames burst forth. Rong Shutan scrambled up from the ground, but the spot was already empty of any figure, as if it had all been just an illusion. Logically speaking, after such an ordeal, Rong Shutan should have felt fear and a desire to retreat. Yet perversely, she grew even more eager to find Yuzhibo-ban quickly. In the time that followed, Rong Shutan nervously explored several places. Seeing anyone she didn't recognize, she would hide and move away until she heard a roar that sounded like Xianqiu Zujian's voice. "Ban! This is not the world we want." Yuzhibo-ban's heart was also conflicted, but the person he was tasked with today was Yujian, and he only wanted to have a satisfying fight with him. "Save your nonsense. Show me your real skill." Only a well-matched opponent makes a fight exciting. Watching from the scene, Rong Shutan's blood boiled with excitement. It was a pity that both of them were too strong, and she could not get close. In fact, the very second Rong Shutan set foot on this land, Yujian and Ban both sensed someone approaching. She was too weak to be worth mentioning, so the two of them paid her no heed. They fought with such fury that the sky turned dark, growing fiercer and fiercer with no sign of stopping. Rong Shutan pondered how she could earn favor with Uncle Ban. Dom! The opportunity came as it was spoken. Yuzhibo-ban collapsed with a thud while Zhujian still stood at a distance. "Ban, give up. Neither of us can defeat the other." Just as Zhujian was speaking to Yuzhibo-ban, who lay on the ground, the main combat forces of the Yui family, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly appeared and attacked Zhujian en masse. How could this be? This was a dirty trick. Without a second word, Rong Shutan charged forward. She firmly believed that she had the system to protect her. Yuzhibo-ban, still recovering from Zhujian's fierce blow, had not yet regained his composure. Just as he tried to muster his strength, his internal injuries prevented him from moving. He watched as someone else acted faster than him. Though weak, she still drew the attention of those scoundrels. Rong Shutan, lacking any real combat experience, was spotted by the Yui clan members before she could even get close to Zhujian, and they attacked her. In desperation, Rong Shutan mentally called out to the system while recalling the hand signs for the water release that Feijian had taught her. When she completed the final seal, all those attacking her were struck and sent flying several meters away. Now the previously unnoticed Rong Shutan drew attention. The Yui clan members on the periphery waiting to take their turn attacking Zhujian quickly reacted, and two of them leaped out to strike her. At this moment Yuzhibo Ban had weathered the period of immobility. Zhujian was not weak either, but when he realized that the newcomer was Rong Shutan, he hastily shouted to her, "Go back. There's no need for your help here. Apart from Ban, the Yui clan are nothing but ants." With the enemies right in front of her, Rong Shutan was still hoping for the system's protection. "Focus on your own fight. Don't worry about me." She was responding to Zhujian's concern. In truth, Yuzhibo Ban could spare a moment to help her, but the Yuzhibo family and the Yui family were allies, so he could not intervene. Rong Shutan frantically fumbled through her moves, repelling one ninja only to have another immediately take his place. Just as Zhujian intended to block a blow for her, Rong Shutan swiftly formed the life-preserving seal that Feijian had later taught her, and did not forget to threaten those attacking Zhujian. "They'll go get reinforcements. You're all dead." Yuzhibo Ben never expected that Rong Shutan could actually use the teleportation jutsu. Meanwhile, Qianshou Feijian, who had been overwhelmingly dominating the enemy, instantly calmed his earlier impatience upon seeing the clumsy woman suddenly appear beside him. He subdued the opponent with a single move, scooped up Rong Shutan, and flew toward her dwelling place. Rong Shutan hadn't expected that the life-preserving technique Feijian mentioned was this. Realizing she was saved, she quickly shouted to him, "Don't send me away. Don't send me away. Your brother is in danger." He was fighting Yuzhibo Ban unknown, but then the Yui clan suddenly appeared and are attacking him from all sides. "Go and help your brother." "Bothersome." Feijian dismissed her with just 2 words, his face full of displeasure, but he still sent her back. Rong Shutan was frantic with worry. "Go to Zhujian's side quickly." Feijian paused, then vanished on the spot with a dark expression. The system, which had been watching from the sidelines for a long time, finally dared to appear. "Awesome. Awesome. Host, you're amazing. Yuzhibo Ban's favorability has directly reached 3000. What did you just do? Tell me about it." Rong Shutan became furious upon hearing the system's voice. "What about the promised system protection? It's not even as reliable as Qianshou Feijian. If not for the 2 moves Feijian had taught her, she would have lost her life there." Faced with Rong Shutan's roar, the system showed no guilt at all. Oh dear, it wasn't a critical moment yet. But having suddenly gained 3000 favorability points, Rong Shutan was also puzzled. "I didn't do anything to Yuzhibo Ban just now. Could it be that by holding back a few Yui clan members and indirectly helping Zhujian, I made Yuzhibo Ban, who doesn't like others interfering, happy? Keep it up." Rong Shutan was still muttering. "But Uncle Ban's favorability is just too baffling." Meanwhile, Feijian rushed over, and facing the backbone of the Yui clan, he furrowed his brows slightly. The Yui clan members had not expected that woman, whose strength was even inferior to a child's, had actually brought reinforcements. What's more, it was the insane research fanatic of the Qianshou clan. Yuzhibo Ben seized the moment to shout, "If you don't want to die here, retreat immediately." Zhujian and Feijian working together were absolutely not to be underestimated, even if they were prepared to fight to the death. But knowing the outcomes, still foolishly throwing away one's life, that was sheer stupidity. It was not until the Yuzhibo clan and the Yui clan returned to their territory, and someone mentioned this episode, that a question was raised. Did Qianshou Feijian develop some strange new ninjutsu? Otherwise, why did he appear so quickly? In this era of warfare, victory depended on seizing the moment and catching the enemy off guard. For the time being, Yuzhibo Ban was also puzzled, so he went to find Qianai. "How did you come to know Rong Shutan?" That woman clearly had no chakra, yet she could use ninjutsu. Qianai choked, and his eyes began to wander. "Tell the truth." Uchiha Madara understood well that his brother had a gentle personality, unlike other Uchiha clan members, possessing a selfless spirit of dedication to others. Under duress, Izuna finally revealed the whole story. At that moment, the system, which was not with Rong Shutan, suddenly brightened up. Suddenly completing the task was an incredible surprise. The host's account immediately received 300 million, and the system could not wait to rush to Rong Shutan's side. At this very moment Rong Shutan was being lectured. Is that a place you should go? When they found you were missing, Wakana and Ban Jian went out to look for you. If something happened, could you bear the consequences? I've told you countless times not to run around, especially knowing tonight is dangerous. She even held on to his neck while saying those words, ultimately reminding him to be careful. You can disregard your own safety but do not implicate others. Tobirama. This was a bit hard for people to accept. Senju Hashirama quickly stepped in to mediate. Rong Shutan, he didn't mean it that way. Tobirama is just too worried about you. Rong Shutan had a very good attitude. I know, I accept the lesson. If she were a bit more sincere, Tobirama might soften up a little. Seeing her take it lightly with a cheeky smile, the veins on Tobirama's forehead bulged. Hashirama sensed the situation was not right, and quickly pulled Tobirama away. It's getting late. Thankfully today was without danger. Rong Shutan, you should hurry and get them to rest. The three little ones had already been awakened, especially Wakana and Banjian, who stood in the corner, their eyes wide open watching their older brothers. What shocked them the most was that sister Rong Shutan also joined the battle. When Hashirama took Tobirama away, Wakana and Banjian rushed to her side. Sister. How could you not call us? They both wanted to contribute to the Senju clan. Orochimaru was lying there kicking his legs playfully. Rong Shutan had nothing to be proud of, she didn't consider it a false alarm. Stop saying that. It's all my fault for being careless. If it weren't for your second brother's foresight, I wouldn't have returned today. Once again she despised the system protection. Rong Shutan sensed a hint of something unusual, but since the system remained silent she didn't say anything further. Having been frightened heavily and exhausted all her chakra, Rong Shutan soon fell into a deep sleep. The system, seeing the host struggling, decided to save that 300 million for her and planned to treat her to a feast tomorrow. With money everything becomes much more convenient. To be honest, the system did not expect that one of the most difficult tasks would be completed by Rong Shutan so easily. As for whether Uchiha Madara's favorability would decrease afterwards, that was not something it needed to worry about. It had submitted the task and closed the favorability progress bar. In the empty forest, Tobirama was still furious, crossing his arms and ignoring the incessant chatter from Hashirama. Don't mention it. I only realized today that she truly has extraordinary courage and ambition. If it weren't for Rong Shutan, who knows who would win between me and the Yuhi clan. Look, you came to support me because of her. If they attacked me in turns, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Not to mention there's also Madara nearby who could strike at any time. Speaking of which, Tobirama's expression became even more displeased. Has she met Uchiha Madara before? Hashirama pretended to be confused. I don't know. She eats with Izuna and the others every day. Uchiha Madara only went once on behalf of Izuna. Who knows, perhaps Rong Shutan will be a sister-in-law to Uchiha Madara in the future. Thinking of this, Hashirama glanced at his younger brother. Tobirama, Rong Shutan is taking care of Wakana and Banjian for us, which is actually a great help. Look how much easier our father has been lately without needing to distract us. Rong Shutan even encourages them to study hard. Where could we find such a good girl? Tobirama's expression darkened further. What does Big Brother want to say? Well, Hashirama, seeing his brother's fierce gaze, gave up on encouraging him. Nothing, I just felt like saying something. Tobirama thought to himself, you can keep talking. If it weren't for that foolish woman, how could he have gone to such lengths to develop a technique that could transfer chakra to ordinary people? He even forced himself to complete the Shrank space-time ninjutsu that was supposed to take years ahead of schedule. Not knowing the weight of things, she even dared to block his older brother's attack. But Tobirama, you shouldn't always have a stern face toward Rong Shutan. If it weren't for her today, I would have had a fierce battle. Rong Shutan timely restrained the Yuhi clan, giving him the most precious adjustment time, and also made those people hesitate. On the battlefield, these factors are extremely important. If she had hesitated even a little, considering her own safety and acting slowly, I wouldn't have been so lucky to wait for you. Faced with his older brother's endless praise, Tobirama's expression did not improve at all. Big Brother should think about how to explain this to father later. With the net spread wide, Uchiha Madara could have escaped, and Tobirama seriously suspected that his older brother had let Uchiha Madara off. Hashirama began to explain. It's not that I wanted to abandon my clan. Uchiha Madara brought far more people than I did. If I didn't lead him away from the trap, it would have been you who suffered. With a heavy cold snort, Tobirama said with a grim face, "Leave this for father to hear." After saying that, Tobirama disappeared on the spot, not knowing where he went. Hashirama scratched his head, relieved that the casualties on both sides were not too severe. The Uchiha clan and the Yuhi clan retreated in time, and the precious people were still there. The sleeping Rong Shutan had no idea that someone outside was pondering and struggling for a long time, ultimately deciding not to enter and leaving her place. Tobirama wanted to transmit more chakra to her, and the marking had already been used, so he needed to mark her again. Only then could she instantly teleport to his side in case of an emergency. Considering that if he admonished her in front of her she would act recklessly, Tobirama ultimately suppressed his anger and spared Rong Shutan this time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye Rong Shutan had been in the Naruto world for 3 whole years. It was also the year she feared the most. Because now Wakana and Banjian were also starting to go to the battlefield, and according to the original plot development, Wakana would be surrounded and killed this year. On this day, Rong Shutan specifically asked the system for a birthday cake to celebrate Wakana's 7th birthday. "Thank you, sister. This is the best thing I've ever eaten." There was also a table full of dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables, both hot and cold, and even Buddha jumps over the wall. Rong Shutan was so moved that she almost shed tears. Little Banjian. Oh no, he could no longer be called Little Banjian now. He was well-nourished, taller, and sturdier than the 11 or 12-year-olds in the clan. The youngest tiptoed to take a bite of the cake, and quietly moved to Rong Shutan's side to tell her, if only Uchiha Izuna could eat it too. The friendship formed over meals has lasted until now. The youngest has never sweet-talked and called Izuna brother, while the third Wakana habitually calls Izuna brother when he sees him, even more so than calling his own brother. Little Orochimaru, having received cake from his third brother, waddled over to Rong Shutan and tugged at her. Rong Shutan told the youngest leave a little, for Izuna squatted down and looked at the now 3-year-old Orochimaru. Wow. Our little 5 is the most thoughtful. The fair-skinned Orochimaru held the plate with one hand and used the small fork on the plate to dig a piece of cake, bringing it to Rong Shutan's mouth. Taking the cake from the small fork, Rong Shutan let Orochimaru eat it himself. Seeing her eating with joy, Orochimaru tiptoed and planted a kiss on Rong Shutan's cheek. Once Orochimaru sat down and began to focus on eating the cake, the youngest mimicked Orochimaru and also gave Rong Shutan a bite. Wakana, having divided the cake, unwilling to be outdone, came over holding Rong Shutan's face and also gave her a bite. When Hashirama and Tobirama entered, they saw the joyful scene of Rong Shutan. "You all ate cake and kissed me, trying to turn me into a painted cat, aren't you?" Hashirama ran over to Rong Shutan with a grin, and Tobirama raised his hand to grab his unruly older brother and tossed him out. When Hashirama crawled back, hay and grass were stuck in his hair. "Oh come on, it's all in the family. We are all brothers. Rong Shutan can't be biased." Banjian glanced at his older brother and continued to eat his. Wakana said sternly, "Big brother, you are already too big. This is a gift from the younger brothers to the sister. You and second brother can't have any." Hashirama feigned dejection for a long time. Now looking at Senju, Hashirama and Tobirama, Rong Shutan wanted to hit the wall. The watermelon head is gone forever. Hashirama has long straight black hair paired with the Senju clan's signature forehead protector, making him undeniably handsome. Especially with a strong personality no one could resist. As for that cold-faced monster, the future second generation, Rong Shutan ignored him and walked over to the joking Hashirama. "Today's little birthday star specially saved the best and most delicious piece for you in the middle. Hurry up and taste if it's sweet." In this world, being able to eat cake, they should be thankful to Rong Shutan. Little Banjian, seeing his second brother pitifully ignored by everyone, walked over with his small cake. As a result, Tobirama thought he was provoking him and deliberately ate in front of him, frowning tightly. The youngest Banjian, sensing his second brother's anger, hurriedly brought Orochimaru to the side. "Little 5 wants second brother to eat." "Wait a moment, fourth brother will cut the cake for second brother." When Rong Shutan looked at Tobirama, she couldn't help but feel that he was becoming more and more strange. However, she still had a request. "Well, it's almost that time again, could you help me one more time?" She felt a bit embarrassed saying this. After arriving in the world of Naruto, she had not had her period for several months, thinking that perhaps crossing over meant she would be free from such troubles. Unexpectedly, during one occasion in the hot springs, she stained the water red. After searching for a long time, no one could figure out who was injured, and eventually Rong Shutan realized it was her fault. Senju Tobirama also used some technique, and as long as she was touched a few times by him, she wouldn't bleed anymore. It was quite miraculous. While other female ninjas could use chakra to push the red liquid back into their bodies, enhancing their terrifying energy, her little chakra had to be conserved, and she had no other option but to seek help from the grumpy Tobirama. "Look at you, I could at least get you some sanitary pads from the system," she thought. Ever since Rong Shutan completed the task of raising Ben Yes favorability, the system and Rong Shutan had been enjoying a lazy life for 3 years. In front of Tobirama, Rong Shutan couldn't let her mind wander, and she took a moment to ask the system, "Where did I discard the ones I used? Did some pervert take them for research? My existence is already curious enough. You are the most powerful summoning beast here, don't you know?" The system puffed up with pride. "Well, just look at who completed the most impossible task in the shortest time." Tobirama glared at Rong Shutan's arm, barely looking her in the eyes. "You'll only speak properly when you need me." Rong Shutan didn't know why, but she felt like arguing with Tobirama. However, since it was the birthday of the third child today, she didn't want to create an unpleasant atmosphere and put on her most amiable smile. "How could that be? You must be overthinking it." Only then did Tobirama lift his gaze to look at her. Rong Shutan smiled even more earnestly. "Shall we do it after dinner?" Perhaps hearing the dirty jokes from outside, Tobirama's ears inexplicably turned red upon hearing Rong Shutan's words. Lowering his head, Tobirama found his spot. Over these 3 years, Hashirama had built her a small wooden house using wood release techniques during the ceasefire between the two factions in accordance with Rong Shutan's wishes. The area wasn't particularly large, but it was enough for her to accommodate 3 boys. The aim was to be inconspicuous with a smaller target, making it relatively safer. With a genuine home, Rong Shutan felt more motivated. She kept the house tidy, warm, and comfortable. Occasionally the 2 brothers would come over for a meal, each having their own designated spot. Waka couldn't wait to divide the cake, and the few of them gathered to eat. As for Rong Shutan, the summoning beast capable of producing various delicious foods, Tobirama had chosen to ignore how it worked. His big brother had said that as long as she had no malicious intent, it was fine. To be honest, the food was quite delicious, satisfying even someone like him who wasn't greedy. However, thinking about how Uchiha Izuna could eat different delicacies every day, he felt a bit displeased as he glanced at the 2 younger brothers and the one they had picked up. No one knew why he suddenly turned unhappy while eating. Rong Shutan kindly offered him a piece of sweet and sour ribs that he couldn't reach, saying, "You like this, eat more." Rong Shutan hadn't intentionally noticed this, she was simply observant of everyone's food preferences. Thinking about how she might give food to Uchiha Izuna, Tobirama lowered his head and gnawed on the ribs, planning to give that guy a good beating during their training tomorrow. Little did the clan leaders know their sons had already become friends who shared everything and often practiced together. All of this was thanks to Rong Shutan and Senju Hashirama. After a heartfelt conversation, Rong Shutan convinced Hashirama to let Izuna meet Tobirama. From initial resistance to mutual disdain, then to admiration for each other, and finally to an indescribable entanglement, all in Rong Shutan's eyes, everything was developing positively. "Serve yourself. You're not a child anymore." The sound of Rong Shutan's voice reached his ears, and Tobirama noticed Little Five extending a snake-like hand to serve himself a piece of lion's head. She didn't serve food to just anyone. Thinking of this, the future Second Hokage's expression improved slightly. Just slightly. Moreover, since it was Waka's birthday today, she had said that this was a very important day, which was why she invited him and his big brother over for dinner. On such an important day, they had not gone to meet Uchiha Izuna, which made Tobirama's mood a bit better. "Did something happy happen to you today, second brother?" Waka, being straightforward, asked immediately upon noticing. Several pairs of eyes turned to Tobirama. He had initially wanted to scold them as usual, but remembering it was his birthday, he changed the topic. "It's big brother who's happy." Hashirama suddenly called out, chewed his crispy bone even more happily, pointing at himself. Tobirama smirked slightly, and Hashirama understood immediately, swallowing his food to inform the unaware Rong Shutan and the younger brothers. "I'm going to get married. The bride is from the Uzumaki clan, skilled in sealing techniques." This news excited Rong Shutan. "Then congratulations to you, Uzumaki Mito." But the timeline seemed off from the original plot. The leader of the Uzumaki clan established the land of whirlpools and the whirlpool village with formidable strength, and later under the leadership of the Uzumaki clan leader they joined Konoha. By that time Konoha had already been under Hashirama's leadership, becoming the first Hokage. Are you foolish? Have you forgotten about the time-space distortion? If it aligns, that would be a problem. So now that Uzumaki Mito has appeared, does that mean? It's exactly as you think. Other clans fear the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, leading many countries and clans to invade the land of whirlpools, resulting in its destruction with very few survivors left, all of whom went into hiding and dispersed across the world. This should be part of the later plot. In the future battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara, intending to subdue the Ninetales with his Mangekyo Sharingan, would attack Konoha. In order to assist her husband, this woman sealed the Ninetales within herself, becoming the first Jinchuriki. Speaking of which, it's actually Big Brother who proposed. Tobirama, expressing happiness for Hashirama, noticed Hashirama's face turning red as he scratched the back of his head. Ahaha, she's the princess of the Uzumaki clan. She possesses the most authentic Uzumaki bloodline and is also the most powerful in the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. As he spoke, Hashirama realized he was being too purposeful and felt a bit shy in front of Rong Shutan. Rong Shutan hurriedly said, "Is this the legendary alliance of the strong? From another perspective, it's also a way to protect the Uzumaki clan." Indeed, the quick agreement of the Uzumaki clan to Hashirama's proposal was to find a support. And the increasingly powerful Senju clan was definitely an object they could agree to without hesitation. Ahaha! Rong Shutan, don't worry, I will treat her well. Rong Shutan raised her cup towards Senju Hashirama, saying, "I will also be good friends with her." "So when will you propose, second brother?" Waka, with oil all over his mouth, blinked his curious big eyes and blurted out. For the survival of the clan, people of this era married early and bore children. Feijian had now reached that age. Upon hearing Huajian's words, Senju Feijian initially prepared to scold him with his characteristic dark expression. But after a moment of silence, the future second Hokage said somberly, "Big brother is already going to marry. There's no need for me." In the future, his younger brothers would also start families. The Senju clan would have enough heirs through them. He would focus on developing ninjutsu and confronting powerful enemies. Rong Shutan, eating fish, nodded repeatedly. Yes, that fit the second Hokage's persona. Glimpsing her expression, Senju Feijian felt his heart skip a beat inexplicably. As for the clan leader Senju Butsuma, he always turned a blind eye to Rong Shutan's presence. This casual birthday gathering hadn't even invited him, which made the clan leader slightly displeased. After a joyful meal, Rong Shutan forgot to ask Feijian to help her with her time of the month and busied herself washing dishes. The youngest Ban Jian carried the cake box and quietly brought it to Rong Shutan. "Sister'll take this to Uchiha Izuna tonight." Rong Shutan immediately refused. "No. It's too dangerous." Even though they were in a truce, letting him go alone into the Uchiha clan was unsafe. "We've already agreed to meet tomorrow. No need to rush." Ban Jian thought for a moment and set the cake aside. "All right. Hell only tastes third brother's birthday cake tomorrow." The sense of occasion was lost. There was no helping it. Rong Shutan smiled at the youngest. "Go play with little five. It'll be done soon." Wearing an apron with foam still on her hands, Rong Shutan had no idea how much she looked like a virtuous wife. Little Ban Jian had an idea and said, "Sister, when I grow up, I'll marry you." That fool's second brother didn't take the hint from third brother to show his feelings to sister. Don't think he hadn't noticed. His second brother wasn't unfamiliar with women. There were plenty of female ninjas and ordinary women outside. But only in front of sister Rong Shutan did he act differently. Rong Shutan was amused by Ban Jian. "Sure. But by then I'm afraid he'll have to fight off all those girls." Little Ban Jian rolled up his sleeves, took the dishes Rong Shutan had rinsed with detergent, and placed them in the other sink to rinse thoroughly. Seeing that Huajian was watching Orochimaru, Rong Shutan didn't stop the youngest. When Feijian remembered his business with Rong Shutan and returned, what he saw was a scene of familial warmth. Huajian and Little Five were playing with advanced Lego, while his taciturn fourth brother stood with Rong Shutan doing chores. Turning away, he stood outside silently for a long time until the candlelight inside gradually went out, leaving only the light from Rong Shutan's room. Then Senju Feijian appeared before her in a flash. Thanks to years of mental fortitude, Rong Shutan wasn't too startled. She shivered involuntarily, then recognized him and lowered her voice. "What are you doing here?" "See. When she didn't need him, she always spoke in an unwelcoming tone. Senju Fujian's eyes darkened. Don't need to suppress the power anymore. For other female ninjas, the monthly period was a matter of forcing the red liquid back and turning it into a source of power. Realizing the time had come, Rong Shutan suddenly understood, and quickly changed her expression. Oh, I do need it. She had just settled the children, and was about to go to her own room. Feijian had precisely sensed her location before appearing, not setting foot in her chamber. Rong Shutan didn't understand the principle, but after a few points from Senju Feijian she could get through her period smoothly. Whether it was the chakra within her or something Senju Feijian did, Rong Shutan felt a warm, comforting sensation in her lower abdomen. Thanks. Afterward, Rong Shutan whispered her gratitude, looking at him expectantly. The children had gone to sleep and the room fell into a silence so deep a pin drop could be heard. Senju Feijian stared at her as if trying to see the true feelings behind her smile. Having just been helped, Rong Shutan didn't want to be ungrateful. She tilted her head curiously. Is there something else? Senju Feijian was sure that after tonight, when they met again, she would give him no pleasant expression. If you dislike me, why do you still ask for my help? His question was blunt and hard. Rong Shutan was stunned. I don't dislike you. You're the future Second Hokage, renowned as the fastest ninja in the shinobi world. Who would dislike him? I was just communicating with you the way you communicate with me. Rong Shutan couldn't explain how things had turned out this way. She could communicate normally with others, but when facing Senju Feijian she became a firecracker. Perhaps it was because her impression of his rigidity was too deeply rooted. Rong Shutan silently told herself she needed to change. But when she forced a smile at him, his expression grew even darker. She immediately dropped the smile and said irritably, just get the job done. Why be so fussy? If you have nothing else, leave. I want to sleep. Without waiting for his response, she strode toward her room and slammed the door shut. Senju Feijian frowned at the closed door. After a long moment he vanished from the spot. The next day they met at the agreed stream. The youngest tossed the cake box to Izuna. Third brother's birthday cake. Too bad you missed it when it was freshest. Hua Jian laughed. When your birthday comes, sister will make you a proper one. Little Five clung to Rong Shutan's leg, still sleepy, wanting his sister to pat him to sleep. Uchiha Izuna had grown a lot over the past 3 years, bearing the distinctive traits of the Uchiha clan. Dressed in their iconic attire, he was no less captivating than Hashirama and Tobirama. Rong Shutan, you really are something, not telling me about such an important day yesterday. Holding the half-eaten cake, Quan Nai sarcastically said to Rong Shutan. I dare to invite you, do you dare to go? It's someone's birthday in the house, of course it's a time for celebration with family, what does it have to do with an outsider like him? Quan Nai sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the box and began to eat. Noticing that Xiao Wu seemed a bit off, he realized that his physical condition was different from ordinary people, so Rong Shutan didn't linger, and took them home after eating. Before parting, Quan Nai warned them, don't go out for a while, they are on the move again. Hua Jian cheerfully thanked his brother Quan Nai and followed behind Rong Shutan with a food container. In contrast, Rong Shutan's expression became unusually serious. Hua Jian thought she was worried about Xiao Wu, so he teased his brother, who was lying on Rong Shutan's shoulder. Xiao Wu, are you feeling unwell? He was just 7 years old, a time of brightness and liveliness. If it were just ordinary actions, Quan Nai wouldn't have needed to inform them. They had been testing each other and secretly competing countless times. But this time it was evident that the Uchiha clan had a large-scale plan. While worrying about Hua Jian's safety, Rong Shutan was also concerned that they might do something on the joyous day of Hashirama. With this suspicion, Rong Shutan took the opportunity while Hua Jian and Ban Jian were training Xiao Wu to seek out Hashirama. However, Hashirama was not present, and Rong Shutan was called over by Senju Tobirama. Faced with this strict and stubborn clan leader who always prioritized the greater good, Rong Shutan felt quite restrained. A momentary glance revealed to her whom Senju Tobirama resembled. She saw Senju Tobirama with a tense expression, arms crossed as if someone owed him money. Nobody spoke, and after a long silence she finally heard Senju Tobirama say, Hua Jian and Ban Jian, thanks to you for taking care of them. Rong Shutan was taken aback by the praise. No, it's them who take care of me more. Upon hearing her reply, a vein bulged on Senju Tobirama's forehead, thinking, can't understand a simple sentence. How could her sons be the ones taking care of her? The reason I called you here today is to say when Mizufu marries over you should interact with her more. Fortunately Rong Shutan had just learned about Hashirama's marriage yesterday. Sure, I will treat her like a sister. Senju Tobirama disliked her overly flattering demeanor, and his brows furrowed. Speak properly. Rong Shutan was puzzled about what she had done wrong. Seeing that the conversation with her was unproductive and considering how well she cared for his two sons, he waved his hand to dismiss her. All right. Rong Shutan cheerfully left without a second thought, but not long after news of the clan leader's serious illness spread. On the eve of Hashirama's wedding, the Uchiha clan joined forces with the Yui clan to spread rumors intending to unite more small clans to wipe out the Senju clan in one fell swoop. Upon learning this, Senju Tobirama was furious. Rong Shutan quickly called upon the system. This isn't right. Senju Tobirama shouldn't be passing away at this time, right? The system has been busy with other matters lately and cannot continue to stay idle. Remember, time and space are in disarray. Don't think of it as a normal Naruto world. Anything is possible. However, Hashirama and the other clans clearly did not want to lose Senju Tobirama at this time. Even the usually serious Senju Tobirama was by Senju Tobirama's bedside. Outside people were anxious, and to avoid raising suspicion, Rong Shutan stayed by Senju Tobirama's side. Mainly to ensure that Hua Jian and the youngest Ban Jian could spend more time with their father. If she was present, others would assume that they were a family preparing for Hashirama's wedding. Rong Shutan has now become the well-known nanny of the Senju clan. In this moment, covered by sadness, she said to the room full of men, "On such a joyous day, many people will definitely come to congratulate. Everyone should perk up. We absolutely cannot let anyone look down on us." The weak Senju Tobirama glanced at her from a distance and said to the overly sorrowful crowd, "Not even as good as a woman." Humph. Cough, 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 cough. Hashirama naturally understood this principle. Right. The more this is the case, the more we need to keep our spirits up. When his gaze turned to Rong Shutan, she nodded emphatically. As the onlookers left Senju Tobirama's room, Rong Shutan was also about to follow out when he called her back. Rong Shutan had a moment of confusion, hesitating for a moment, when Hua Jian loudly said, "Sister, father wants you to stay." Rong Shutan hurriedly ran back. Yes, what do you need to instruct?" This could be considered hearing his last words. With a respectful attitude, she lowered her head almost to her chest. Senju Tobirama coughed a couple more times. "I'm just feeling unwell, not dying." Supported by Tobirama, he sat up and said to Rong Shutan, "If only you were a boy. Then you could contribute to the Senju clan." Rong Shutan chose to listen and not speak, silently smiling. Senju Tobirama looked down upon her submissive demeanor. Those people just now looked like they were waiting for a funeral. Just looking at them was annoying. Rong Shutan nodded in agreement. Exactly. They are all so bothersome. Suddenly Senju Tobirama chuckled, coughed a few more times, then said, "I heard the eldest say that you're still friends with that Uchiha kid Quan Nai." Rong Shutan abruptly looked at the retreating Hashirama. Looking back at Senju Tobirama, she smiled in a pleasing manner. "No, it's just, we eat together sometimes." Senju Tobirama was sick, otherwise he would have exploded in anger. Humph. A scheming little wolf. Rong Shutan remained silent, with Tobirama supporting him. Senju Tobirama glanced at Rong Shutan a few times and casually said, "You also think signing a treaty to establish an alliance and shaking hands is the way to solve the problem?" It seemed that Hashirama had already discussed this with his father. That would certainly be good. It's the trend of the times. It could also avoid casualties. However, a significant portion of people are unwilling to let go of their hatred, determined to fight to the death. It's difficult. It will be hard to achieve in a short time. Senju Tobirama looked towards the eldest son, who hadn't left. "Listen. Even a woman knows this, and you are still daydreaming here." Rong Shutan suddenly realized what were they doing. In the room full of their family, she was the only one with an unknown background. But she heard Hashirama seriously say, "Someone has to take that step. If we don't try to communicate and reconcile, it will never end." Rong Shutan wanted to say, "Bro, you will never convince your dad, and your dad might even hit you." After a moment of silence, Rong Shutan heard Xianshou Buddha's voice, supported by the door frame, saying, "I too am weary and wish to no longer witness vibrant lives departing one after another." Rong Shutan was taken aback. "What is happening?" The system was munching on an apple, it had said. Everything is possible. Alright, Rong Shutan felt as if she were dreaming, witnessing Qianshu Buddha relent, and hearing their family discuss what life would be like without death, without struggle, and without war. Dreams are always beautiful, yet reality is cruel. Feijian even transferred the healing cells from Chizijian to Qianshu Buddha, allowing the clan leader of the Qianshu family to appear spirited on his son's wedding day, showing no signs of illness. However, when the Uchiha clan approached with ill intentions, he still suffered a heavy blow, and spat out blood in anger. Then the wedding scene descended into chaos as Rong Shutan frantically protected Weijian, refusing to let him out of her sight. In the original plot, Weijian was besieged and perished. Rong Shutan would definitely not give anyone a chance. Little Yao Banjian and Xiao Wu had to stay by her side, and now she had to take care of the ailing Qianshu Buddha as well. The pressure on her was immense. System. Where the hell is my system protection? I need it now. Countless calls to the system echoed in her mind, but at that moment the system was as silent as the grave, showing no response. Rong Shutan saw Uzumaki Mito dressed in bridal attire join the battle, coordinating with Chizijian. She wished she were also a master of various ninjutsu so she could protect those she wanted to shield. Sarutobi. Menyen. Korin. Stay here. Weijian did not understand why his sister was so intent on protecting him, even neglecting Xiao Wu. Orochimaru and Xiao Wu seemed unfazed. The little snake would occasionally bite enemies, preventing them from getting close. Rong Shutan heard Qianshu Feijian's voice and felt a sense of reassurance, followed by the sight of 3 young people standing in front of them. It was the young third Hokage. The Sarutobi Hiruzen that Rong Shutan had never seen before. They were the 3 disciples of Qianshu Feijian. Soon Rong Shutan and the others were protected behind them. No matter how chaotic it became outside, they could remain at ease. Sister, what's wrong? Weijian held onto Rong Shutan's arm, somewhat confused by her anxiety. Qianshu Buddha also had doubts. Is someone trying to harm Weijian? His sons were all outstanding. Could the third be so remarkable that people couldn't wait for him to grow up? Rong Shutan suddenly felt she was overreacting and quickly released Weijian. No, I'm just a bit scared. Holding on to him makes me feel safer. Qianshu Buddha frowned at his third son and beckoned to Rong Shutan. Help me a bit, I can't stand anymore. In an instant, little Yao Banjian and Xiao Wu rushed to Qianshu Buddha. This unacknowledged Xiao Wu was like a loving grandson, affectionately sticking close to him. He wouldn't say it, fearing the old man would tire out his sister. Qianshu Buddha looked at the radiant Xiao Wu. I didn't expect the one we picked up to be such a thoughtful child. And talented. He can grasp anything instantly. To protect the clan leader as the battle continued, Sarutobi Hiruzen even summoned his spirit beast, the Monkey King Enma. It seemed he was giving it his all. This also indicated how much effort the enemy had put in. Meanwhile, in another fight, Izuna was not using lethal force, stealthily looking for Rong Shutan and the others among the crowd. Having not found them for a long time, Izuna felt relieved yet worried about them being discovered by their clan or the Yui clan. Uchiha Madara appeared before Izuna, reminding him, "We haven't moved towards Qianshu Buddha yet." After saying that, Uchiha Madara continued to duel with Chizijian, appearing fierce, yet both were holding back, not delivering deadly blows. The destruction of the wedding had already become a foregone conclusion. It was unclear who shouted to stop, but both sides were in disarray. The celebratory decorations were left in a mess. Once everyone dispersed, Chizijian expressed his apologies. "Mito, I couldn't give you a perfect wedding." Uzumaki Mito smiled and responded to her new husband. "I haven't fought so freely in a long time. Not every bride has such an opportunity." Chizijian was deeply moved, while Rong Shutan found herself captivated by Mito's personality. Such a beautiful and divine lady could definitely handle the wooden pillar that was Chizijian. Without delaying their wedding night, Rong Shutan led the 3 children back to their home. Qianshu Feijian stayed by his father's side. After the chaotic battle, Xiao Wu insisted on not sleeping alone and clung to Rong Shutan. Weijian and little Yao perked their ears just as Rong Shutan agreed to Xiao Wu. They grabbed their pillows and rushed into her room. On the 2nd and 3rd days, Rong Shutan did not take her brothers to the riverbank to find Izuna for a meal. The stance could not be changed. Having just fought, she did not intend to involve Uchiha Izuna, but seeing the gravely ill Qianshu Buddha, Rong Shutan did not want to take his sons to find the Uchiha clan. Izuna had not waited for them for 2 days and was quite anxious. That night, Uchiha Izuna stealthily found Rong Shutan's small house. Just as he was about to break through the window, a flash of light appeared, prompting Izuna to leap into an open area to evade the hidden weapon. Qianqiufajian stood in a tree sternly watching him with arms crossed. Seeing an old acquaintance, Uzumaki Izuna happily took a step forward. Where is Rong Shutan? Why hasn't she come out for several days? Senju Tobirama frowned. Is this a place you can casually come to? Are you looking for death? Izuna was still sparring with him. She completely ignored his cold expression. What's wrong with you? It's not up to me to decide when to start a fight. I already told Rong Shutan they need to take action. Who knew they would choose the day of Senju Hashirama's wedding for their actions? That's quite disgusting. Tobirama's face darkened. They had been prepared for this. You are not welcome here, leave. Izuna was not afraid of his threats, stepping towards Rong Shutan's house. I'm not here to find you, mind your own business. Not being able to enjoy delicious food for 2 days is whatever, but Izuna is just worried about making Rong Shutan angry. Tobirama suddenly blocked Izuna's path. Leave now and I can pretend you were never here. Izuna took a step back. Hey! Are you doing this on purpose? I'm just here to talk to Rong Shutan. Why are you stopping me? Tobirama's face was grim. If she doesn't go to the riverbank, have you considered that she might not want to see you? Of course Izuna knew. That's why I came to find her. Just as Izuna was about to push the door open, Tobirama raised his hand and attacked Izuna, and soon the two were engaged in a fierce battle. The youngest of the group was the first to notice the commotion outside, while the other took a moment to react. Orochimaru and Koji quickly ran to Rong Shutan's room. By the time Rong Shutan and the 3 boys opened the window to look outside, the two were already locked in combat. Go second brother! Go Izuna! Everyone cheer! After the youngest and the others cheered, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama both turned to look at Rong Shutan. Rong Shutan clenched her fist at the two, saying, Go for it! It was just like their usual sparring, with the spectators cheering without much thought. Izuna smiled, but Tobirama's expression grew darker. Whether in youth or in the future, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama were destined to be evenly matched rivals. Koji had fallen asleep again at the window, and the two still had not determined a winner. Rong Shutan wanted to carry Koji back, but he suddenly woke up and shouted, Go Izuna! As for the address of Izuna brother from his younger brother, Tobirama felt a surge of irritation for the first time, using a previously unseen ninjutsu. Izuna was caught off guard and stepped back a few paces, widening his eyes at Tobirama. You secretly developed a new ninjutsu. Tobirama, also having some fun after fighting for so long, said, Hurry up and leave. Uchiha Izuna glanced out the window. Rong Shutan was still watching the fun from the window. Why haven't you come to the river to eat with me these past 2 days? Before Rong Shutan could speak, Senju Tobirama coldly interjected. Is the river bank a place for meals? From now on we won't go there. Well, eat at home. Izuna pretended not to hear Tobirama's annoying words. I'm asking you? Rong Shutan, when will you go again? I'm waiting. Although the youngest never called him Izuna brother, he also recognized him in his heart. Izuna was different from other members of the Uchiha clan. Most of the time he wanted to be with them in the Senju clan. Unfortunately, he bore the blood of the Uchiha clan, and his most respected brother was still in the Uchiha clan. Rong Shutan thought for a moment. Let's talk about it when I want to go again. Izuna didn't push. Alright. Whenever you want to go, I'll be here. After saying that, Izuna waved to Rong Shutan at the window. Then see you. Having said that, he turned to Tobirama. I really am leaving, don't think of me. Tobirama, with a grim expression, asked, Do you need me to see you off? Izuna laughed, and then left the place. For a long time Koji hugged Rong Shutan's leg, feeling sleepy, while the youngest asked Rong Shutan, Sister, does Uchiha Izuna also want to stay with us? If he weren't from the Uchiha clan, how great would that be? Rong Shutan picked up the drowsy Koji and responded to the question. He has his own home, let's not speak of such things in front of him in the future. To some extent it is a bit cruel for Izuna. After all, they were all in the Senju clan, and he was the only one isolated in the Uchiha clan. Even with Uchiha Madara around, he still had no peers his age. Koji, a bit slow on the uptake, asked, Sister, aren't we going tomorrow? Izuna brother came to find us. Before he could leave, Tobirama suddenly called out to Koji. Starting tomorrow I will train you. After saying that, Senju Tobirama vanished on the spot. Rong Shutan glanced at Koji, who hadn't reacted. Congratulations, you have received the opportunity for your second brother to personally give you special training. Learn well. The youngest looked at his silly brother, turned to Rong Shutan and asked, "What's wrong with him lately? He always seems low-spirited." Koji had never been like this. He felt like he wasn't getting enough sleep recently. Half a year later, Rong Shutan finally realized the seriousness of the problem and went to find Hashirama. "I feel like Koji has stopped growing. Kids can change a lot in just a few days. Half a year has passed, yet Orochimaru still looks like he did 6 months ago. Not even his hair length has changed, which makes her very anxious." "What nonsense. Haha, this is the consequence of you not doing your tasks properly, and wanting to modify him." The system suddenly popped up, leaving Rong Shutan momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Are you saying he really has to wait for Jiraiya and Tsunade, and then become one of the legendary 3 ninjas?" The system did not respond to Rong Shutan. It was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who provided an explanation, saying, "It's fine, he has already mastered Sage Mode and is now diligently practicing. Don't rush to grow up, you don't need to worry." Rong Shutan was taken aback. "How is that possible? Only a few in the entire Hokage can perform Sage technique." Yao Shida had mentioned that Orochimaru's body was too frail to learn Sage technique. However, some said it was because he chose not to undergo the reanimation technique, rendering his body incapable of entering Sage Mode. Feeling surprised at Rong Shutan's reaction, Hashirama looked somewhat aggrieved. "I'm the one who is proficient in Sage Mode and you still have doubts?" Rong Shutan could not stand Hashirama's serious yet childish demeanor. However, upon reflection, Hashirama did have a point. After all, the system had also stated that anything was possible. "Regarding Sage Mode, I have some techniques to teach Xiao Wu. You can head back first, Rong Shutan." After glancing at Xiao Wu, Rong Shutan asked him, "Do you want to stay?" Seeing him nod, Rong Shutan asked Hashirama again, "Aren't you busy?" Hashirama smiled, his eyes squinting into slits. "If I were busy, I wouldn't be saying this. Remember to check on Mizuho." After being pushed out by Hashirama, Rong Shutan walked towards the residence of the first Hokage. 3 months ago, the former head of the Senju clan, Senju Butsuma, passed away unexpectedly in his sleep, and soon after, news of a tragedy also came from the Uchiha clan. After Senju Butsuma's death, Hashirama succeeded him as the head of the Senju clan. As the new leader, he reached a consensus with the newly appointed head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, to jointly establish Konoha village. Konoha, representing Hashirama's, would release bloodline limit and leaf, reflecting the shape of the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. Konoha became the first ninja village established in the history of the ninja world, quickly followed by other clans imitating its model, leading to the existence of other ninja villages. The ninjas of Konoha pledged their loyalty to the village, treating its people as their own family to protect. After all, Konoha was born out of the pursuit of peace. At this time, Uzumaki Mizuho was already 5 months pregnant, and soon Rong Shutan would be able to see Tsunade's father. "You are really easy to deceive." The system appeared once again, and as Rong Shutan made her way to Mizuho, she mentally communicated with it. "What do you mean I'm easy to deceive? Are you trying to cause trouble again? When I called you foolish, you didn't believe me. Do you think it's possible for Senju Hashirama to actually guide Orochimaru on how to practice Sage technique?" Rong Shutan replied with the system's words. "You said that anything is possible." The system's head began to hurt. "They are both cunning, you should see for yourself." Hashirama squatted in front of the 3-year-old Xiao Wu and smiled as he asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Wu, not one to beat around the bush, replied, "I want to stay with my sister a little longer." As the god of ninja, he could clearly see what the child was doing. "This is dangerous, it is not suitable for you to continue training." The small child showed no fear in front of the first Hokage. Hashirama admired his courage. Seeing that Xiao Wu remained unfazed, Hashirama's expression became more serious. "Moreover, if Rong Shutan finds out that you want to use someone else's life to extend hers, she will be angry." Xiao Wu hesitated and lowered his head. "Then I won't do it anymore, you mustn't tell sister." Thanks to the system, Rong Shutan was left dumbfounded as she witnessed Hashirama and Orochimaru conversing. "What does this mean? Has Xiao Wu started researching the reanimation technique now? Oh my. He is only 3 years old. And his motivation this time is actually because of her. Don't be too moved just yet, he's merely speaking in front of Senju Hashirama, but in reality he won't give up. You still need to work hard." Transforming Orochimaru. The terrifying Orochimaru. What the system could understand, Hashirama naturally also understood. After letting Xiao Wu leave, Hashirama called for Tobirama. Tobirama was preparing to carry out an rank mission and was displeased to be called by his older brother at this crucial moment. Everything is basically stable, what more needs to be done? Hashirama rarely wore a serious expression, resting his elbows on the table with his hands clasped before his mouth. Realizing that his elder brother truly had important matters to discuss, Tobirama straightened up and said, "Sarutobi and the others are still waiting, hurry up." Initially wanting to talk about Xiao Wu's issue, Hashirama became concerned it might affect Tobirama's mission and instead changed the subject. "Isn't it time for the eligible men and women in the village to start families? Izuna wants to propose." "No way." Before Hashirama could finish his sentence, Tobirama shouted angrily. Hashirama was startled and looked up at his emotionally volatile younger brother. "The other party is not small in age either. If we delay a few more years, it will be too late for them to have children." Hashirama said this and Tobirama became even more agitated. "What's the rush? Uchiha Madara hasn't started a family. Does he want to jump ahead of his older brother? They'll make a decision after I come back." Without waiting for Hashirama to conclude, Tobirama disappeared without a trace. Since the establishment of Konoha village, they had been inseparable. Izuna had fully integrated into the village. He even built a house next to Rong Shutan, spending time at her home whenever he wasn't on a mission. To Tobirama's relief, during the early establishment of Konoha there were constant trivial matters, and the Uchiha clan took on the responsibility of security, leaving them extremely busy. While everyone was making efforts for the new village, Rong Shutan was still worried about the curse of Weijian dying at 7 years old due to an attack. Although some things had changed, such as Senju Butsuma unexpectedly dying earlier, the matters that troubled her still weighed heavily on her mind. "Sister." Seeing Rong Shutan put down her chopsticks, the youngest Banjian called out. Since Weijian's 7th birthday, Rong Shutan had developed a strong sense of vigilance, insisting that Weijian and Banjian could not act alone on missions at any time. Rong Shutan even taught the two of them that it was not shameful to run away if they encountered an unbeatable opponent, or were outnumbered. They should run without hesitation. No, that still doesn't feel right. Rong Shutan decided that once Senju Tobirama returned, she would ask him to teach them the art of survival. "Sister." Banjian called, but Rong Shutan did not respond. Xiao Wu and Orochimaru simply jumped off the chair and ran to Rong Shutan's side. What's wrong?" Rong Shutan finally reacted and picked up the small person from the ground. Xiao Wu looked at Banjian, indicating it was the 4th brother calling her, then obediently sat on Rong Shutan's lap, picking at the rice in her bowl. Seeing that Rong Shutan's expression was off, Banjian changed the subject. "I don't have any missions lately. Is there anything you need me to do, sister?" Rong Shutan replied. "What about San-san?" At this moment Weijian had not returned yet, and Rong Shutan asked worriedly. Banjian stated, "Recently Big Brother is considering having him teach at the school. After completing this mission he probably won't need to go out anymore." Rong Shutan's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Really? Being in Konoha is definitely safer than being outside." Banjian nodded earnestly, not telling Rong Shutan that for a period of time she had been talking in her sleep, saying not to let Weijian die and to keep those despicable ninjas away from him. After informing the eldest brother and the second brother, they dared not let their guard down. They also told Weijian to avoid being careless, which is why everything has remained safe until now. Weijian was indeed powerful. However, seeing that half a year had passed and Rong Shutan was still anxious, Chujan thought that since the ninja school needed teachers, he might as well let the third brother take on a small teaching role. Who would have thought that Rong Shutan would smile and ask Weijian, "What about you? Are you also going to be a teacher?" Weijian shook his head. "I will continue to take on missions." Knowing she would worry, the youngest directly said, "Eldest brother won't let me take on high difficulty missions, only small ones." To prevent him from overthinking, Rong Shutan added, "It's so boring at home with just me and little Five eating. Although the village has settled down now, you have to understand." Rong Shutan was not trying to sow discord, but rather to warn him that there are indeed people with extreme thoughts. "Little one, you need to know that your strength is extraordinary, far surpassing your peers, and there will be jealousy which could bring you trouble." This was a serious conversation behind closed doors. Rong Shutan said gravely, "You 4 brothers are too strong. You should know how your sister-in-law's relatives disappeared one by one." If Rong Shutan were to hold back her concerns and not tell him anything at this moment, the villains outside would take action to teach him a lesson. Furthermore, children in this era have already experienced life and death, maturing far beyond their years. Don't worry, sister, I won't put myself in danger. Even if it's to protect my sister, I will strive to become stronger and live on forever. Seeing him getting serious, little Five, who was sitting on his leg, finished the beef soup, and Rong Shutan nodded, starting to eat her meal. Kokoro, who was out on a mission, was perplexed. Wasn't that just a task from another group? Why are we doing it? Shui Tu Men Yen interjected. We did it to save manpower for the village. That's right. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly followed behind Senju Tobirama while Kokoro whispered. Something's off today, the teacher seems different. He was moving faster than usual, as if eager to return and report on the mission without actually heading back. The current route was incorrect, and they didn't even know which group's task they were supposed to complete. Shui Tu Men Yen followed Tobirama without any pressure. With a teacher around, what do you have to worry about? After completing several tasks in a row, Kokoro was completely exhausted and could no longer move. It was only then that Tobirama announced they would return to the village. By that time they had already been gone for several days. Chujan and Uchiha Madara sat there asking the recently returned Tobirama to summon Izuna to discuss his marriage. Upon learning that Izuna was actually in the village, Tobirama became furious. Can Konoha now be complacent, allowing ninjas to loaf around at home? Uchiha Madara agreed with him. Yes. We must not slack off, everyone should have this awareness. Looking at Chujan, Uchiha Madara said solemnly. Once he gets married and has descendants of the Uchiha clan, we will send him out. Each clan has its unique advantages, and mutual cooperation can achieve the greatest effectiveness. Chujan hesitated for a moment. Since Madara has said so, then let's do it this way. Without hearing the rest of their conversation, Tobirama left the room and headed towards Izuna's residence. Deep down, Tobirama was reluctant to go there. It felt as if going meant he had to confront and accept Izuna and her. Wait. They only mentioned discussing it, and hadn't made a decision yet, leaving room for change. Although Tobirama had never thought about starting a family, he wouldn't mind if the other party was that foolish woman. He still remembered their first meeting. She was so unique, unlike the women in the clan, delicate, refined, and her eyes were spirited. Tobirama had never seen a woman like her before. At that time he only felt she was different from the rest. Later she stayed with the Senju clan, sometimes doing things in a muddled way, yet other times surprising him. In short, Tobirama had gotten used to his brothers always following her around, often catching glimpses of her. Ha! The man's voice changing tone reached Tobirama's ears, so familiar to him. It was Uchiha Izuna's muffled groan when he was holding back his pain. Every time he was injured internally, he would pretend to be fine in front of him, just like Uchiha Izuna. But as he got closer, Tobirama felt his face flush. The sounds reaching his ears were strange, yet made his heart race. Besides Uchiha Izuna, there were other women's voices mixed in. Because they were engaged in strenuous activities, their tones changed significantly. Tobirama had no time to identify the owner of that voice as he swiftly arrived at Izuna's doorstep. Just as he was about to explode with anger and beat Uchiha Izuna, he heard laughter in the distance. Let's go gather more flowers tomorrow to give to your sister-in-law, it will definitely cheer her up. And to sister too. I want to pick a lot of flowers for both sister and sister-in-law. Weijian jumped high, dramatically spreading his arms. Oh no, I am benefiting from Shuta, so I can receive flowers too. Before Rong Shutan and the others could get close, Senju Tobirama appeared before them with a dark expression, halting their steps. Eldest brother is looking for you. Let's leave this filthy place first. Humph. Living next door to her and daring to bring women home to do such things. Despicable. Rong Shutan suddenly saw the future generation and was a bit startled. What does he want with us? With the basket still containing the freshly caught prawns, Rong Shutan was eager to put them back into her empty stomach. Just a moment, Without any warning, he scooped her up and flew off. Rong Shutan glared at the unpredictable man. Put me down. What's wrong with you? The kids are still here. Who would have known that? As soon as she finished speaking, Weijian turned to Rong Shutan with a smile. Sister, I'm so strong now. Faster than the second brother. Following closely, Weijian added, Sister, don't listen to the third brother's nonsense, he's not faster than me. Weijian, unwilling to concede, said, Little Five. Watch us, brothers. Let's see who is faster. Little Five, only 3 years old, surprisingly kept pace with them. Rong Shutan still tightly held onto the basket. Why are we in such a hurry? Senju Tobirama slowed down, allowing the three little ones to overtake them in the blink of an eye. Is there a problem? After the establishment of Konoha village, there were still many headaches to deal with. Rong Shutan had already told Chuzan everything she could think of. Tobirama remained silent, so Rong Shutan continued. Or is it that Chuzan simply wants something to eat? Then there's no need to rush, right? Is the security department doing well? Let me remind you, don't let Danzo be the leader of Root. He's too extreme. Tobirama just kept holding on to her, moving forward. Rong Shutan was used to it and felt secure. I think Uchiha Kagami would be good. You could try having him manage the Umbu. Currently Shei-Tu Men-yen and Kokoro are still young, and there's also the future third Hokage. Let your disciples assist, and it will be more than enough to train Kagami. Uchiha Kagami is one of the few who is not bound by narrow-minded clanism. He is wise, rational, and good at thinking, remaining calm in chaotic situations, and acts extremely cool-headedly. Most importantly, he is not extreme. This will likely improve the feelings of the marginalized Uchiha clan, right? Throughout the entire conversation, Rong Shutan did most of the talking until the three little ones returned and stopped in front of Senju Tobirama, saying, Eldest brother said it's fine now. Tobirama's expression was somewhat uneasy. He was unclear whether it was because the eldest brother had not exposed his lie or if his clever younger brothers were covering for him. Why did it suddenly change? Rong Shutan still sat on the arm of the Thousand Hands door, unaware of this small detail. The youngest smiled and said, then let's head back first. Suddenly Rong Shutan remembered something and called out to Banjian, wait a moment, Lao Yao. Weijian was eager to practice new ninjutsus, saying, sister, let's talk about it tonight. Heading in the direction they usually train. San come back. But even the smallest Xiaowu did not listen to her and disappeared. Rong Shutan struggled to get up, trying to call them back. Have you all stopped listening because you haven't grown up? Little did she know the three boys hadn't gone to Banzhong at all, but instead deliberately created an opportunity for her to be alone with the door. Lao Yao also informed Weijian and Xiaowu that the second brother liked his sister but was too clumsy to express it. Taking advantage of Uchiha Izuna's marriage, if the second brother and sister could be together, it would be a good thing. Weijian even turned back to sneak a peek but was discovered by Banjian. Without needing a warning from Banjian, he obediently slipped away. Rong Shutan was still complaining, I'm furious. Tonight I must feed them a good meal. However, having finally seen Thousand Hands Banjian, she still needed to address the important matter. I want to ask you, could you give those three a life-saving jutsu? Rong Shutan gestured to the marked spot on her body by Thousand Hands Banjian. Just like this one of mine, if they encounter life-threatening danger, you can save them. In the past 3 years, Rong Shutan had been lucky and hadn't needed to use it again. But she had confidence. She knew that in case of an emergency she could teleport to Thousand Hands Banjian's side. To her surprise, Thousand Hands Banjian said with a serious face, no. Rong Shutan was somewhat surprised. Except for Xiaowu, isn't he your own brother? Banjian coldly said, this jutsu can only take effect for one person. Upon hearing this, Rong Shutan immediately became excited. What was I worried about? Then mark Weijian with the one you have on me. This way Weijian wouldn't be attacked and killed. Thousand Hands Banjian immediately became furious. Take care of yourself first. Weijian and Banjian were not weak, and the little one was even more unfathomable, so she didn't need to worry about them at all. Suddenly yelled at Rong Shutan, shouted at Banjian, you can't yell at me. Every time he spoke to her like this, he would say her attitude was bad, yet she wondered who was the one always hard-headed. After saying that, Rong Shutan quickly walked toward home. At this moment, Thousand Hands Banjian seemed to have realized that Uchiha Izuna was not marrying her but another woman. But didn't that guy like her? How could it be? Rong Shutan didn't know Thousand Hands Banjian's thoughts. She muttered while walking, stupid straight man. Does talking nicely hurt? Thousand Hands Banjian took a deep breath, trying to be a bit nicer to her. Don't go back yet. You can't control me. Rong Shutan yelled back at Thousand Hands Banjian, striding forward in anger. Returning now could very likely lead to an awkward situation. Thousand Hands Banjian blocked Rong Shutan's path. I'll teach you body techniques. Rong Shutan glared at him fiercely. What do you want? Today Thousand Hands Banjian is acting strange. You won't agree to even one request from me. I won't learn body techniques from you anymore. Move aside. Thousand Hands Banjian simply said to her, Weijian is not as weak as you think. He won't die. In an instant Rong Shutan felt as if she had been seen through, staring intently at the person speaking. At this moment Thousand Hands Ban Jian was already 182 centimeters tall, and Rong Shutan needed to look up to talk to him. What did you say? No one had ever mentioned her talking in her sleep. Ban Jian turned his head to look elsewhere. My brother, and I have taught him many ninjutsu. Even if there are accidents, my brother can save him. Now things are different. The developments now are indeed different from the original plot. But, besides you dragging him down, who in the village lacks self-defense capability? Rong Shutan suddenly looked at the man with a sharp tongue, thinking to herself, would it kill him to be a little more tactful? However, Thousand Hands Ban Jian did not notice her emotional change, still chattering on. Even a 3-year-old child can defeat several of you. Do you never reflect on yourself? Instead of worrying about Weijian, you should first address your own shortcomings. Seeing Thousand Hands Ban Jian not saying a single good word and not stopping just as he was about to speak again, Rong Shutan stood on her tiptoes and bit down hard on his mouth. Just say it and he'll bite your lips off. Clenching her fists and shouting, Rong Shutan dashed towards the place where they usually trained. As long as she wasn't going home, Feijian wouldn't stop her. With closed eyes and a tense expression, Feijian's heart was filled with mixed emotions that he couldn't quite articulate. She could bite anyone when she was angry, yet she felt a strange relief that the one she bit was herself. Unconsciously a flush crept up her ears and Feijian's mind was in disarray. At the start of the new year, Hashirama and Mito's son was born. Rong Shutan was incredibly excited and already started calculating when she could meet Tsunade. You really like kids. Why not have one yourself? Uchiha Izuna had snuck up behind her at some point. Rong Shutan shot him a glance. I also like being Hokage. Why don't you let me try it out? Uchiha Izuna pretended to be troubled. How about you discuss it with Hashirama later? A mischievous smile danced in his eyes. Rong Shutan kicked at him, not leaving her chair, as a sleeping baby lay in front of her. Izuna jumped back, squatting on the ground to look at the tiny child, imagining what it would be like when his own child was born. If all else fails, when my child is born, you can play with him for a couple of days. Rong Shutan couldn't even be bothered to glare at him. Dream on. You want me to take care of your kid? Not a chance. Uchiha Izuna was constantly trying to wake the baby and Rong Shutan had pushed him away several times. Can you just stop? So it turns out it's not your kid, right? Izuna suddenly looked dejected. Why does a married woman seem so different from before she got married? He couldn't bring himself to say that he seemed to like his wife less than he did at the beginning. Hearing this, Rong Shutan felt something was off. She immediately grabbed Uchiha Izuna, called for someone to watch the child and pulled him outside. Are you looking for a beating again? You were the one who wanted to marry her in the first place. The other was not a ninja, just a very ordinary and gentle girl from the village. Not long after getting married, she became pregnant with Izuna's child, and at this moment she was looking forward to giving birth to a lovely baby. Do you have any idea how hard it is to be pregnant? Even though they lived close, Rong Shutan and that girl interacted less than she did with Mito. The girl was very quiet and usually didn't go out much, only occasionally returning to her family. Rong Shutan had sent her things a few times, but after the girl showed little interest, she stopped being proactive. However, her relationship with Uchiha Izuna remained. After all, who knew when Senju Tobirama would clash with him? As Hokage, Hashirama still does housework for Mito every day. What have you done for your wife? Don't just think you're so amazing lying around after returning from missions doing nothing. What's the difference from being useless? Uchiha Izuna hadn't heard Rong Shutan's nagging in a long time and grinned foolishly. When he smiled, Rong Shutan became even angrier. I'm talking about you. If you dare to do anything to let your wife down while she's pregnant, you'll go tell your brother. Izuna was very confident. You wouldn't dare. Rong Shutan truly felt a bit guilty. Who said that? I noticed long ago that you're cheerful with everyone, but you're only afraid of my brother and treat Tobirama differently. It's understandable to fear Uchiha Madara, but the last comment made Rong Shutan frown. Are you having trouble seeing? What's so different? Fine. Rong Shutan admitted that Senju Tobirama was indeed different from others. That's because he has a bad temper. I treat him however he treats me. The figure behind them stopped there, not moving forward. Uchiha Izuna maliciously asked Rong Shutan. All of us who should have gotten married have started families, and you're still an old maid. Why haven't you married yet? Rong Shutan truly hadn't thought about this. Who said I had to get married? Hearing this, Uchiha Izuna was even more amused. Haha. That's what you said? If I ever hear you want to get married, I'll laugh at you to death. Regardless of whether she got married or not, it had little to do with others' right. Looking at his mischievous expression, Rong Shutan chased after the fleeing Izuna. We're talking about your problem now. Why are you changing the subject? Senju Tobirama, who had just been seen by Izuna, stood still for a few seconds, then turned and walked away without even looking at the child. Uchiha Izuna led Rong Shutan all the way to the small river where they had initially agreed to eat before he was willing to express his feelings. I'm not picky, I can understand how hard it is for her to be pregnant. But in the last 2 months, for some reason, she has been getting increasingly. He couldn't finish his complaint and changed his wording. She's probably just too tired, she can't seem to accomplish anything at home. I told her to put the dirty clothes in that place and I would wash them when I got home, but she wouldn't agree. Wearing the same clothes for a long time without changing, not washing the dishes or pots after meals, and wanting to cook requires a lot of effort first. Previously, Izuna would take his wife to Rong Shutan's house for meals without hesitation, but somehow he no longer knew how to ask for help from Rong Shutan even when he went out on missions and left his wife at home alone. I never noticed she had such a strange personality. I'm starting to understand her less and less. Rong Shutan suddenly found it quite surreal and couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that one day Uchiha Izuna would complain about the trivialities of marriage? You're still laughing. I can't even stand it here. Rong Shutan waved her hand, trying hard to suppress her laughter. No, I just suddenly thought if your elder brother and Tobirama, both bachelors, got married, wouldn't that be more relatable? Uchiha Izuna, hearing this, felt a spark of mischief in his heart. Oh. You actually expect my brother to settle down with Tobirama? Had it not been for the fact that she realized Tobirama had feelings for her, Izuna wouldn't have decisively chosen someone else. However, he indeed felt more comfortable being friends with Rong Shutan. That might disappoint you, my brother is a firm believer in remaining single. As for Tobirama, Rong Shutan nodded repeatedly. With that sour face of his, girls are scared away. Who would dare to marry him? The two chatted and laughed by the river for a while, and Rong Shutan told Izuna. There's a term called pregnancy syndrome. In simple terms, it means that when a woman becomes pregnant due to changes in her hormonal levels, both her body and mind undergo changes, leading to a series of psychological and physiological transformations. As they spent more time together, Izuna began to understand Rong Shutan better. You really know a lot. Was this the moment to admire her? Rong Shutan said with a serious face. Don't dismiss the unusual behavior of a pregnant woman. You should communicate more with her and consider her perspective. Thinking of the other person's overly calm face, Rong Shutan felt a bit uncomfortable. I'm not trying to teach you anything, just. I've heard too much. Being pregnant is really tough and you should be considerate of her. At this time, the care of family members is very important for her. Many pregnant women experience anxiety and fear, and in severe cases they may even develop depression. What is depression? Izuna tilted his head and asked Rong Shutan. After thinking for a moment, she replied. In simple terms, it's a state of low mood, lacking energy for anything, losing interest, feeling gloomy, and having thoughts of despair and hopelessness. The other party was just an ordinary person from the village, so Rong Shutan straightforwardly said to Izuna. The suicide rate for depression is as high as 10 to 15%. You should care for her more, even small things are very important to her. Izuna was quite alarmed. Hearing you say this, I regret getting married and having her get pregnant. Rong Shutan quickly reassured him. Don't think that way. I was intentionally exaggerating to make you pay attention. Just talk to her more and observe her carefully. If it really doesn't work out, we must seek medical team intervention, right? Konoha also had a medical team, and Rong Shutan felt that Izuna might be somewhat resistant to her, making it inconvenient for her to accompany him lest it would upset him further. Izuna ran his hand through his hair, exclaiming, This is so frustrating. Rong Shutan stared at him and couldn't help but say, Hearing you describe the situation, I'm getting a bit nervous too. If it really comes to that, why not let someone from her family come and keep her company? No one knew what Uchiha Izuna's wife was doing alone at home when he was out. What if she started thinking irrationally and did something foolish and no one would know? Izuna said sullenly. I'll give it a try. Within 2 days he sought out Rong Shutan again. It wasn't at home, but rather when Rong Shutan was out shopping, and he stopped her. It's not good. Yesterday she smashed everything in the house. She won't let anyone else come over and says I look down on her. Izuna quickly explained. I really didn't. I took your words to heart, treated her well, and yet she keeps saying I did something wrong, crying incessantly. Rong Shutan suffered along, asking, didn't you go to the medical team to inquire about the situation? Izuna pulled Rong Shutan towards home. I need to do my tasks now, I can't trust anyone else. You know how sensitive she is at this time. Please help me keep an eye on her at home. We can discuss things when I return. This was the only option available. Rong Shutan braced herself and agreed, deliberately buying rock candy and snacks suitable for pregnant women to take back. Knocking on the door and entering, the other party saw her and appeared very calm, sitting by the window looking out at the scenery. Holding up the rock candy and snacks to show her, seeing her turn her face away, Rong Shutan placed them on the table. The weather is quite nice today. Is there anything you want to eat? I can make it for you. That careless guy Izuna might not even consider what a pregnant woman should eat. Rong Shutan thought that at least she should get some nourishment. To her surprise, the woman did not shift her gaze, still staring vacantly outside. You shouldn't have come here. Rong Shutan smiled, just about to sit down when the woman turned to her and said, You're the one I dislike the most. Out of everyone in the village, you are the person I detest the most. The blunt and sudden unfriendliness made Rong Shutan stop her action of sitting down. What do you mean? The woman stared straight at Rong Shutan, asking, Does he think I'm sick? Humph. Is he confiding in you again? The sudden tightening in her heart made Rong Shutan feel an ominous premonition. Izuna's wife turned her head back to look out the window again, calmly saying, Men are always careless. I've shown my feelings so clearly, yet he still doesn't realize it. Every time Izuna insisted on bringing her to Rong Shutan's house for dinner, she showed her resistance, yet Izuna was oblivious to her unwillingness. He kept praising how delicious Rong Shutan's cooking was and told her that he had been enjoying it for many years. Every time he returned from a mission, if he brought back any small gifts, it was surely 2 items. One of which was for Rong Shutan. She suspected that sometimes, even when she didn't have anything, Izuna would deliberately leave a portion for Rong Shutan. You must be feeling quite proud, huh? He is completely focused on you. With tears in her eyes, Izuna's wife choked out. In my current state, ugly and cumbersome, I can't do anything for him. What can I do? I want to have his child, but this child still has to stay in my belly for so long. What should I do? At that moment, Rong Shutan realized the crucial issue. You aren't really jealous of me and Izuna, are you? The woman coldly chuckled a few times. Don't pretend not to know anything, you are not innocent at all. Living together, don't you just want to knock down the walls between the 2 houses? Rong Shutan understood everything. Alright, I get it. Izuna is genuinely worried about you. As long as you're not physically unwell, I'll take my leave. The other party asked Rong Shutan, Where are you going? Can you leave Konoha? Seeing her look of anticipation, Rong Shutan sighed. I'm sorry, that might be a bit difficult. She certainly wouldn't compromise herself for anyone. Why should she leave Konoha? Moreover, Izuna was unaware of his wife's thoughts, which would become a significant issue. Izuna and I. Explaining too much might come off as a defense. Rong Shutan felt frustrated and scratched her head. I will avoid any misunderstandings in the future, but please don't overthink it. I haven't done anything shameful with Izuna, we are purely. After being put off when Rong Shutan looked back at her, her eyes held no extra emotions. I will move out of here as soon as possible, and the neighboring house will also be torn down. However, it will take some time, so please bear with me a bit. At this point, Izuna's wife finally revealed a smile. She stood up and walked towards Rong Shutan, reaching out to hold her hand. Thank you for understanding me. Izuna cares about you so much that it keeps me up at night. Can you understand that feeling? Rong Shutan, considering her pregnancy, chose not to argue back. You should stop overthinking and get out more to interact with others. As for me, I have this personality. I'm mainly worried about him fighting with Tobirama, not giving Izuna any special treatment. The woman fell silent again, maintaining a stiff smile towards Rong Shutan. With nothing more to say, Rong Shutan also wanted to ease Izuna's worries. So if you need anything, just let me know. Don't be afraid of being a bother. We live in the same village and we should help each other. To prevent her from overthinking, Rong Shutan readily said, They'll find someone to build a new house as soon as I return, definitely far from here. I want to tell Izuna, so please don't let it slip. The woman's smile grew wider, but she did not respond to Rong Shutan's words. Given the situation, if she stayed any longer it would be considered tactless. Confirming that it wasn't a physical discomfort, Rong Shutan took her leave and headed to the ninja school. The 4-year-old Orochimaru still maintained the appearance of a 3-year-old, and soon stumbled out from inside. Weijian, who had become a teacher, came out a little later than the students, while Rong Shutan first took little Wu to swing outside. Even as a little teacher, Weijian was still just a child. Especially when he saw Rong Shutan actually coming to pick him and his brother today, he jumped up high. Quick, look who this is. Who are you here to pick up? There were few people left now, most of those coming out were teachers. Rong Shutan helplessly said, stop being silly, let's hurry and find the youngest. Weijian performed a few backflips and landed in front of Rong Shutan, then picked up little Wu and let him ride on his shoulders. Little Wu was munching on the milk stick that Rong Shutan had brought him. Before Weijian could ask for one, Rong Shutan had already opened a new one and stuffed it into Weijian's mouth. As expected, the boy frowned. Sister, I'm already an adult. I shouldn't be eating these things, right? And that milk powder, I'm still drinking it. It's embarrassing. However, he wasn't lactose intolerant compared to other foods, he simply didn't like it as much. Just as he muttered this, Weijian's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at Rong Shutan. Rong Shutan switched to a fruit-flavored one. What are you staring at? Are you expecting me to carry little Wu? Little Wu had his baby teeth and couldn't eat too much sugar. Weijian immediately understood his sister's hint and quickly ran forward, holding little Wu's ankles. Today's task for Banjian was to help an old lady chop firewood, assist a grandfather living alone with fetching water, and then go to the nursing home to fulfill the needs of the elderly. After arriving, Weijian and little Wu also joined in the efforts. Rong Shutan is here. Quick, this is the pancake I just cooked, have a few bites before you leave. This grilled corn is for Banjian, take it with you and share it among the brothers. Oh, my little Wu has grown so big. This was just small talk. The elderly lady pulled Rong Shutan into the house. I knitted a scarf, but no one has taken it. Don't think it looks bad, it's warm. Without doing anything, Rong Shutan already had her arms full of gifts. She didn't stand on ceremony with the elderly. It smells so good. Grandma, your skills are good enough to open a shop. Is that favoritism? With them around, what about me? Who says it doesn't look good? The little ones will still want to fight me for it later. The elderly were amused and laughed heartily. Banjian's teammates noticed that ever since Rong Shutan brought Weijian and little Wu, Banjian, who usually had a serious demeanor, had relaxed a lot. So much so that even though they were teammates with the strong Banjian, they were extremely eager for Rong Shutan to show up from time to time. After finally finishing their tasks, Rong Shutan proposed, let's have barbecue today. Let's go. Weijian raised an eyebrow. You don't have something to tell us again, do you? With such a powerful spiritual beast at home, what good things hadn't they eaten before? They can even get us hot pot. What do we need barbecue for? Rong Shutan raised her hand to give Weijian a light smack. You talk too much. Weijian enjoyed teasing her, and ran ahead at a leisurely pace, making Rong Shutan feel like she could catch up, but she couldn't quite reach him. The youngest glanced at little Wu on the ground, and the little guy said, if you don't mind me being slow, let me walk by myself. Seeing the two ahead run far away, Banjian reluctantly picked up little Wu. Don't always play those tricks, be careful, I might just fix you up someday. Little Wu shrugged lazily, letting his hands droop without saying a word. The sizzling sound of barbecue was incessant in their ears, and after eating to about 50 full, Rong Shutan announced, you all have become little men now, it's time for our family to move to a better and bigger place. What do you think? The youngest was indifferent. As long as I'm with you guys, it doesn't matter where it is. Weijian became excited at the mention of a better and bigger place. How good is it? How big? Little Wu stared at the greasy meat slices. Prepare a room for second brother as well. He's too pitiful. The youngest silently gave little Wu a thumbs up, while Rong Shutan was momentarily dumbfounded. Why mention him? Does Tobirama not have a place to live? Isn't he always living in the Umbu or somewhere? Little Wu was already quite knowledgeable and occasionally heard strange noises from the neighboring house late at night. After sending a little snake clone to take a look, he understood that it was called yin-yang harmony. His sister was not young anymore and couldn't afford to be out of balance. Aren't we building a new house? Big brother has a sister-in-law and children, and we have a sister, but second brother has nothing. He picked up the cooked meat from the iron plate and placed it beside Rong Shutan's dish waiting for her to let it cool before eating. Wei Jian glanced at little Wu expressing deep sympathy. Then second brother is really pitiful. Rong Shutan quickly refused. Stop right there. Don't get carried away here. Second brother is used to a carefree life. Living with you guys would drive him crazy. That would be the future second Hokage. Even if Hashirama and Uchiha Madara maintained a friendly relationship and could continue to do so with Sarutobi Hiruzen taking over regardless of whether he becomes the second Hokage or not, Senju Tobirama would still be that steel-faced man who always wore a serious expression. And he was also talkative, unable to resist the urge to lecture whenever he saw someone. Just thinking about the days of bumping into each other made Rong Shutan shiver. Shuddering, Rong Shutan urged them to eat quickly. They still needed to go back and check on the situation with Izuna's wife. When entrusted by someone, one must take responsibility. Moreover, since Izuna was on a mission now, she had nothing to avoid. Yo. You're all eating barbecue now. Are you dissatisfied with my work? When the system made its appearance, Rong Shutan casually replied, "Please prepare food suitable for pregnant women, 1 portion, thank you." According to Quan Nai's description, it seemed that a pregnant woman at home wouldn't prepare meals. The system, aware of the situation next door, indicated it would place the food in her house shortly. By the way, I have a new task for you this time. I refuse. I won't take on any tasks. I have unlimited money. The system was even less inclined than her to accept tasks. It was clearly in a tight spot. Dear, if you don't take on tasks, we will treat the two of us as having lost vital signs. Please consider carefully. Rong Shutan replied. What kind of rogue system is this? With me the king of slacking off, you should be grateful. This time let's lower the difficulty a bit. I've chosen an upright, emotionally sensitive, and easygoing one for you. Be good, do well, and aim to earn another 3 billion. Rong Shutan had already succeeded in capturing Uchiha Madara. Though she found the process baffling, she still managed to succeed. Is it still 5,000 points? The system had already studied it. That was in the past. Now a new management team has been established. I don't know who set this up. It's based on a 100-point system, and we only need to achieve a score of 100 to be okay. However, such tasks are often the most difficult. Rong Shutan dismissed it, saying, Easy. No problem, just tell me who. Uchiha sure sway. It seemed Rong Shutan could hear the system's laughter. Wait. Uchiha sure sway is from this period as well. The system hadn't yet pulled out the everything is possible spiel. Rong Shutan rubbed her head and said, Doesn't that mean Uchiha Itachi is about to appear? Has the Uchiha massacre already begun planning? She was terrified, fearing that something would go wrong and cause irreparable consequences. Sister. Seeing Rong Shutan's sudden change in expression, Wei Jian blinked and called out. Meanwhile, the youngest Ban Jian was already used to it, serving Xiaowu some vegetables, saying, Fussy eaters get punished. Currently, Xiaowu might not be able to beat Ban Jian. Plus, he didn't dislike the vegetables Ban Jian served, so he ate. Rong Shutan came back to her senses. It's nothing, I just remembered it's time to wash my hair. This lie was too clumsy. Leaning back, Rong Shutan rubbed her head and told the system, Don't mess with me. We can't throw everything away, right? She hadn't considered going back, she just wanted to live a normal life here. I don't know if Uchiha Itachi is here, but Uchiha Shursui is already a member of the security team now. Uchiha Shursui, the one known as Kodoyama Tsukumi. He was a junior that Uchiha Kagami highly valued and admired. On the eve of the Uchiha clan's coup, the plan was to use Kodoyama Tsukumi to stop the Uchiha coup. However, he was deceived by Danzo before the plan was implemented and was ambushed by Danzo losing his right eye. The Sharingan techniques of the Uchiha clan are too powerful. Shursui had already mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan and body flicker technique. If his left eye fell into the hands of another, the consequences would be unimaginable. To alleviate the outbreak of civil war and to prevent someone like Danzo from plotting and seizing his left eye, Uchiha Shursui helped Uchiha Itachi unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, entrusting both his eyes and the top-tier Genjutsu Kodoyama Tsukumi to Itachi. Then he fell into the abyss in a free fall, committing suicide. Rong Shutan could still clearly recall the scene from the story, feeling heartbroken and regretful. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Wei Jian, realizing Rong Shutan's mood was low, quietly asked Xiaowu, Did you wet the bed? Otherwise, why would sister be unhappy? Xiaowu looked at the foolish third brother with a blank stare, then turned to Ban Jian. Are you going or am I going? Since sister was about to build a new house, this was a rare opportunity. It depended on whether the second brother could seize it. The youngest thought that both Xiaowu and the second brother were not good with their words. Fearing their conversation would worsen the situation, he said, "I'll go. What are you two playing at?" Rong Shutan didn't understand what they were saying, so she asked the more cooperative Xiaowu, "What is your fourth brother going to do?" The youngest had already vanished on the spot. Before long, the youngest found his cold-hearted second brother in the umbu saying, "Sister is preparing to build a new house in another place. You should go tell her to live with us." The brow of Tobirama had not relaxed. "What are you saying?" He understood the words but did not comprehend. "Why should I live with you? What kind of nonsense is she plotting now?" Ban Jian was really exasperated with his second brother. "If you don't go say it, then consider it as if I never came here." Tobirama did not react, still pondering the connection between Rong Shutan building a house and him moving in. The youngest truly felt for his second brother, thinking that indeed the eldest brother has a wife and children, and they have a sister, but the second brother is all alone. Ban Jian couldn't bear to leave him behind. "Second brother, do you like sister Rong Shutan or not? If you don't, I'll come back in a few years and marry her myself." Tobirama's face turned as dark as charcoal, angrily crossing his arms. "If you don't properly improve your ninjutsu, and keep thinking about such things, how will you protect the village?" Ban Jian shrugged. "I've conveyed the message. Xiaowu has already mentioned it to sister today. You can come or not." The youngest cleverly avoided mentioning that Rong Shutan had rejected the proposal. "Second brother, sometimes certain things need to be expressed. Sister is so good, you must know there are many people in the village vying for her attention. What if sister decides to settle down one day? Enough already." After shouting in the boardroom, Senju Tobirama turned back. Meanwhile, Rong Shutan was still in shock at home. On her way back, she had seen White Fan of the Leaf, Kakashi's father, Kagashi Zayan. Rong Shutan felt a bit confused and excited. "Sister, the summoning beast is here." Little Five brought the maternity meal to Rong Shutan. She put down the paper and pen in her hands and took the maternity meal, saying, "Thank you, Little Five." She was planning to draw a design plan herself and ask the craftsman to build a house, not bothering Hashirama this time. Before getting up to deliver food to Izuna's wife, Rong Shutan thought to herself that she wasn't well liked, so she called the youngest cub in the family. "Little Five, Izuna's older brother isn't home and the sister who is pregnant can't cook for herself. You go and deliver this to her." Little Five unhesitatingly ran this errand for Rong Shutan. However, when he returned, he was holding a plate. "Sister, she said that there's no need to deliver food anymore. This is what she made for us to eat." Rong Shutan was a bit pleasantly surprised. "Really? That's wonderful." It wasn't as unbearable as Izuna had claimed. Just as Rong Shutan was about to taste the food, Little Five grinned and said, "She also said she doesn't like me and doesn't want to see me again." Rong Shutan immediately stopped all her actions and looked at Little Five Orochimaru. Little Five smiled wider. "I told her back Izuna's older brother likes us. If he couldn't marry you, he wouldn't have married her, Uchiha Izuna." The boardroom was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Rong Shutan was first angry, then felt regret. I'm going to die." Stimulated by this, if something were to happen to her, Rong Shutan wouldn't be able to explain it to Izuna. When she stepped into the next room, Izuna's wife was tasting the maternity meal that Little Five had just delivered. "It's quite tasty. No wonder Izuna always likes to eat at your place. However, there won't be a need in the future. I will make better food for Izuna." Seeing that she was fine and could still mock people, Rong Shutan felt a bit relieved. Then Rong Shutan stepped forward and deliberately said rudely for the first time, "What did you just say to Little Five?" The woman did not hide. "If it makes him uncomfortable, then." She suddenly lowered her head and muttered softly, "Then I can't help it, all the other ninjas look so normal. Why does he have to look so creepy? If my child is born looking like that, what should I do?" Rong Shutan did not expect Izuna's wife to be so unreasonable. "Apologize. If Uchiha Izuna's child were to look like everyone else, then she would have to ask herself." The woman remained unusually calm. "Our Izuna asked you to take care of me, right? Then why did you send your deadpan brother to scare me?" Just as Rong Shutan was about to explode, the youngest returned with Little Five. "Sister, we came to take you home." Facing a person with radical thoughts who couldn't communicate normally, Tobirama thought it unnecessary to argue with her. Little Five also smiled and said, Sister Uchiha Izuna is really unfortunate. The child in her belly is also unfortunate to have a wife like her and a mother like that. This guy. None of them are easy to handle. Tobirama simply took a few steps forward and picked up Rong Shutan, leaving Uchiha Izuna's house. Little one, are you crazy? I can walk myself. As the child grew older, his height and strength increased. Carrying Rong Shutan was like playing with no pressure at all. I'm afraid you'll get tired, sister. Tired? Tired of what? Put me down. After the argument went nowhere, Rong Shutan looked at Izuna's wife. You better take care of yourself and wait for Izuna to come back. Finally she understood why there had always been a clash with this person. She had always viewed her as a thorn in her side along with her younger brothers. After the youngest left, Tobirama, feeling restless, went to see Hashirama. He couldn't quite express what had been said in the boardroom and asked Hashirama with a stern face. Is there a security issue in the village lately? Hashirama. Isn't he and Izuna working together on the inside and out? Tobirama's face flushed red as he angrily said, How can you not know something like this? How did you become Hokage, brother? Tobirama said they were going to build a new house, so arrange a room for me over there and ensure their safety. Hashirama nearly dropped his jaw and his eyes almost popped out. Aren't you the one who dislikes those younger ones the most? Stop talking. Tobirama crossed his arms and still looked upset. As the younger brother of the Hokage, if something were to happen to them, the whole village would be affected. Doesn't brother think of that? Senju. Tobirama's selfless dedication nearly brought Hashirama to tears. Second brother, I didn't expect you to have such awareness now. I'm so proud. However, Hashirama also wanted to consider Rong Shutan and them. But it's completely unnecessary. The younger brothers can take care of themselves now, so don't worry. Hashirama was well aware of the abilities of Tobirama and the others, as well as that disobedient kid they had taken in. Seeing Tobirama still frowning, Senju, Hashirama smiled and said, Besides, we should also consider Rong Shutan. Since the younger brothers are still young, no one says anything. But what does it mean for you, an adult man, to move in? People will talk. Big brother. I didn't expect you to be such a stubborn person. Senju. Tobirama was getting anxious. Hashirama had his reasons, and he was no exception even when facing his younger brother. I can say whatever here, but how will others see it? If you can get Rong Shutan to agree, then I would fully support it. You think you can push the blame onto me? Dream on. Tobirama didn't manage to get his way with his brother. After all, he took in the words of the youngest and went to Rong Shutan's house that night. Originally, he wanted to do as before and stop Rong Shutan directly after the lights in the three younger ones' room were turned off. However, it completely reversed this time. The younger ones were not easy to handle at all. Little Five. What time is it and you're still eating? Aren't you afraid of getting cavities? Go brush your teeth. Little one, it's time to sleep. We can continue our research tomorrow. Senju. Tobirama. What are you doing again? Why is it so hard to get you to take a bath? Don't you dare touch my freshly washed sheets. Rong Shutan was a bit frantic. She wanted to handle them easily, but things didn't go as planned. She was already exhausted from the ordeal. San, you'd better not run. If I catch you, I will definitely hit you today. Tobirama loved the atmosphere at home most every day. He jumped over from the sofa and even provoked Rong Shutan. Sister, you need to strengthen your training. How can I keep up if my stamina can't match even mine? Rong Shutan was so angry that just as she was about to find something to throw, she suddenly saw a flash of lightning followed by the sounds coming from the washroom. The chaotic scene suddenly quieted down. In the blink of an eye, Little Five obediently went to brush his teeth, and the youngest quickly lay down in bed. In the washroom, the sound of Tobirama bathing could be heard. Now only Rong Shutan was left. She felt as if she were dreaming when Senju. Tobirama, who had handled the three little troublemakers, stood in front of her. Is there anything else to do? Rong Shutan said. Why are you here? It was quite rare for him to appear in the dead of night. Despite the quarrels with her brothers, their bond remained strong. Upon seeing Senju. Tobirama, she immediately felt a prickly sensation all over her body. Tobirama seemed to have a disapproving look furrowing his brows and said, If you can't control them now, what are you doing still hanging around them? Caught up in the moment, Tobirama blurted out. Starting tomorrow, let them follow me. Rong Shutan found his reasoning baffling. You can't even take care of yourself, how can you let them follow you? Are they supposed to eat the wind from the northwest? Looking up at his grim face, Rong Shutan struggled to imagine her brothers following him. You've already fully grown, it doesn't matter for you, but they are still developing. Whose fault is it if they can't get enough nutrition? With that she pushed past Senju Tobirama and said disdainfully, You should just get out of the way and handle your own important matters. You don't need to meddle in this. Senju Tobirama silently clenched his jaw. Just as he was about to say you are the outsider, the youngest brother wearing pajamas walked out of the room saying, Second brother, you can come over and help my sister discipline us. The brothers could only support her here. Rong Shutan looked incredulously at the youngest who was betraying her. What's wrong with you? Do you really want to live with your second brother? Living under the same roof is not as simple as just saying it. Little Five quickly brushed his teeth and ran to Rong Shutan, tightly hugging her leg to show that he was on her side. Although he was the one who brought it up, he would ultimately respect his sister's wishes. At this moment it was especially easy for Rong Shutan to discern which brother was on her side. Seeing Little Five cunningly cling to his sister, the youngest also moved closer to Rong Shutan saying, Sister, Little Five and Weijian are becoming increasingly mischievous. With second brother around, you can always have him discipline them at any time. Senju Tobirama the tool said nothing. Tonight was a perfect example. The children have grown and have their own ideas, unlike when they were younger and easier to manage. The door to the bathroom opened and the third brother Weijian saw that his second brother was still there, water dripping from his hair, and quickly dashed back to his room. Rong Shutan suddenly felt that Senju Tobirama was quite useful. The youngest seized the moment and asked Tobirama, How long has it been since you had a proper meal? The future second generation's face turned pale, his eyes threatening his younger brother. However, Rong Shutan absorbed the youngest's words. Don't the Anbu and the guard force have a dedicated place to eat? What I just said about not having a meal was just a casual remark. Usually I only take care of the younger three and don't dare to inquire too much about the village's affairs. The youngest thought for a moment and deliberately painted a dire picture. Sister, what are you thinking? How can the village afford to support so many people? Everyone relies on their own abilities. Whoever can get food eats a bit, and those who can't just endure it. It could be considered a time of peace. How could it still be like this? Rong Shutan found it hard to comprehend and looked at Senju Tobirama. So where do you usually eat? Tobirama remained silent and Little Five answered for him. Wherever there is extra food, second brother goes to eat. Rong Shutan belatedly imagined the future second generation looking enviously and wronged at others eating. The fish in the river, the birds in the trees, the rabbits in the holes. They were all crying out in injustice at that moment. Cough, cough. Senju Tobirama cleared his throat awkwardly and said to Rong Shutan in a serious tone, Leave the matter of building a new house to me, you don't have to worry about it. Rong Shutan had already started to feel a pang of sympathy. That won't do. I might not like the house you build. I want to design it myself. The youngest pulled Little Five, who was hugging Rong Shutan's leg, back to the room, deliberately closing the door, loudly signaling to those outside that they were unseen and unheard. She had tacitly agreed to let Tobirama live together. Although he didn't understand what was so special about designing a house, he wouldn't impose his own wishes on Rong Shutan. Have you found a craftsman yet? Rong Shutan had just had this idea today. Not yet, I haven't had the chance. Tobirama had been unhappy with Uchiha Izuna living next to her for quite some time and had been holding back his frustration until now. He'll take care of it. He was willing to lend a hand, being more familiar with which villagers had what skills. Rong Shutan didn't refuse his kindness. If it doesn't interfere with your work, then thank you. Tobirama finally let out a sigh of relief, but his face still remained tense. Have you chosen a good place yet? Rong Shutan had indeed considered it. I initially wanted to be closer to the Ninja Academy for San and Little Five's convenience. But now that you are also going to live here, let's choose another location. Who told her to be soft-hearted? She couldn't bear the thought that he might go without food. As a big man, he probably wouldn't care about the meal situation, but it could lead to him damaging his stomach in the long run. With 3 boys to manage, it was indeed necessary to have someone to keep them in check. Tobirama blushed in places where Rong Shutan couldn't see. Rong Shutan was still pondering. Choosing the location is quite important. It should be convenient for the inhabitants to travel, and the surrounding environment should be nice with neighbors who are easy to get along with. Speaking of neighbors, Rong Shutan suddenly looked at Tobirama. How about we build the house near your older brother? A little distance would prevent things from being too close. But it also needed to be convenient for her to interact with Shuihu, who was still very willing to play with her. She was Shuihu's first friend in Konoha, and before having children Shuihu was very attached to Rong Shutan. Tobirama had never experienced this feeling before she was actually discussing it with him. It's up to you. He didn't dare to look at Rong Shutan. Once the design drawings are completed, have someone bring them to me and tell me the location. I will have people start construction. Rong Shutan had many questions to ponder. She nodded lightly and quickly ran to the coffee table to jot down the details that suddenly came to her mind. Upon leaving Rong Shutan's home, Fei Jian felt a mixture of emotions. It was incredible. He felt a sense of reassurance and stability, yet also a yearning accompanied by some worry about potential unpleasant frictions in their future interactions. In the past, Fei Jian never considered himself to have flaws, but at that moment he started to contemplate whether there were any actions that might annoy her. Xu Jian was still pondering why a young lady like Rong Shutan would allow the single adult Fei Jian to stay overthinking about a suitable reason when Fei Jian had already begun building the house. On the design drawing there were large bold characters that read Fei Jian's room. Aside from the happiness of those who would move in the nearby, Shui who was also pleased. Rong Shutan, we will be able to visit each other often in the future. We can also take the kids out for a picnic during our breaks at school. I can hardly wait to share many interesting things with you. Rong Shutan was quite fond of Shuihu's personality, laughing heartily. I am also very much looking forward to it. Aside from Shuihu, there should be another person who was delighted. That would be Uchiha Izuna's wife. With Senju Fei Jian overseeing the construction, the larger, more contemporary-styled house was completed in just a few days. When Izuna returned, Rong Shutan was instructing the workers on how to decorate. Izuna had completed his tasks before learning about this on his way home. After all, the house Rong Shutan was building was unique, and had attracted the attention of everyone in the village. Everyone was discussing her new home. He originally intended to go home first, but after hearing everyone's comments his curiosity got the better of him, and he changed his route to head to where Rong Shutan was. No need, we will be moving in a few days. If we paint again it will need to air out. We can skip this step. The workers had never seen such a distinctive room and wanted to do their best, but Rong Shutan declined their good intentions. If we paint it will produce formaldehyde. In ancient times, building materials were limited. Either they mixed soil with some grass to build mud houses, or as they were doing now, combined stones and wood to construct houses. Untreated wood contains only trace amounts of formaldehyde and does not pose a risk to human health. In the past, people typically sourced materials locally, often able to move in almost immediately. So shouldn't the tables and chairs be made soon? Naturally, Rong Shutan had even drawn designs for a cabinet and a wardrobe, asking the masters for help in making them. To thank the hard-working craftsman, Rong Shutan arranged for her system to bring various seasonings and set up a stove nearby, inviting them for a hearty lunch every day. When Izuna arrived, he saw a lively scene. The craftsmen, who rarely had good meals, were very happy to stay at Rong Shutan's place. Most importantly, while they were working, Rong Shutan also made deep-fried meatballs, allowing the craftsmen to take some home for their families. Many of the craftsmen's families voluntarily came over to help, leaving Rong Shutan at a loss for words. Izuna had forgotten how long it had been since he saw such a scene where everyone worked together, and among them were a few members of the Uchiha clan. Someone spotted Izuna from a distance and called out to him, "Come and have some meatballs." Izuna did not hold back and walked over to Rong Shutan's side, exclaiming, "Wow! Rong Shutan, you really have built a house." A nearby woman laughed, saying, "Of course, the kids have grown up and the small house is no longer enough. Moreover, it's not just one child with Rong Shutan, there are 3. It sounds like Fei Jian will also be moving in." The warm-hearted woman, squeezing meatballs into the oil, lightly nudged Rong Shutan. "Are you going to marry their second brother?" Fei Jian is such a reserved person. When asked, he just blushes and won't tell us when we can have wedding sweets. While enjoying the freshly fried meatballs, Izuna blinked at Rong Shutan, who calmly replied, "What are you talking about? 3 boys at home are too mischievous. Aside from the youngest, the other 2 are already taller than me and I can't keep up. Fortunately, they still respect Fei Jian, so I asked him to help discipline those brothers. And by the way, I want to help nurture the next generation's health so that they can contribute to Konoha for a few more years." With so many people talking, Izuna found it hard to converse with Rong Shutan. Instead, Rong Shutan asked the absent-minded Izuna. Have you been home? No, not yet, he replied casually. Rong Shutan hadn't pushed him to leave, but the family of a craftsman who was helping with the meatballs said, Take some back for your wife. Eat them while they're hot, they're very delicious. Rong Shutan was generous, letting everyone take some. Besides, everyone knew that she and Izuna were friends, so they spoke candidly. Who would have thought that Rong Shutan immediately stopped them, even trying to pry some out of Izuna's mouth? No way. Today's portion isn't enough. Izuna was a bit startled and stepped back. Look at how stingy you are. Haven't I given you plenty of good things to eat? But this freshly fried meatball, this is truly the first time I've had one, so I grabbed a handful. Rong Shutan took a deep breath and spoke kindly to Uchiha Izuna. Hurry home, I've been busy lately and haven't seen your wife for several days. And about the meatballs you ate, you had those at Hokage's place, don't say you got them from here. Luckily she had sent plenty to Shui Hu and Zhu Jian like them, so Shui Hu had him take some to the office. This way Izuna's wife should not feel that she is the first to see him upon his return. Uchiha Izuna was still confused. Is there some at Zhu Jian's place? Of course, he must have hidden them. Rong Shutan hoped he would follow her advice. Alright, you're just being a nuisance here, hurry and go. Uchiha Izuna was indeed quite worried about his wife. After walking a few steps away, he turned back to ask Rong Shutan. If you built a house here, won't you stop living at the original? Isn't that obvious? Rong Shutan built this to avoid suspicions. With a slight smile, Rong Shutan replied. There's no choice, that place is too far from the school and Fei Jian's workplace. Moving here is much more convenient. Izuna, being stubborn, said, Then you should have someone build a house for me next door. You better not think of leaving me out while I'm not around. He was being quite unreasonable. In front of everyone, Rong Shutan was at a loss for words on how to respond. Hurry up. It looks like your place is almost ready to accommodate people. Have someone build it for me. In Izuna's mind, their relationship was close enough that they could share everything without distinction. Rong Shutan closed her eyes and took a deep breath, standing up and pulling Izuna aside. You've started a family, you need to consider your wife's feelings more. The person who will be by your side is her in the future. When you have a headache or feel unwell, the one who will take care of you will only be her. I know. Qian Nai responded quickly, but it was mindless. What does this have to do with you building a house for me? Rong Shutan thought for a moment, and said firmly. Our family has a special situation, which is why we are moving. Your wife is pregnant, and has gotten used to the original place. Can't you stay there for her sake? Afraid he would continue to argue, Rong Shutan decisively said. Besides, you and Fei Jian fight every time you meet. I don't want the children to grow up in such an environment. Distance creates beauty, you should stay there. Pushing Qian Nai, Rong Shutan hurriedly urged him. Quickly go back and see if you can help your wife with something. When she is willing to come out and take a stroll, you can bring her over to play. Rong Shutan believed that day would never come. If she really agreed to come, it would only mean she had finally come to terms with it. Or perhaps she had an exceptionally strong mental state, and could endure anything for Qian Nai. Uchiha Qian Nai always felt something was strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days passed, and Rong Shutan could successfully move. When the original house was emptied and the youngest was leveling the ground, Qian Nai quickly ran over. He grabbed Rong Shutan and led her towards a small grove. Meanwhile, the youngest did not hesitate, and under the watchful eyes of Xiao Wu and Hua Jian quickly destroyed the house. Buried underground, there were no ruins and no traces of human habitation. Hey! What are you doing? Rong Shutan asked out loud, unable to resist. Holding her sleeve, Qian Nai suddenly stopped, his expression complex as he squatted down. He looked very conflicted and somewhat anxious. Rong Shutan cherished this friend. She didn't let go, and pretended to be carefree, saying, I'm in a hurry to go back. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm very busy. Qian Nai rubbed his hair vigorously and looked up at Rong Shutan, saying, You might not believe me, but I feel like I'm back in the state of being in love again. I just went out to complete a task and came back. Did you persuade my wife? She smiles at me every day and indulges me in everything. Despite being pregnant, she keeps the house spotless. She even cares about her appearance more than when we were dating. I feel. Such happiness made Qian Nai uneasy. It feels unreal. She wouldn't have some terminal illness, would she? Rong Shutan raised her hand to her forehead and sighed in relief. Are you shameless? When someone treats you well, you say it's unreal. When they treat you poorly, you don't love them as much as before. What do you want? Qian'ai glanced at Rong Shutan several times, looking guilty. No, you don't know, she actually. After glancing at Rong Shutan a few more times, Qian'ai shifted a few steps to the side and avoided saying. She always suspects I have someone else outside and has confronted me. But at that time Qian'ai didn't. He felt wronged. Rong Shutan didn't know they had this issue. Since Qian'ai had brought it up, she seized the opportunity to say, You constantly interact with different people, of course she feels insecure. Since they are not doing well, Rong Shutan couldn't stay calm and said bluntly, You have no sense of boundaries. Remember to keep your distance from other girls, including me. Got it? Qian'ai suddenly became serious. What's wrong with you? Do you still have feelings for me? His fists clenched suddenly. Rong Shutan gritted her teeth. Qian'ai carefully pointed to a certain direction. I think it's just fine now. I'm too easily content. As long as she isn't being neurotic, anything can be discussed. Yes, if you paid a bit more attention to her, and gave her enough security, she wouldn't torment herself for no reason. Sometimes it's necessary to think from a woman's perspective. Not a saint, just not wanting to create trouble for herself. Rong Shutan took the youngest back to tear down the house, and until they left, Qian'ai's wife didn't come out to take a look. Before leaving, Qian'ai waved vigorously at them and shouted, Come back to my house to play. For Rong Shutan it was also a conclusion. That night many people came to the new house. Mizuho brought her children and insisted on helping Rong Shutan. Hashirama came with Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama even brought his students and subordinates over. Rong Shutan had called for the system several times. Oh my! You've become quite impressive. Weren't you supposed to cook for yourself? Rong Shutan's arm was almost broken. That was for rewarding the craftsmen. I can't just show them the miraculous summoning beasts in front of ordinary people. Such a skill is bound to attract resentment. Fortunately, there were still some seasonings available. A portion of the trouble was handled by the system, and Rong Shutan cooked a few dishes, enough for everyone. Mizuho had been helping in the kitchen and had gone to nurse the baby. While arguing with the system, Hashirama cheerfully ran in. Is there sweet potato and syrup? I've been thinking about it for ages, but Mizuho won't make it for me. Why don't you make it yourself? Are you here to celebrate my housewarming or to mooch off me? Why should I cook for you? Directly throwing down the apron, Rong Shutan angrily took it off. Hashirama quickly soothed. The food from the summoning beast lacks soul. How about this? You talk and I'll cook. Saying this, Hashirama tied the apron around himself. Rong Shutan stared at the first Hokage, who had no sense of authority, finding it hard to imagine how he did his job. Get out of the way. Not enough to waste my spit. She was impatient on the surface, but still cooked the sweet potato and syrup. Hashirama almost wanted to bow to Rong Shutan. Before moving the chopsticks, he was very pious and said a lot. Rong Shutan said irritably, If you don't eat soon, it'll clump together. She even specially placed a bowl of hot water under the sweet potato and syrup to prevent it from cooling too quickly and becoming hard to pick up. No one asked why Uchiha Qian'ai wasn't invited. They all knew he had a pregnant wife at home to take care of. As the excitement dwindled, Rong Shutan didn't act like a mother, but instead directed the three younger ones. Split up and tidy up the house. After giving instructions, Rong Shutan happily went to take a bath. Having a private space was simply too enjoyable. Hua Jian wasn't meticulous and was responsible for sweeping the floor and handling the garbage. The youngest wore an apron with his name on it, washing dishes in the kitchen. Xiao Wu was leisurely organizing each gift and marking them, ready to show them to Rong Shutan when she came out. Only Senju Tobirama was left with nothing to do. He looked this way and that, feeling that he was not needed here. Rong Shutan, with a calm mind, finished her bath and came out wearing the pajamas provided by the system. Xiao Wu had already cleaned himself up and changed into pajamas. Sister, look, this is my gift for you. He also prepared a gift for the new house. It was a basin with a small snake swimming in the water. Wow! This gift is so unique. Rong Shutan enthusiastically placed the snake tank in a prominent position. What should I feed them every day? Xiao Wu, the big snake pill, was very happy inside. Sister, just feed them braised pork. Braised pork was his favorite. Rong Shutan laughed heartily. Alright. Sister remembers it. She hugged Rong Shutan's neck and pecked her cheek before Xiaowu climbed down from the sofa. The coffee table has the gift list. Good night, sister. Good night, Xiaowu. Everyone had their own room. Hua Jian had dried his hair and came out with frizzy hair. You haven't praised me yet. Look how clean I swept the floor. Rong Shutan immediately looked carefully at several spots. Did you sweep the floor today? I thought it was the youngest. Amazing. I can be lazy for several days without needing to mop. Sitting on the sofa, Senju Tobirama remained silent. Was this a compliment? Yet his foolish younger brother was very happy to hear it, raising his chin proudly. Good night. Similar to Xiaowu, he pecked Rong Shutan's forehead before going back to his own room. Washing dishes was the most laborious task. The youngest came out of the kitchen glancing at his wooden-like second brother, and deliberately walked in front of Rong Shutan, pressing down on her head and giving her a peck. He remained silent, but Rong Shutan said good night to him. This made Senju Tobirama wonder if their previous interactions were all fake. He did not know that when the family was harmonious it was truly harmonious, and when they were causing trouble it was equally deserving of a beating. The youngest and the fifth did not understand that the third's somewhat honest demeanor was derived from the presence of Senju Tobirama, who was reading on the sofa. Rong Shutan, feeling thirsty, poured herself some water and asked the future second generation, still dressed in his outdoor clothes, "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" Although she did not show her inner calm, she was after all a person of this world, and could not afford to lose face as if she had never seen the world. Who would have thought that Senju Tobirama did not even lift his eyelids, only making a sound from his nostrils before falling silent. No matter how brave Rong Shutan was, it was inappropriate to stay in the living room. And going to sleep now, remember to turn off the lights. After another Senju Tobirama fell completely silent. This was just the beginning. Rong Shutan silently reminded herself to hold on. What she did not know was that when she returned to her room and locked her door, the person on the living room sofa covered his face with a book, his ears red enough to bleed. Overall, successfully completing the move was worth celebrating. The next day, before she even woke up, the system called out to Rong Shutan. Considering you were busy building a house not long ago, can we go raise the favorability of Uchiha Shursui today? Speaking of Uchiha Shursui, Rong Shutan suddenly remembered another matter. System, can you check if White Fang has any tasks at the moment? The White Fang of Konoha, who abandoned his mission to save his companions, is a crucial point of influence for Kakashi. My authority is not that vast. He is not someone directly related to you. It would be easier to ask Senju Hashirama, right? Rong Shutan. Dear White Fang is an elite jonin performing confidential missions. Especially at this critical juncture, do you think he would tell me? Rong Shutan did not inquire into political matters, but she could still sense the busy activity of the ninjas in the village lately. And then there was Kumobikyu, probably trying to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Mist village has a three-tailed plan. These are significant issues. Suddenly I want to split myself into several pieces for use. Saying this, Rong Shutan immediately got out of bed, hurriedly washed up, and asked the system to prepare breakfast for them. Didn't you ask them to drink formula? What breakfast do you want? Rong Shutan's morning routine was simple, just like them. She boiled a few eggs and that was enough. From now on we need to prepare breakfast. Since Senju Tobirama is living here, we must hurry. Even with all the busyness, Rong Shutan did not forget this matter. The system chuckled softly, went to prepare for her, and reminded her not to forget to take some time to raise favorability. Senju Tobirama did not sleep soundly this time. He was less comfortable than when he slept elsewhere. It was not that he was uncomfortable, but rather that he had insomnia the previous night. Having spent years mingling among men, he had heard many crude jokes. The phrase emerging lotus had always meant nothing to him. But last night the faint fragrance on Rong Shutan and her casual attire, which she only wore at home, made his heart and mind uncontrollably restless. He had imagined many possibilities of living under the same roof, but when it came to real experience, he felt somewhat at a loss. Get up, get up. Knocking on the door of the third room, Rong Shutan then went to knock on the door of the fifth, Orochimaru. The youngest was very disciplined and was probably already out training by now. Rong Shutan called them both and was about to head to the kitchen to prepare formula. Just as she turned her head, she saw Senju Tobirama coming out of his room. Good morning. Senju Tobirama wanted to respond to her with an indifferent him in line with his temperament, even to ignore her. But thinking of the shameful actions in his dream, Senju Tobirama walked up to Rong Shutan with a serious expression, and mimicking the mischievous demeanor of the three boys from last night, lightly kissed her forehead. Rong Shutan was dumbfounded on the spot, raising her hand to touch the place he had kissed, staring blankly at him as if nothing had happened. Senju Tobirama's heart was about to explode, yet he had to pretend as if nothing had happened. However, he came out without knowing what to do, so he simply turned back to his room. The fifth happened to witness the entire process, and sneaked into Tobirama's room. "Second brother, let me show you how to use this. Sister says it's called toothpaste." Senju Tobirama was filled with resistance after the fifth squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrush. He told Tobirama, "This way, when you kiss there won't be any unpleasant smell." Annoying. After roaring angrily, Qianqiu Feijian suddenly realized that these guys were not even protecting her mouth. Growing even more furious as Qianqiu Feijian pondered how to deal with them, Xiao Wu sighed. "Sister hates smelly men the most. If second brother doesn't want it, I can keep it in my room for later use. These are special supplies for my sister's spiritual beasts. They are not available anywhere else." Xiao Wu looked up at the murderous Qianqiu Feijian and said, "Wait a moment, I will go get mine and demonstrate it for you. This is how my sister teaches them." If it weren't for his remaining usefulness, Qianqiu Feijian would have directly incapacitated Xiao Wu. Enduring to the point of bulging veins, it wasn't until Xiao Wu seriously brushed his teeth in front of Qianqiu Feijian that the little guy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Today I have lemon flavor, which my sister likes the most." Withdrawing his snake-like neck, Xiao Wu scurried back to his own room. While Qianqiu Feijian was still debating whether to imitate Xiao Wu, he came back again saying, "This is skincare product. You apply it on your face after washing it. It not only makes your skin soft but also smells nice." Qianqiu Feijian noticed the small bottle in Xiao Wu's hand. He had one too. With his entire face smudged black, Qianqiu Feijian suddenly felt that living here was quite troublesome. What does a man need to apply those things for? Talkative. After sternly scolding Xiao Wu, Qianqiu Feijian strode out of the washroom. Rong Shutan, seeing him drenched in sweat from his morning exercises, shouted, "Youngest! Hurry up and take a shower, clean yourself up before coming out for breakfast." The future second generation silently retracted his feet and returned to the washroom, carefully imitating Xiao Wu's process. After Rong Shutan prepared breakfast and set it on the table, everyone was ready. "Wow, sister! What good day is it today?" Rong Shutan occasionally had a special sense of ceremony which made Weijian particularly fond of her. Xiao Wu also stretched his neck to look at the unusually different breakfast, feeling much happier. However, it didn't take long for Xiao Wu to guess the reason. "Feijian can't just drink formula like you guys. Thanks to your second brother, this breakfast has to be more sumptuous from now on." Just moved in, Qianqiu Feijian was left speechless, feeling inexplicably happy. Weijian didn't care why. He stood up to grab a crystal bun, saying, "I love you, sister. You are the one I love the most in this whole world." After taking a bite of the bun, Weijian, with his mouth full, insisted, "How could I live without you, sister? I will never leave my sister." The series of cheesy remarks from Qianqiu Weijian made Qianqiu Feijian forget to scold him. After he finished one bun, Qianqiu Feijian's face darkened as he said, "No manners. Go stand in the corner." Even though he had spent a long time living with Rong Shutan, the ingrained memories still ran deep. Weijian glanced at Rong Shutan, hoping she would plead for him. However, Rong Shutan was quite clear-headed when it came to educating children. She quietly asked Feijian, "Why make him stand in the corner?" Feijian maintained a tense expression, feeling embarrassed about his brother not waiting for the elder to start eating before he did. Rong Shutan often did not care much about the details. The children's happiness was her greatest achievement. This may have led to them being overly casual in front of her sometimes. Rong Shutan had invited Qianqiu Feijian to live here largely because having a boy in the house indeed needed a male figure to lead. Qianqiu Feijian remained silent, but Weijian understood and moved closer to Rong Shutan, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Sister, I know I was wrong. Please tell second brother not to be angry." Rong Shutan couldn't help but laugh. How could she be so impressive as to persuade a future second generation? "Humph, you should go plead for yourself instead." Qianqiu Weijian, steeling himself, approached his second brother, saying, "Second brother, I promise to eat properly from now on." Only then did Qianqiu Feijian's expression soften, sitting there with his arms crossed, motionless. The youngest stepped out of the room, his hair not fully dried, looking like a bright and energetic youth. "Everyone's here, let's eat." With Qianqiu Feijian present, the three little ones dared not move. Rong Shutan was momentarily confused, but when Xiao Wu the big snake served her some food saying sister eat, she finally realized what Qianqiu Feijian was upset about. Alright, you all eat too. After she took the first bite, the little ones finally began to eat. Rong Shutan quietly glanced at the frowning second generation. Eating with such grace, one could hardly imagine they were usually deprived of food. Rong Shutan felt a bit worried that the children might not enjoy this meal, so before they left she secretly handed each of them a candy. Each one was of their favorite flavor. Unluckily, the last to leave, Qianqiu Feijian, saw her giving candy to Weijian and stared at her hand intently. Rong Shutan thought for a moment, took out a grape-flavored candy and tucked it into Feijian's belt, saying, "This is for you." A few ahead had already exited, and Qianqiu Feijian, suppressing the turbulent emotions within, stepped out of the house he had stayed in for the night. No one had ever dared to tuck anything into his belt, and that clumsy woman had given it to the others in their hands. Qianqiu Feijian felt she treated him and his brothers differently, his neck turning red. What he didn't know was that Rong Shutan was afraid he would find it childish if she handed it to him, and he would refuse her. For the time being he couldn't see what it was and could only leave. After sending off the older and younger ones, Rong Shutan tidied the dining table, quickly did the housework, and started listing her plan. White Fang. First, she must not let White Fang face difficult choices and also give Kakashi a childhood with a father. Second, prevent the Uchiha clan extermination plan. Uchiha Madara should not have died. Logically, it shouldn't have developed to that point. But everything was uncertain. Who knows where the deviations might occur? Uchiha Kakashi, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, including the possibly non-existent Uchiha Sasuke, along with their father Uchiha Fugaku, were all uncertain factors. Rong Shutan wanted to understand this clearly. Third, the Nine Tails. The Naruto series was sparked by the Nine Tails incident, leading to a series of subsequent plots. Rong Shutan later learned that the Nine Tails had always been a native of Konoha, enslaved by the powerful Uchiha clan's eye techniques. This led to the situation where Uchiha Madara could manipulate the Nine Tails. Although Hashirama and Uchiha Madara hadn't fallen out yet, the Nine Tails remaining with the Uchiha clan was still concerning. Mito would become the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Naruto could become friends with the Nine Tails, believing that in time the Nine Tails would open its heart to others as well. Even if it was proud and wanted to wait for Naruto, at least it wouldn't be used to harm the village. Fourth, the plan to seize the Byakugan from the Cloud Village, which must also be guarded against. Right, and that 5 Kage summit also needs to be included in the plan. Rong Shutan worked hard for a while and finally wrote down the urgent matters that needed immediate attention. Baby, have we forgotten something particularly important? The sudden appearance of the system made Rong Shutan scrutinize her written content several times. 3 Tails plan. That should start when Kakashi, Obito, and Rin are a bit older, right? It seemed that White Fang was still quite young and Kakashi was uncertain if he had been born yet. Uchiha Shursui, you don't plan to take on missions at all, do you? Rong Shutan suddenly realized. No, I will look for opportunities to do it. The system remained good-natured and wasn't angry. Good luck. Waiting for your good news. Rong Shutan encouraged herself. But I still need to visit Hashirama first. Too many things needed to be discussed with Hashirama. Or rather, it could be said, hinting to him to avoid crises as much as possible. Unfortunately, when Rong Shutan went to find Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna happened to come out. Oh. I was wondering why my left eyelid was twitching earlier. Izuna understood what she was saying. Previously, Rong Shutan often nagged. Left eyelid twitching means good things are about to happen. Surprisingly, he ignored her, casting a glance her way before walking past her, talking to Uchiha Madara. What's going on? Rong Shutan murmured softly, continuing inside, asking the guards to relay her message. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who had left the Hokage's office, was closely watching his speechless younger brother until he had nothing left to say, and then displeased asked, "What happened?" Izuna looked at the spot where Rong Shutan had just stood, full of desolation. "Nothing, it's just that Rong Shutan might not bother with me anymore from now on." Even if she greeted him cheerfully on the surface, he knew that it was all an act. Uchiha Madara had seen Izuna's wife and scoffed. "Humph. Those you choose for yourself must learn to bear the consequences." He could tolerate no one, and Izuna deserved to suffer. Who told him he couldn't control himself? Izuna smiled bitterly and didn't say anything more. He actually knew everything in his heart, and could feel that it was his wife who had driven Rong Shutan away. On the day Rong Shutan took Weijian and the others back to demolish the house, Izuna waved at her, shouting loudly, "Come back to play at my house sometime." At that moment he had already thought it through. No one knew how long he felt sad that night when Rong Shutan hosted a lively gathering in their new house. Xu Jian was busy when he heard that Rong Shutan had arrived and immediately had someone invite her in. Rong Shutan held the project checklist she had prepared. However, she did not show it to Xu Jian. After all, the written words were incomprehensible to him. "I thought now that you have Mizuho you would completely neglect me." Xu Jian often wanted to hear Rong Shutan's opinions on various matters. Yet he would ask seemingly without intention, making Rong Shutan unaware of his true intentions. Is the major issue here something I can interfere with? If not for the fear of irreversible changes to the plot, Rong Shutan wouldn't have come here. After a hearty laugh, Xu Jian asked Rong Shutan to wait a moment. Once he finished his immediate tasks and sent someone to attend to the aftermath, he sat down opposite her and quickly took a sip of the cooling chrysanthemum tea prepared by Mizuho. He appreciated this quality of Rong Shutan, always maintaining her composure. "Speak. What is the matter?" Rong Shutan unhesitatingly elaborated on the seriousness of the potential events. After hearing her, Xu Jian sincerely asked Rong Shutan, "Is this also recorded in the texts of your Huaxia clan?" Rong Shutan internally screamed, but with a stiff expression she sincerely replied, "No, I dreamed it." Xu Jian did not take this lightly and called for Fei Jian to come over. Rong Shutan tentatively suggested, "What if we also call Uchiha Madara?" It was unclear how much Xu Jian and Uchiha Madara could trust each other, but she thought, "We can temporarily conceal the matters concerning the Nine Tails and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan from him." Xu Jian hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. "All right." Rong Shutan felt there was no need for her to linger any longer. "Then I shall take my leave. Remember to treat this seriously." Each of these matters could significantly impact the entire village of Hokage. Unexpectedly, Xu Jian raised his hand to stop the departing Rong Shutan. "Don't leave. If you leave, how will I explain this to them?" Rong Shutan exclaimed. "Don't. You are the Hokage. Just overseeing the situation is enough." Xu Jian smiled gently. "It was your dream, you should be the one to speak for credibility." Every time Rong Shutan saw Xu Jian's harmless face, she felt deceived, especially now the feeling was even stronger. "Just pretend I was never here." Letting Senju Tobirama hear these words in front of Uchiha Madara, he would surely see through her intentions. She still wanted to live a long life and did not wish to die unjustly in Konoha. "How can we pretend you were never here?" While pulling Rong Shutan, Xu Jian called for his subordinates. "Hurry up. Get Tobirama and Madara over here." After thinking for a moment, since Uchiha Madara was quite eager to support his younger brother with significant responsibilities, Xu Jian added, "Also call Izuna over. If that fails, call the leaders of the Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, Akimichi, and even the Sarutobi clan." Rong Shutan felt like crying but quickly adjusted. "Let's do this." This indicated Xu Jian's serious concern. For a better future she had to speak up. Who is afraid of whom? This is not the time for sentimentality. She was essentially holding the script, and if she couldn't protect her living place, she must ensure its safety. The first issue to discuss was regarding White Fang. His exceptional strength, and the established lore in the Book of Formation placed him above the three ninjas, making them respect him. Moreover, some said that as long as White Fang lived, Minato could not become the fourth Hokage. He was indeed someone qualified to be Hokage. Yes, one of his sleeves was cloud-patterned, identical to the Hokage cloak. This is a major issue for the village. To be honest, before Rong Shutan arrived, I had indeed considered assigning Kakashi's father to lead a mission. Xu Jian signaled to his assistant, who quickly brought the relevant confidential documents, which Xu Jian then spread out on the table. Aside from Tobirama and Izuna, everyone in the room was the strongest of their clan, creating an overwhelming presence. Rong Shutan forced herself to act oblivious, treating them as mere cabbages. Yet when she saw the destination of the mission, she was somewhat taken aback. Sunagakure, in the land of wind where Gaara resided. It was home to Chiyo and the puppet master Sasori, who had been hiding inside his puppet. The moment the red-haired handsome youth appeared in his true form, Rong Shutan was completely captivated by him, both by his background and his abilities. Is there a problem? Xu Jian noticed something was amiss with Rong Shutan's expression, and quickly asked. Rong Shutan felt a headache coming. She thought the mission assigned to Kakashi's father was the one that made him struggle with the choice, ultimately opting for his companions over the task. Wait a moment, let me think. To a certain extent, this trip to Xiaoying village had a significant impact on Baiya as well as on Chio and the Scorpion family. During the mission, Baiya encountered a tenacious puppet master, and because those two puppet masters caused significant harm to his teammates, Baiya killed them. In the end, Baiya witnessed them exerting their utmost effort using puppets capable of self-defense to protect a child together. That child was none other than the orphaned Scorpion. At that time, Baiya had just had a son himself, and the actions of the two puppet masters made him realize that not all ninjas were cold and unfeeling. From that moment on, Baiya underwent a change in mindset. So when he faced a situation involving the mission or the lives of his teammates, he chose the latter. In other words, at this time Kakashi Hatake was already present. Rong Shutan felt a headache coming on and stole several glances at Hashirama. If she spoke up at this moment saying not to let Baiya kill Scorpion's parents, it would seem quite fatal. If you have something to say, feel free to express it directly. Tobirama noticed her small actions and spoke up, his tone lacking the usual coldness. Rong Shutan gathered her courage and asked everyone, "Is the purpose of missions to kill?" Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, then smiled at Rong Shutan, saying, "Perhaps some of our missions are not honorable, but we must understand that not everything can be brought to light. Our integrity does not mean everyone shares our goodwill." Rong Shutan understood this. Hashirama, seeing her discomfort, continued, "I can understand your thoughts. I cannot speak for other villages, but our Konoha takes on missions for the sake of peace. That's enough for me." Rong Shutan slammed the table. "Then can you ensure that those who go on missions prioritize their own lives and those of their teammates, and do not harm the innocent?" It was later mentioned that those who blamed Baiya did so because his ninja way differed from that of others. As ninjas, the first rule is to carry out missions at all costs. To achieve their missions, they could resort to any means necessary. Danzo is a prime example. One cannot simply judge him as good or bad. He is entirely focused on the village's interests. Baiya is a good captain and teammate, but he is not a qualified ninja. On a deeper level, the failure of the mission directly led to Konoha and the Cloud Village being at a standoff for a decade. At the time it seemed he saved his comrades, but that result led to many more comrades participating in wars, and thus sacrificing their lives in the years to come. It also indirectly caused Konoha to be unable to develop economically. No one could bear such a heavy responsibility. Even the comrades he saved criticized him, leading to Baiya tragically choosing to end his life. Hashirama did not directly agree to Rong Shutan as he knew what agreeing would entail. Rong Shutan was very self-aware, saying, "We have a saying that kindness does not govern military affairs, and another term called womanly compassion. I am currently falling into this trap." Because she had seen the storyline, she couldn't help but inject her own emotions. "I am merely expressing my thoughts as those responsible for the clan and protecting the village. How you decide to act ultimately rests with you." Tobirama noticed the drawing on Hashirama's paper and pointed out, "What is this?" 5 circles arranged together, making it hard to discern its meaning. Hashirama excitedly replied, "Oh, this is the 5 Kage summit proposed by Rong Shutan. It is a collaboration with the Kazekage and Tsuchikage to sit down and discuss a peace agreement. That way there won't be more ninjas sacrificing their lives and their families won't lose their loved ones." The clan leaders had varying expressions. Will those despicable people who scheme in the dark agree? I don't know about others, but that irritable and unreasonable Raikage will probably not be willing, right? I think so too. Their Cloud Village has the most underhanded actions. Fading peace, who knows what schemes they have behind the scenes. At this moment Uchiha Madara spoke up. "How do you know so much?" Originally out of respect for Izuna, Uchiha Madara didn't want to put her on the spot in public. However, since it involved the 5 great nations of the ninja world, he couldn't wait for others to leave before asking further. Hashirama came out to smooth things over, saying, "You may not believe this, but she has the ability to have prophetic dreams." Looking at Rong Shutan, Hashirama said seriously, "In the past, when the Senju clan and Uchiha clan went to war, thanks to her warning we reduced and avoided a lot of losses." Instantly all eyes turned to Rong Shutan. Rong Shutan feigned calmness, saying, "The 5 Kage summit can ensure a certain degree of peace in the ninja world for a time. As long as Hashirama continues to live, those people will fear his strength and will not dare to harbor any thoughts against Konoha. Since that's the case, big brother, you should send a secret letter to the other 4 Kage to convene the 5 Kage summit. Rong Shutan listened for a long time, suddenly feeling a bit confused. What does this mean? If the timeline is messed up, does the 5 Kage summit need to be convened at this time as well? So, haven't you considered this before? Especially Hashirama, who longed for a world without war. Hashirama laughed, his teeth gleaming. Ha 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 ha. I was so focused on dealing with those people that I never expected there would be a day for negotiations. After all, wanting the other side to die requires a real ruthlessness. Rong Shutan suddenly realized. If the 5 Kage summit is successfully convened, the entire ninja world can stabilize. The other issues can almost be resolved effortlessly. As for the internal matter of the Uchiha clan's extermination, with Uchiha Madara in charge, it should be able to be temporarily postponed. Hashirama already knew about this issue. Currently, the security problem in Konoha cannot be completely handed over to the Uchiha clan. Marginalizing them should not cause dissatisfaction among Uchiha clan members. Rong Shutan and I have decided to bring you to the 5 Kage summit. The sudden words from Hashirama left Rong Shutan dumbfounded. Uchiha Madara similarly fixed his gaze on her, saying, "You'd better observe the portraits of the other 4 Kage closely, it might help you have prophetic dreams related to them." Rong Shutan's brows twitched slightly, and for a moment she couldn't quite tell if Madara was mocking her or genuinely trying to utilize her talent. Exhausted beyond measure, more than she had been from a day of toil, Rong Shutan no longer felt like doing anything. Hashirama kept her for a while longer, making her come out later than the clan leaders. As soon as she stepped out, Rong Shutan saw the youngest waiting outside. "What are you doing here?" The youngest glanced at the second brother, who was keeping his distance behind her, and approached, saying, "I heard you came over here, so I came to pick you up." Hearing this clearly from behind Senju, Tobirama felt something was off in his heart, thinking, "This kid is doing it on purpose." Rong Shutan was still pleased with the youngest's thoughtfulness. "Let's go, let's hurry home and prepare dinner. San and Xiao Wu should also be heading back. They've talked for quite a while, and before they knew it, it was already noon." The youngest turned back to look, deliberately linking arms with Rong Shutan and leaning in close. "I want to eat dumplings with fennel filling." Rong Shutan had no objection, saying, "Sure. San likes mushroom and cabbage filling, and Xiao Wu wants pork and green onion filling." Thinking of the new person who just moved into their home, Rong Shutan turned to look at Tobirama. Suddenly, being stared at, Tobirama's unpleasant expression relaxed a little. "Speak." He thought she had something to say. However, after considering it for a moment, she realized he had never tried the dumplings provided by the system, so she thought, why not let him try each kind? "It's fine." With that, Rong Shutan and the youngest linked arms and skipped back home. Senju Tobirama suddenly felt a headache coming on, unsure whether to return or not. In the past, he would have never wasted time during lunch. He could easily get by with 1 meal a day. Feeling inexplicably dissatisfied with Madara's behavior, Tobirama ultimately decided not to go back and headed straight for the Umbu instead. "Hey! What's up with your second brother? He was walking just fine behind us, why isn't he coming home for lunch?" Rong Shutan grumbled as she tidied up the table. The youngest mischievously said, "Maybe he's not hungry, I went out." Relying on the excuse of going to school, he slipped out. Xiao Wu, the big snake pill, naturally let his arms droop and suggested to Rong Shutan, "Sister, you could take some to the second brother." However, Rong Shutan frowned and said, "The meat filling will spoil if it gets cold." Moreover, their side had the tradition of sending dumplings on the way out, and noodles on the way back, which meant giving dumplings to those who were being sent off. Usually when sending food, dumplings were not included. Xiao Wu helplessly said, "Then we can only wait for the second brother to come back tonight to eat." With only Rong Shutan left at home, she pondered what to do next when the system suddenly popped up. "Dear, we should at least familiarize ourselves with your task objectives. Uchiha Shursui is currently looking for something to eat, catching birds in the small forest to the south. You might just run into him." Rong Shutan wondered, doesn't the administrative unit of Konoha manage the employees' meals? And the Umbu as well? The system wasn't too clear about that, but it could certainly consider it. Think about it, after years of war, not only are the common people's lives tough, but the village is also not doing well. In short, it's a matter of lacking everything. Lack of money, lack of goods. Rong Shutan pondered for a moment. "How about we contribute some money for the village? The system greatly respected the host's intentions, and Rong Shutan's thoughts aligned very well with the system's temperament. Although our current balance can cover it, you should consider the future. Shouldn't we hurry up and get a new task done? Rong Shutan immediately felt motivated. Alright. We'll go find Uchiha Shursui. Compared to Uchiha Madaro's initial score, Rong Shutan noticed that the number above Uchiha Shizui's head was 0. Rong Shutan held a slingshot pretending to be aiming at birds. When she encountered Uchiha Shursui, she greeted him casually. You came here too? It's my first day here, I wonder if I'll have any luck. Uchiha Shursui glanced at her but didn't respond and swiftly took off. Her first attempt ended in failure. Rong Shutan was relieved it wasn't a negative score, as it wouldn't overly disturb or cause resentment. Having already established her presence, she went to stay with Mizuho for a while. As night fell, she returned home. The system arranged for dinner, but Rong Shutan didn't want to waste the leftover dumplings from lunch. Besides, Senju Tobirama really hadn't tried them, and she wanted him to taste them. I'm back. Hearing noise at the door, Rong Shutan didn't even look to see who had returned first, and simply called out. Senju Tobirama, like a newcomer, was unfamiliar with the rules and hurried back after finishing the tasks of the umbu and the security forces. Rong Shutan was not the type of strict parent who would keep a constant eye on the 3 children, allowing them the opportunity to play with their friends after school or completing their tasks. Seeing him, Rong Shutan still maintained a smile on her face. You're back. I'll start cooking now, and by the time you finish washing up you can enjoy some fried dumplings. Dinner was still to be enjoyed together with the 3 children, as that created a homey atmosphere, and Rong Shutan did not want to change that just because Tobirama had arrived. She explained. Since you didn't come back for lunch, we had dumplings at home. I'll pan-fry them to make them even more delicious. We all ate earlier, so you can have the fried dumplings before they return. Tobirama nodded and walked toward his room. In his wardrobe there were several brand new clothes styles he had never seen before. Last night he had seen Wakama and Banma wearing them. Even though Senju Tobirama usually kept clean, after hearing that Little Five loved cleanliness, he still took a quick shower and hesitated in his room for a while before changing into clothes similar to theirs. Rong Shutan had already arranged the fried dumplings on a plate, and was now cooking millet pumpkin porridge. The ready-made ingredients provided by the system sometimes lacked the rich flavor of her own cooking. Having spent a long time here, Rong Shutan's learning ability was strong. She was almost becoming a culinary goddess. She truly enjoyed the moments of preparing meals for them. There was no helping it, the 3 children appreciated her so much that every time made her feel that cooking was a very happy thing. Tobirama emerged from his room, watching her busily working in the kitchen from a distance, feeling a strange yet complex emotion. Sister. We're back. Wakama shouted loudly, and Senju Tobirama immediately shifted his gaze to the 2 people entering. Little Five followed behind, his long sleeves almost dragging on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, Little Five quickly walked into the kitchen and presented a bouquet of assorted flowers to Rong Shutan, saying, Sister, doesn't it smell good? Receiving the flowers, Rong Shutan immediately revealed a look of surprise. Wow! So beautiful! She leaned down to smell and sincerely said, A faint fragrance, wonderful. Little Five happily went to arrange the flowers in a vase. It was then that Tobirama discovered there was actually a vase at home. It seemed fresh flowers often appeared here. Banma entered at mealtime, glancing at the people in the room. The youngest is back. Go wash up, dinner is almost ready. Little Five set the table while Wakama served the dishes. However, today the youngest surprisingly did not go to clean himself up first. Instead, he headed straight to the kitchen and stood behind Rong Shutan. He reached out to grab some seasonings for her. Rong Shutan turned to glance at him, and seeing he wasn't injured, said, Hurry up and wash up, don't dawdle. Banma didn't move away and deliberately stayed close to Rong Shutan, fetching the plates from a distance without her needing any help. From Tobirama's perspective, behind it looked exactly like the youngest was intimately wrapping around her waist. After dinner, the 3 children said goodnight to Rong Shutan just like the night before. Tobirama then tugged at her sleeve in the living room. Rong Shutan blinked at him, guessing. Do you like eating fried dumplings? Whenever Wakama desired certain foods and pleaded for her to make them again, he would act spoiled towards her. Making Tobirama act spoiled was probably harder than killing him. Rong Shutan smugly said, If you like them, I'll make them again tomorrow. Tobirama frowned slightly, suddenly looking at her with a serious expression, saying, Marry me, will you? How much have you drunk? Rong Shutan reflexively raised her hand to touch his forehead, confirming he wasn't feverish and rambling nonsense, saying, "But we didn't have any alcohol tonight." Tobirama turned his head away, his face tense and silent. "You see, you're unwilling to even look at me, yet you say you want me to marry you." Suddenly looking at Rong Shutan, Tobirama asked, "Did you agree?" Rong Shutan retorted, "Then tell me, why do you want to marry me out of the blue?" She had many thoughts in her mind, yet Tobirama couldn't say a word. Not wanting to see his younger brothers being so familiar with her, he couldn't help but focus on her. Even when he was busy outside, her figure would appear in his mind. He could feel that something was off with him for quite some time. Coupled with Banma's words, if he didn't act now, was he really going to wait a few more years and watch her be married off to Banma? "We're doing quite well like this. There's no need to add psychological burdens on ourselves. I don't need you to be responsible." Rong Shutan was still pondering if someone outside had told him something that made him feel that staying here was bad for her. She removed Tobirama's hand and smiled, saying, "You are someone destined for great things. You shouldn't worry about these things." Meeting Rong Shutan's tolerant gaze, Tobirama said in frustration, "Then who do you want to marry?" "Why must you find someone to marry? Can't I be by myself?" Rong Shutan was currently living a life of pure happiness. She feared that someday she would become someone's wife. Once her identity changed, wouldn't her mindset inevitably change as well? Whether in this world or in reality, she had never experienced love. However, she was extremely satisfied with her current life. Rong Shutan's mind had already begun to envision a beautiful future, and a relaxed and content smile graced her face. Suddenly a certain future heir raised his hand to embrace the person in front of him, his tone stiff, saying, "Marry me." Rong Shutan had previously been somewhat wary of Senju Tobirama. He always wore a serious face, making everyone look like fools in his eyes. But after spending time together, she understood that this was his temperament, and found it rather interesting. "Why do you insist on this question? Do you like me? Do you love me? Do you know what like and love are? Why are you suddenly so stubborn?" Being embraced by him, Rong Shutan felt a bit awkward and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Did your elder brother give you an order? Don't listen to Hashirama. He's just messing around." The thousand-handed door knew that if he failed today, there would be regrets in the future. Since the matter was already laid bare, he must complete it. He understood Rong Shutan's relationships clearly. There was no one else who sparked her interest. The thousand-handed door, feeling an unusual sense of guilt, lowered his voice and asked, "Would you be willing if it were a marriage like that of Hashirama and Mito?" Still held in his embrace, Rong Shutan pondered a marriage alliance. At least Mito knows sealing techniques and is a princess of the Uzumaki clan. Do I hold that kind of value? The thousand-handed door furrowed his brows. It wasn't a loss of patience, but rather her constant misinterpretation of his intentions. In that moment, just as Rong Shutan felt the relief of being released, she was suddenly pressed against the wall, being kissed by someone with even redder eyes. Clumsy, inexperienced, a bit anxious, chaotic, yet somewhat cautious. At that moment, Rong Shutan belatedly realized that this guy, the thousand-handed door, did not mean to want to live a life like that of Hashirama and Mito, filled with mutual love and embarrassment, did he? In the world of Naruto, he had never had such desires. Why was it that when it came to her, he could no longer restrain himself? For the first time in his life, kissing a girl left the thousand-handed door flustered. He was unsure of when to end it, unclear on how to face her next, and his heart felt unprecedentedly complicated. From time to time he would express deep apologies for doing such a thing to her without permission, and he dared not apply more force. As he fumbled and wiped Rong Shutan's mouth, she, a woman who had experienced various extreme shocks in the real world, nearly burst out laughing. Only after Rong Shutan made a sound did the thousand-handed door awkwardly pull away from her lips. Leaning down, resting his forehead on her shoulder, his voice unusually soft and almost pleading, he said, "Please marry me. After all, I am the thousand-handed door. Yet here I am proposing to her." Rong Shutan felt she might faint from this. The most crucial point was that this guy really seemed to like her a bit. Moreover, Rong Shutan realized she did not dislike his kisses at all. Jumping up, she wrapped her arms around the thousand-handed door's neck and whispered in his ear, "Are you trying to sleep with me?" Hashirama's execution ability is indeed very strong, which is also part of the reason why others are wary of him. The date for the 5 Kage summit was quickly arranged. The location was set in the land of Iron, a neutral country without ninjas, just samurai. In the original plot, the purpose of the first 5 Kage summit was to distribute the tailed beasts. However, this time there was a slight deviation. Signing a peace treaty became the primary objective, while the tailed beasts turned into a secondary topic. Nevertheless, the outcome should remain unchanged, that is, the 5 great nations forming an alliance. Some said this alliance was merely a false peace maintained by Hashirama's own strength, which was not without merit. But this time Rong Shutan had already informed Hashirama of all the pros and cons in advance. Firstly, Uchiha Madara had not fallen out with him, which was the biggest change. To say something less pleasant, even if Hashirama were to meet an untimely end in the future, the young talents cultivated in Konoha could still step up. Rong Shutan did not accompany Hashirama to the 5 Kage summit. It was still Tobirama who followed him. As for Rong Shutan, she intentionally stayed in the village, working hard to win Uchiha Shizui's favor. First, she subtly flattered and catered to everyone in the security team, bringing them food and drinks to support their work. Later, she even directly told Uchiha Shirsui nonsense, saying he resembled Rong Shutan's younger brother, unable to help being nice to him. In the end, however, Uchiha Shizui's head remained at 0, leaving Rong Shutan feeling unprecedentedly frustrated. After working hard for half a month without results, realizing that Uchiha Shirsui was impervious to her efforts, she asked the youngest, and Xiao Wu, for help tying Uchiha Shirsui up at her home. "It's time to show my cards. I'm here to save Konoha, and I need your cooperation." Uchiha Shirsui had long seen through Rong Shutan's unusual behavior. "I knew you had ulterior motives." Looking at him, seeing his head still not increasing or decreasing from 0, Rong Shutan was quite puzzled. "Don't you have even a sliver of emotional change? When others are nice to you and when they are not?" Uchiha Shirsui, being the mentor of Uchiha Itachi, simply looked at Rong Shutan indifferently, and said, "What is there to change? You won't cause any waves." Rong Shutan felt a deep sense of defeat, while Xiao Wu beside her smiled and said, "Big brother, you should speak nicely to my sister or else I'll deal with you." Rong Shutan seriously suspected that if Xiao Wu and Tobirama teamed up, they might have that kind of strength. Forcing a smile, Rong Shutan said to the youngest, "Alright, I don't need your help for now, you two go do something else first." Xiao Wu was still reluctant to go out, but the youngest picked up Xiao Wu and left the house, listening to his sister. Rong Shutan had the mark of their second brother, and she was confident she could restrain Uchiha Shirsui. He wouldn't harm her sister. Rong Shutan pondered repeatedly, and could only consider this method. "Uchiha Shirsui doesn't Danzo always watch you ominously? Just stay away from him, he has his eyes on you." Even though he is not in charge of route now, Danzo still harbors the mindset of doing whatever it takes for the village. At the end of her words, Rong Shutan added, "Your Kodo Amatsukami is too powerful. As the saying goes, a common man has no fault, but possessing a treasure brings trouble." At this moment, Uchiha Shizui's expression was indifferent, but the 0 above his head began to flicker. "How do you know about my Kodo Amatsukami?" He hadn't used it in Konoha, and even his closest friends didn't know. Rong Shutan stared at the 0 flickering for a while, only to see it gradually dim, her heart sinking suddenly. "What did you do?" Rong Shutan was unaware that at this moment Uchiha Shirsui had developed a murderous intent towards her. "I just wanted to gain some favor. Why is it so difficult?" "Since we have come this far," Rong Shutan said to the highly regarded Uchiha Shirsui, "to be honest with you, someone is forcing me to complete a mission, and upon its completion I will be rewarded with 300 million. Do you know how much 300 million is? Do you know what kind of impact 300 million can have on the village? Do you know how much improvement the guard force, the Ambu, and other areas can achieve? Even the common people in the village can improve their living standards." Internally that was the case. "And those enemies outside will widen the visible gap between us." Uchiha Shirsui was someone who could communicate. "Is that why you have been appearing in front of me all along?" Talking to intelligent people was truly enjoyable. "Otherwise, am I just sitting around doing nothing to gain your attention?" Suddenly the 0 on Uchiha Shizui's head became more prominent. "What do you mean by gaining favor?" Seeing there was potential for success, Rong Shutan awkwardly scratched her chin and said, "It means you have a little fondness for me." After the incident with Uchiha Obito, Rong Shutan hurriedly added, "It's not that kind of affection between a man and a woman, it can be anything." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the number above Uchiha Shizui's head immediately jump to 100. "Wait a minute. What did you do?" Not only was Rong Shutan incredulous, but even the system was shocked. Suddenly 300 million had arrived, feeling quite uneasy. Rong Shutan quickly stammered to ask the system, and after getting an accurate answer she couldn't help but grab Uchiha Shizui's head and give him a peck. If I had known it was this easy I would have had my younger brothers bring you over long ago. Uchiha Shirsui squinted and smiled. There won't be any more troublesome issues, right? Rong Shutan hurriedly untied him. There won't be. Thank you for cooperating. Uchiha Shirsui asked, you mean all 300 million will be used for the village's construction, right? Rong Shutan replied. Suddenly a chill appeared beside her, and she immediately nodded. Yes, I've already made a reasonable plan. Do you want to hear it? No need. Uchiha Shirsui was not worried about that. Previously when you suggested improving the guard force's meals I thought it was quite good. The brothers were secretly discussing how the admired Senju Tobirama was currently living with this woman. As Uchiha Shirsui stood up he showed no intention of allowing her to untie the ropes his younger brother had tied, taking the chair and walking outside. Rong Shutan no longer obstructed him. I will quickly discuss a result with Hashirama. Originally Rong Shutan herself had no use for so much money. System. Did you hear what Uchiha Shirsui just said? That kid actually feared I would pocket it. The system had not yet recovered. I just noticed that you tied him up and the favorability increased. Could it be that Uchiha Shirsui is a masochist? Rong Shutan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. What? We were just overcomplicating the target. Uchiha Shirsui is easier to deal with than Obito, I told him directly, and he immediately raised the favorability to 100. The system fell silent, finding it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying control Uchiha Shirsui possessed. Rong Shutan pondered while stroking her chin. He still loves Konoha too much. As soon as he heard that 300 million could do so much he immediately reached maximum favorability. That's impressive. The system did not deny this point. However, speaking of which, don't you feel heartbroken about taking it all at once? What's there to feel heartbroken about? To me it's just a string of virtual numbers. What about you? The system thought. As expected, I did not misjudge. It is this host that makes it more comfortable for me. Your achievements you have the authority to arrange as you wish. I'm just here to serve you. Rong Shutan knew full well how much the system had aided her. You are far too modest. You are the most formidable summoning beast. Even now the youngest one and Dasha won, the three of them, and even Qianshou Feijian still believe in your existence. And they revere you. The system swelled with a little pride yet remained keenly aware. Qianshou Zhujian and Qianshou Feijian are not fools. Together with Qianshou Weijian and the others, that fox Dasha Wan probably smelled something was off long ago. Perhaps it is because you genuinely cared for them. In any case, the two of us can slack off for a few more years. Rong Shutan was not greedy. Actually, I have had a plan for a long time. I want to thoroughly reform this place. The system gave its wholehearted support. So when Rong Shutan once more went to Zijian's office, the Hokage nearly knelt down to her. Your summoning beast is astonishing. It can even create money. No, how do you have so many ideas? They were a group of blunt, rough men not given to fine detail. Someone had tried to patch his financial problems, but it was chaotic and aimless without any coherent plan. Rong Shutan, blessed by the modern world, said, Don't praise me. When the time comes, just say you thought of it. She then handed Zhujian a list. 1. The Guard Corps, the ANBU, and the Ninja Academy. Every department that serves the village will have dedicated cooks. Any ninja or villager on duty at mealtime may stay and eat. Of course, it will cost nothing. 2. No one will have to rely solely on going out on missions to earn a living. Whether fixed personal tasks or village positions, everyone will receive a certain remuneration, commonly called wages. There will be basic protections plus performance bonuses, a fairer system of merit-based pay. Of course, if someone prefers freedom and wants to take missions, they may still do so. 3. Rong Shutan resolved to focus on making money. She would build a great supermarket in Mai. She would have the system supply goods from small daily items like toothpaste, toothbrushes, infant formula and skincare to clothing, appliances, furniture, and later even transport devices, petroleum and gas. Rong Shutan intended to introduce them all. A supermarket would first create jobs for the villagers, then increase incomes and even stimulate the surrounding economy. 4. An equally important, Rong Shutan planned to found a newspaper, the precursor to future media. In later years, the reason the Ujibo clan misunderstood the Second's original intentions was that outsiders' gossip became increasingly absurd, making them feel disrespected and twisting the Second's true aims. To entrust the village's security to the Ujibo clan was an act of trust, yet later they believed the second hated them, that he sought to push them out of Mui's center and confine them to the borders. Rong Shutan intended to use the newspaper to clarify the Ujibo clan's contributions, not to make villagers worship them like burden-bearing heroes, but at least to prevent them from being talked about spitefully while they fought for the village's peace. Indirectly praising the Ujibo clan through the press could cultivate a stronger collective pride. Only someone like Rong Shutan, who had lived through the internet era, truly understood the importance of media. Of course, the newspaper would not be used solely to defend the Ujibo clan in time. Matters great and small could be conveyed to all through its pages. The Five Kage Summit forged the shinobi world's first peace treaty, bringing comprehensive peace to these lands for the first time. Zhu Jian privately admired Rong Shutan. In the past he had believed whatever she said about the Huaxia clan or the Wenshu records without question. Now she proposed ideas to advance Mai, and Zhu Jian wholeheartedly supported them. Rong Shutan, why not be the Hokage yourself? He'll serve as your assistant. Startled, Rong Shutan retreated to the doorway and exclaimed, "Cut it out. If you keep this up, Zhu Jian, I won't come here to discuss matters with you." Zhu Jian laughed until his eyes vanished and hurriedly fawned over Rong Shutan. "Keep talking, say it, and he'll issue the orders." After discussing for a long while, Zhu Jian suddenly realized. "Wait a moment, Rong Shutan, every idea you've considered seems inextricably tied to Fei Jian, doesn't it?" Rong Shutan protested vehemently. "No, I didn't. Which eye did you see that with?" She was thinking only of the village's welfare. Qianshou. Zhu Jian pointed to the first item. "Look, the Guard Corps, the ANBU, and the Ninja Academy were all founded by Fei Jian." And the second item. "There are few people now doing personal odd jobs, most run small family businesses, couples, or a single person laboring from dawn to dusk. The wages you mentioned would naturally be distributed to Fei Jian and his people, right?" Rong Shutan felt abashed. Pointing to the third item, she cried, "Here. Can't you see? The grand supermarket will benefit everyone." Zhu Jian scratched his head and laughed. "Indeed it would." As for the newspaper, Rong Shutan stared at him while Zhu Jian hesitated, unsure whether to speak his thought aloud. He had long suspected that Fei Jian and Quan Nai did not get along behind closed doors, though serious in official business they were never seen at ease together in private. Was defending the Ujibo clan to a large extent a way of reducing Fei Jian's troubles? Zhu Jian's half-uttered hesitant look made Rong Shutan's cheeks burn crimson. "Enough," she snapped. "Don't you dare look at me again." Zhu Jian grinned foolishly, then posed the soul-searching question, "Can your spirit beast supply so many goods as you claim?" He had no issue with the grand supermarket. With the strength of the entire village, they could quickly build it for Rong Shutan. "Who are you looking down on? My spirit beast is quite powerful." Zhu Jian scratched his head with a smile, looking even more foolish. "Well, the village doesn't have that much money. Talking a big game is easy, but Rong Shutan knew the difficulties of the village. Without a solid foundation, I won't take on this porcelain work." "Don't worry. I'll invest in the early stages. The village will have to give me corresponding returns in the future." Zhu Jian certainly had no objections. He happily began to gather the clan leaders and band for a meeting. Rong Shutan was now afraid that if she didn't fulfill her promises to Uchiha Izuna, that guy wouldn't let her off the hook. However, strengthening Konoha was also her original intention. When Izuna learned that Rong Shutan was to marry Tobirama, he laughed heartily at her. Who was it that boasted they wouldn't marry? Rong Shutan was busy heading to the construction site Zhu Jian didn't use would release for the grand supermarket, but followed her design instead. After all, she had experience, and had seen how real-world supermarkets operated. More advanced and convenient options would take several more years to develop. For now, Konoha had to start slowly growing strong from within. Only when the villagers accepted it could they take bigger steps. "Laugh all you want, laugh yourself to death." Izuna ruffled her hair hard, prompting Rong Shutan to glare at him angrily. "Are you looking for a fight? My physical skills are quite formidable now." Stepping back, Izuna casually remarked, "What tricks did Senju Tobirama pull to get you to want to marry?" Rong Shutan shot him a sideways glance. "Do you think he's that kind of person? Wooing? Dream on. From top to bottom, he's the toughest one." Izuna smirked slightly. "Oh. Are you saying you made a move on that guy?" Rong Shutan couldn't be bothered to explain much to him. She was now afraid that Izuna's wife, who was about to give birth, would find out, and get so angry she would go into labor early. Yes, I have been plotting against him for a long time, and even coaxed him to come live at my place. Are you satisfied now? Izuna didn't mention his own issues with his wife, giving a bittersweet smile. Then congratulations, you got your wish fulfilled. After a while Izuna commented, that guy is a good man. Do I need you to say that? Rong Shutan seemed quite proud. Izuna couldn't help but chuckle. Hey. That's too much. Rong Shutan raised her chin and waved Izuna away. Hurry up with your business, I have big things to do. Watching her energetically run toward the busy construction site, Izuna's expression turned dim. Rong Shutan understood his wife to the fullest, yet she neglected his feelings. Izuna was not happy. He thought that married life would make him happier, but everywhere he turned was a flashpoint. On the day the supermarket was completed and officially opened, Izuna's wife successfully gave birth. It was a little Izuna, and it was said that Ban was very pleased with the little guy, even going to show off the newborn to Zhu Jian. As for Rong Shutan's other plans, they had long been implemented. With money being able to work wonders and driven by various conditions after strict selection, the Umbu schools and security departments soon had professional chefs on duty, and even the ninjas used Rong Shutan's blueprints to spontaneously build the restaurant. There were also some active members in the newspaper office, and Uchiha Shursui occasionally went to take a peek. It was said that one day he saw an appropriate praise for a certain companion in the newspaper, and even smiled. In a peaceful and steadily developing time, Zhu Jian finally caught Rong Shutan speaking in a very pleasant tone. Rong Shutan. We can't delay any longer, we should at least hold a wedding, and then he'll have to send out invitations to other villages. Wouldn't those people be giving gifts? These past few days, every time he called for Tobirama, Zhu Jian felt he might choke on his words. Rong Shutan refusing to give her brother a proper title led to many being affected, and Zhu Jian couldn't speak to her directly. Rong Shutan had numerous trivial matters. Even though she was used to making lists while busy, many new problems still arose. The supermarket was just starting out, and it was still somewhat difficult to operate independently of her management. No rush, we're living under the same roof, it's just like being married. I need to go talk to the new parents about how to store formula, we can chat later. The formula counter of the supermarket went from being neglected to being in high demand, and while business improved, many problems arose. Even though the cashiers had received training and informed every customer on how to mix and store the formula, there were still some who encountered various issues and began to doubt the quality of the formula. Rong Shutan had to be responsible for customer service. This matter is all about word of mouth, and she had to keep a close eye on it. Zhu Jian ran after her. Aren't the younger ones capable too? You let them handle it, just wait a moment. The opinions of the clan leaders also want you two to hold the wedding first. It's not a matter of sooner or later. Ninjas are fine, but ordinary villagers can't fly around, they can only rely on transportation tools. The price is a bit higher than ordinary small items, and currently there are very few people in the village who can ride a bicycle. Rong Shutan also had to teach. The wedding has to be held sooner or later. What's the difference between being early or late? Let me finish this busy period first. Zhu Jian, aren't you busy? I have a few things here. The system's teasing was directly ignored by Rong Shutan, who seemed to be ready to set the wheels ablaze. Hearing that Rong Shutan actually wanted him to join, Zhu Jian's lips twitched. Asking the likes of Wei Jian for help with her supermarket matters was simply overkill. They should shine in places where they are truly needed. After dealing with several milk powder clients, Rong Shutan visited the newspaper office again, stating that erroneous information had been published without verification, leading to complaints from the parties involved. Rong Shutan had emphasized long ago that matters involving privacy must receive the consent of the parties involved before being published. For significant issues, they must be approved by the Hokage. To ensure the newspaper operated correctly without errors, Rong Shutan even hired several clan leaders as consultants. While the mundane matters of peaceful days were inconsequential, the original intent of Rong Shutan's establishment remained unchanged. Many issues concerning the villages still required a degree of confidentiality. For instance, many cases could only be expressed in vague terms. More dangerous and thrilling matters were not even allowed to be published. Although Rong Shutan advised using a relaxed manner to facilitate acceptance among the villagers, there were still times when chaos ensued. In short, Rong Shutan had many issues to resolve. She had delegated authority to her subordinates, but at the beginning many managers were indecisive and would ultimately turn to her for guidance. Isn't sister back yet? The most actively training youngest sibling had returned home, yet Rong Shutan's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Little Five immediately ran out saying, "I'll go pick up sister." No matter where she was, with a sniff, Little Five could instantly find her. This was not the first or second time they had to fetch her home. Not even allowing her to ride the bicycle back, Little Five directly carried her home. When Rong Shutan was drowsy and exhausted, Little Five, having grown larger, let her comfortably lean against his back and drift off to sleep. After finally working without overtime, the three brothers did not wake her but instead helped her onto the bed. In the quiet of the night, the youngest was the first to sense something amiss in the house, and soon Little Five appeared swiftly. Barefoot, the third brother Weijian, along with his two siblings, instantly teleported to the door of Rong Shutan's room, where they heard the voice of Qianqiu Feijian. "Go back," the youngest responded. The third brother Weijian exclaimed. Little Five, like Orochimaru, chuckled and asked, "Sister, do you need us to come in?" He only cared about his sister. No matter who spoke, it was of no use. Until now, Qianqiu Feijian had never entered Rong Shutan's room, leading them to mistakenly believe someone had broken into their home. Feeling embarrassed with Rong Shutan pinned beneath him, he was glad the others hadn't come in to witness an inappropriate scene. "It's fine, haha, you guys hurry and sleep. I and your second brother chatting about something. Is that reasonable?" She hadn't figured out how to explain why Qianqiu Feijian was in her room when the sounds of her three brothers' departing footsteps reached her ears. Then came the sounds of three doors closing in succession. With a punch on Qianqiu Feijian's shoulder, Rong Shutan lowered her voice fiercely, saying, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't resisted, how could they have discovered?" Qianqiu Feijian, refusing to remove his clothing, turned pale. "Stop nagging. You won't admit you're a blockhead. You've entered my room, so what's off limits?" Moreover, she could distinctly feel the genuine yearning emanating from his body. Yet this person was stubbornly tight-lipped. Despite having kissed and embraced, he still refused to cross that line. This was what frustrated Feijian immensely. "I merely came to check on you." Knowing she was busy and weary from dealing with many people, he felt both pity and anger for her reluctance to hold a wedding. Now, having secretly entered her room and being caught, he felt guilty. He had heard she had visited the Uchiha clan residence yesterday. Long ago, Feijian had noticed that every time she saw someone from the Uchiha clan, her eyes would sparkle with excitement. Little did Qianqiu Feijian know, for Rong Shutan looking at a group of Uchihas was a clear case of uniform temptation. Rong Shutan's inconspicuous actions were thought to go unnoticed. Little did she know, thinking of this, the future second generation felt unprecedented insecurity, wondering if she preferred someone like Uchiha Izuna more. "If you're going to look, why did you steal a kiss from me?" Rong Shutan teased the inexperienced Qianqiu Feijian with a gleeful demeanor resembling a lecherous elder. The future second generation had never encountered such a woman, and quickly succumbed, attempting to retreat. Unfortunately, Rong Shutan was well positioned. The moment he moved, it would involve sensitive areas. With a grin, she rubbed her hands together, saying, "Just give in to your sister." When Hashirama and Mito were married, they had not yet established friendly relations with various villages. Now it was different. Konoha not only swiftly resolved the 5 Kage summit, but also made great strides, with many people coming to observe and learn under the pretext of congratulating them. It was said that some were jotting down notes, murmuring, "This is amazing. And this is incredible." Rong Shutan's feet never stopped moving. "I don't want either. But you saw the situation, didn't you?" Here, before the system's voice faded, young Kakashi jumped in, saying, "Why aren't we kids arranged to eat at the banquet?" The adults at home didn't bring them along. They were afraid they would affect the village's image. Women were even less allowed to show their faces. Rong Shutan was still unaware of this. "Who set this rule? How come I didn't know?" Turning to look at the distant Hashirama, Rong Shutan quickly walked over. "When it was time to contribute, there were women back then. You didn't say they were still children, so why treat them differently now? Besides, there weren't these rules when you got married." Hashirama grinned, while Uchiha Madara coldly remarked, "That's because he was attacked by the Uchiha clan when he got married. How could he have the energy to pay attention to anyone else?" At that time, Rong Shutan had been too busy worrying to notice she wasn't familiar with others at all. Unable to explain it to them, she looked around but didn't see Little Five and called for someone to find him. Kakashi bounced over to the now more refined and beautiful Rong Shutan, saying, "They all say that if they talk to you, it will definitely work. Did you agree?" Of course, Rong Shutan agreed. "When our little Wu arrives later, why don't we let him take your little friends to set up a few tables?" Kakashi jumped up 3 feet high shouting, "That's great." Rong Shutan followed his figure and saw Konoha White Fang waiting outside for him. Among the children running over there were also Lin and Obito. Turning back, Rong Shutan saw Kakashi riding on his father's shoulders heading towards the bustling crowd, proudly waving to the little ones and shouting to tell his friends the good news he received. As soon as Little Wu was busy, someone else came to find Rong Shutan. Today all the shops and departments in Konoha were supposed to close to celebrate the wedding. However, the influx of guests exceeded their expectations and everyone strongly demanded to visit the legendary supermarket, check out the amusement park and experience the local street food. As a result, in a moment of helplessness, Konoha made a substantial profit. Cosmetics were sold out in the blink of an eye, and there are barely any skincare products left. One customer bought out all the stationery, leaving the counter empty. As for the baby formula, I thought we had regular customers here, so I kept some stock and didn't dare to sell it, but many customers who couldn't buy it caused a commotion in the store. Fortunately, Rong Shutan was prepared and she told the responsible persons who came and went, increase manpower. Limit purchases. We cannot have another situation where one person buys everything. Fortunately, she had held meetings in advance with various plans and a universal system in place. Don't worry, you all go back and stabilize the customers first. After this peak it will get better. I will have someone supply goods immediately. You just need to politely explain to the customers and ensure security is aware of anyone trying to take advantage of the situation. It felt like a battle. Rong Shutan looked as if she had just married in a whirlwind, which left the groom Senju Tobirama quite frustrated. In the midst of everyone's gaze, after quietly taking Rong Shutan's hand, he never let go again, fearing she might be pulled away by someone else. At first Rong Shutan didn't realize this, but later, as she struggled fiercely, she noticed he was deliberately not letting go, and his expression was rather grim, so she smiled and told the youngest, "You go have Wacken and Little Wu keep an eye on things and handle any issues yourselves." Uchiha Shursui came over with many people to help, including her familiar Uchiha Itachi. Rong Shutan quietly appreciated it, and briefed him on some matters before she immersed herself in the wedding. Hashirama had originally planned to prepare a wedding house for Tobirama and Rong Shutan, but she disagreed as she had developed feelings living with her brothers. Perhaps when they grew older it could be considered, but for now it was not the right time. She couldn't let them feel that with Tobirama they would be forgotten. Besides, the future generations guaranteed that he could isolate sounds inside and outside the house with his techniques and afterward release the ninjutsu. 3 months after Rong Shutan's marriage, when the work outside had roughly settled into a routine, a child suddenly appeared in her home. It wasn't that Rong Shutan was pregnant, but the irresponsible Uchiha Izuna had dropped off his still nursing son at her house. "What can I do if you don't temporarily take care of him? I don't have milk to feed him." Leaving her son behind, Izuna ran off. Rong Shutan dared not take in his son and hurriedly chased after him. "Uchiha Izuna! Stop right there!" After being in the world of ninjas for many years, if she only used her taijutsu to chase him, she was still not weak. Since Izuna didn't truly intend to shake her off and knew he wouldn't be able to hide it forever, he stopped by the small river. Rong Shutan was out of breath holding the child. Someone who could match Tobirama chasing after him was still strenuous for Rong Shutan. "You, every time there's an issue, you come running here. Did you have a fight with the child's mother? Don't mess around. This child cannot stay in my house. Otherwise it would be chaos." Later the child's mother would also come back to stir up trouble. Izuna suddenly revealed a bitter smile. "His mother remarried to another village. You didn't know that? When did that happen?" Rong Shutan, who had been busy lately and couldn't even take care of Tobirama, was shocked. "Why didn't you say so earlier? How could a big man like him take care of a nursing baby?" Izuna then said in a mix of grievance and slight happiness. "When she was about to give birth, she suddenly said she didn't want to be with me anymore. It was a well-considered decision. I tried to keep her because I felt responsible for the child's mother, but that woman said she was fed up with my tears at night. After realizing that being forced wouldn't bring happiness, she left. She later deliberately tried to please him but was unhappy. So you two parted on good terms." The other party left the child with Izuna, thinking that Uchiha Madara wouldn't agree to let her take the child away. Izuna replied and Rong Shutan, holding the nursing baby, was momentarily at a loss for words. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Uchiha Izuna suddenly shouted, "You gave up on me back then?" Rong Shutan was taken aback. Izuna continued, I admit I was ignorant and impulsive regarding that woman, but when she wanted you to leave, you unhesitatingly chose to leave me. And you even stripped the house. He took the opportunity to build a house just for them while she was not home. At that moment Rong Shutan felt like the Uchiha Izuna she first met had returned. Holding his son, Rong Shutan stepped forward, hooking her arm around his shoulder. Oh, I was just afraid it would affect your marriage. Who knew you valued me so much? Uchiha Izuna coldly snorted. That guy Senju Tobirama won't be like that child's mother, unable to tolerate any sand in his eyes, right? He pointed at the child resting on Rong Shutan's arm. Rong Shutan laughed heartily. Our Tobirama is broad-minded and wouldn't care about such things. For a long time afterward, Rong Shutan figured out one thing. Senju Tobirama certainly wouldn't say much, but every time he would silently make her unable to get out of bed. To be honest, Rong Shutan liked his unique way of being jealous. Over a long period, Uchiha Izuna, riding on the child's status, occasionally used the excuse of visiting his son to have meals at Rong Shutan's home just like before. He completely trusted leaving his son at Rong Shutan's home. Little Wu and Orochimaru even started to call him Little Six, but Rong Shutan stopped them. Otherwise she would definitely be locked in the room. Not just on the bed. In the years that followed, Rong Shutan would pay special attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciples, especially one named Jiraiya. She advised him that when he traveled the world to find disciples, he should remember to bring them back to Konoha and not let them wander outside. This way there would be no appearance of pain and the invasion of Konoha would not happen. What are you doing again? Seeing Rong Shutan lying on the bed writing a list again, the neglected person beside her asked. Rong Shutan swung her little legs. I'm not doing anything. You remember to let your brother tell the Second Hokage that the Golden and Silver Horns in their Yunin village are going to start a coup to assassinate the Hokage. I dreamed that you were killed by them and you absolutely cannot go. If it were before, Senju Tobirama would definitely prioritize the big matters and scold the unreasonable proposer. But now Senju Tobirama held Rong Shutan tightly, gently responding with an keeping her firmly locked in his embrace. There are still too many possibilities in the future, and the system occasionally shows up. One morning when she opened her eyes, Rong Shutan found the leather shoes she wore when she suddenly appeared in the world of ninjas in front of her bed. Senju Tobirama, when did you put these away? They looked so new, completely as if they had never been discarded. Some people clearly from the first sight could be remembered but still wouldn't admit it. The end. P.S. There's a small theater at the end. Includes Uchiha Shursui going crazy, unmentionable details at the end, more tomorrow. Rather than saying Quan Nai's son was being raised for Rong Shutan, it was more accurate to say he was being raised by the three brothers at home. If the child was asleep before they left in the morning, Weijian would take him to school and lay him on the lectern so he could nap during class. If he was awake, then Lao Yao and Xiao Wu would take him out, and which of them accompanied him depended on their duties that day. The little fellow ate and slept contentedly with company. He neither cried nor fussed. Because of the three brothers' diligence, even Qianqiu Feijian, who had initially been displeased, grew less gloomy. That did not stop Quan Nai from shamelessly showing up every so often to mooch a meal. It must be my tan. I haven't been eating or living well lately, so she specially prepared such a lavish spread for me. Adding one able-bodied adult meant Rong Shutan simply cooked 2 extra dishes. To Qianqiu Feijian's ears that sounded like a blatant provocation. Having learned from experience, Rong Shutan immediately shut Quan Nai down for speaking without a filter. If I can't shut you up at the table, then don't come to my house anymore. My house. Did you hear that, the nitpicker? It is my house. Weijian loved the bustle and protested, oh no sister, him coming over helps him and Jingnai build a father-son bond. Quan Nai's son's name was Yuji Bo Jingnai. Xiao Wu lifted his snake-like gaze to look at his third brother, who spoke before thinking, then returned to eating in silence. Quan Nai's greatest joy was coming to Rong Shutan's to see Feijian scowl. San, speak sensibly. Ah Tan, you can't be so blissful yourself and deprive me of time with my son. Ah Tan. He even raised an eyebrow. Feijian lost patience and snapped. The orphanage door is wide open. As the village developed, besides the orphanage there was now a kindergarten. When parents were both on missions or at work and couldn't care for the children, professionals took charge. Every time Quan Nai upset Feijian, he went all out. What does the orphanage have to do with me? My friendship with Tan and the others is inseparable. You'll never understand. Do not disturb, thanks. Weijian clenched his fist and thumped his shoulder twice. I understand you. Brothers. The youngest silent. There was no hope. I don't want to witness this. Fei Jian rarely showed emotion openly over Quan Nai, but today Quan Nai behaved as if ill. One moment he called her Mai Tan, the next Tanner, then Ah Tan, and he went on, Little Tan Tant and Shu Shu, never ending. Since learning how her name could be divided and how to address her intimately, no one was more mawkish than Quan Nai. It began with Jue Hu asking. Alas, Fei Jian had used up in one go the very pet names he would only ever murmur in moments of deep feeling. Rong Shutan did not need to guess, she knew Fei Jian would never again call anyone what Quan Nai had. As he left, Quan Nai still had no sense. Ha can't stand me, can you? But you can't get rid of me. Rong Shutan immediately looked toward Fei Jian, fearing a belated duel might erupt. She gently pushed him outward and called to Lao Yao, he's drunk, take him home. She trusted the youngest to understand her intentions and to offer Quan Nai a few reminders. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, Rong Shutan really had no other recourse. Once waking early, Wei Jian heard her voice hoarse and asked if she had been crying or if her second brother had bullied or struck her. Xiao Wu smiled while Ban Jian told him not to meddle and deftly changed the subject to protect her. Another time she overslept. Wei Jian called her at the door, and she was pulled away by Ban Jian. After those two incidents, Rong Shutan realized the youngest was more mature than Wei Jian. Unluckily, both times had occurred when Quan Nai had come to visit his son and stayed for a meal. Standing outside the door, Quan Nai's smile vanished in an instant. When I go back, there's only me. I envy you all living together. Rong Shutan felt a headache coming on. The tea was too strong. The youngest had already grown taller than Quan Nai and seized his shoulder. Sister, go home, I'll walk him part of the way. Quan Nai did not refuse. He snorted coldly and turned away. Sister. Jing Nai is full of spirit. Do you want to come play with him? As soon as they entered, Wei Jian called warmly. Rong Shutan noticed Fei Jian was not in the living room. Is he? Show me what our Jing Nai is doing. It seemed improper to go in and cajole him now. Before falling asleep, Wei Jian liked to call people over at a moment's notice. If others were awake, she felt uneasy. Xiao Wu finished washing and came out in his pajamas. Tonight Jing Nai sleeps with me. The three brothers had taken it upon themselves to care for the little one. Wei Jian had no objection and went to wash. Rong Shutan lowered her voice to remind Xiao Wu, do not give my brother any medicine. Xiao Wu smiled with narrowed eyes. Really, no medicine? Only then did Xiao Wu promise. Don't worry, sister. Although the medicine had no side effects for today, he would heed her wishes and refrain. Rong Shutan specially warmed some milk and carried half a cup back to the room. To her surprise, Fei Jian was not there at all. This upset Rong Shutan terribly, a burning unease like a cat's claws at her heart. When Ban Jian returned, he drank a little warm milk and asked Rong Shutan's sister want to play a round of chess. Noticing Fei Jian was absent, Xiao Wu had already pushed Jing Nai out of the cradle. Wei Jian, freshly washed, took his books, pen and notes, and collapsed on the sofa. Exams are coming, making me set the questions is cruel. He stared at the ceiling, racking his brains. Before Quan Nai left, he had washed up the pots and pans. With little else to do, Rong Shutan and Ban Jian sat down for a while to play chess. After 10, Wei Jian's pen was chewed to the nub. Having finished a game, Rong Shutan told them to go to bed. By 11 o'clock, Fei Jian still had not returned and Rong Shutan fell asleep without knowing when. A familiar presence grew ever clearer. Rong Shutan reached out and embraced the figure beside her. Qianshou. Fei Jian came straight to the point. Rong Shutan was startled half to death, blurted, husband, husband, husband. He was immediately all in. Listen to my explanation. The poor Rong Shutan tried to wriggle away, begging him not to rush. This matter could not be handled hastily. Behind closed doors, living together meant one must sometimes forego pride. Many things Rong Shutan had taught him. Yet he was a natural genius, mastering things without instruction. He grabbed her calf and pulled her back beneath the moonlight. A large hand pressed on Rong Shutan's shoulder. Reflexively her scalp tingled, and she declared, I swear none of those things were said by me. Do not be jealous. He knew well what he felt, yet insisted on finding displeasure. That was too much. Husband, the title wife belongs to you alone. Before Rong Shutan could embrace Qianshou, Fei Jian again, danger hovered at the brink, and she blurted, Quan Nai and I are only friends. No, no, no. You can't, you. Outside, tree shadows swayed and a soft breeze stirred, insects and birds murmured. Listen to me, explain. Before she could feel relief under Fei Jian's control, she surrendered. Beneath the slightly rough surface, Qianqiu Feijian's actions were a careful probing. Rong Shutan indulged him and coaxed him, but when this man went mad. Say it clearly. Feijian had the strength to leave her no room to speak. Rong Shutan wanted to argue her case. You listen to my explain. Defeated, she experienced in this life an indescribable array of sensations she had never known before. No matter how they quarreled at home and public, Feijian and Rong Shutan always preserved each other's dignity. For instance, now she went to the police unit to see Yuji Bojishui, and Feijian approached with his people. Because of their spat a few days earlier, Rong Shutan had declared she would not speak to him for 3 days. Yet in front of others she cheerfully greeted him first. This delighted the sulky Qianqiu Feijian. His steps quickened. Is something the matter? As if no unpleasantness had occurred, Rong Shutan treated him kindly as ever. Feijian took the opportunity to come closer and murmured to Rong Shutan, it won't happen again. For a man as straightforward as Feijian, this already breached the normal public distance. Rong Shutan pretended not to hear and smiled, exchanging small talk with those behind him. Only then did Feijian understand his wife had not yet forgiven him. He had no experience with matters like this, and had no one to consult. He could only learn slowly. I won't keep you. Later have the child visit my home and I'll give it to her. Rong Shutan owned a knitting book that Shui Hu had once borrowed. As she finished her conversation and prepared to leave, Feijian's expression darkened further. Someone sensed the awkwardness and was about to use it as an excuse to leave, but Rong Shutan spoke to Feijian first. You go ahead, I'll say a few words to Yuji Bojishui and then I'll be off. Feijian answered with a low hum and watched her depart. When the noblewoman from the neighboring village came shopping, she revealed to Rong Shutan that the royal family and wealthy gentlemen outside were planning to invite the elites of Konoha for an exchange. Rong Shutan went to find Hashirama, who showed her the list. Among them was Uchiha Shursui. Suddenly Rong Shutan recalled the content of Uchiha Shizui's will from the original storyline. He said, I have grown weary of the missions. If this continues, the Uchiha clan has no future, so I do not wish to continue down this path. In the original storyline, Uchiha Shursui was a tragic hero. In battle he gained fame in the ninja world through the body flicker technique, earning the title of Shursui of the body flicker. At the same time, he was also the strongest genjutsu user. If Konoha had not split, and their leader Uchiha Madara was still around, what would his thoughts be now? Recalling his unchanging zero during missions and later the freely controlled 100, Rong Shutan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. What a powerful inner strength and terrifying self-control it must take to manipulate one's feelings so freely. This made Rong Shutan think of the entire Uchiha clan. Aside from the current Izuna, none of the Uchiha clan members in Rong Shutan's memory were ones who often smiled. Madara, Uchiha Itachi, and even the later Uchiha Sasuke. Right. And there was also Obito, who often helped others when he was a child. His transformation was also drastic. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit instilled fear and wariness in many. Some even said they were born bad seeds. Uchiha Sasuke once asked, what does it mean to be a clan born from evil? Beneath the power of that Sharingan lies the inescapable fate of the Uchiha family. From another perspective, isn't the Sharingan also a curse? Tobirama saw through its essence early on, saying no other clan's love is deeper than that of the Uchiha. Once Uchiha clan members understand love, an overly intense love hides the potential for a violent outburst. If a Uchiha who understands love loses that intense love, that affection will be replaced by even stronger hatred. He had witnessed far too much. The cost of awakening the Sharingan is losing important people. They lose their closest loved ones but gain the ability to protect those they love. The bloodline limit is not a symbol of power, but rather built upon suffering that ordinary people cannot endure. They value emotions highly, yet are branded as cold-blooded. Every pair of Mangekyou's Sharingan is proof of losing someone important. Uchiha Shizui's current strength signifies that his experiences were even more unbearable. Rong Shutan suddenly understood why Uchiha Shursui could remain so calm. Those whose emotions are exceptionally stable are often already insane. With a pleasant demeanor, he was actually hiding aggression with indifference and detachment. He possessed absolute strength and did not bother to argue with others. To put it plainly, he was essentially a wounded child inside, needing more love to fill the gaps in his personality. Rong Shutan specifically had the system check related content, gaining knowledge beyond her understanding. The system told her that such individuals usually suffered unbearable trauma early on, do not like to communicate, and have expressive disorders. Yet Uchiha Shursui appeared normal, often being the craziest one. With Uchiha Itachi, who was both a mentor and a friend, his experiences were not something ordinary people could compare to. However, the storyline had changed and Rong Shutan had not deliberately paid attention to that genius. Now Konoha was peaceful, with several major clans coexisting and developing together towards a better direction. The police department did not have much major work to do. Seeing Uchiha Shursui, a thought suddenly sprang to Rong Shutan's mind. Holding a full cup of water, worried it might spill, you would walk carefully, one step at a time. But when all the water spills out, you can run without worry. Uchiha Shizui's emotions were like that cup of water. He was currently in the stage of walking carefully. What's the matter? Rong Shutan wanted to ease into the conversation, but was startled back by Uchiha Shizui's words. No need to waste time. Look, beneath the seemingly polite demeanor lies his ruthless efficiency in reaching his goals. Since that's the case, she decided to be straightforward. Do you know that having a person's emotions too stable is a kind of illness? Would saying you were ill make him angry? Anger, perhaps. Just a slight reaction would do. I know, Rong Shutan said. Communicating with such a powerful individual, Rong Shutan decided to take the plunge. I came here specifically to talk to you today. Shursui was a crucial figure, irreplaceable among his peers. He was also an uncertain factor capable of shattering this tranquility at any moment. Danzo was just one person. Without him there would be others. There would always be someone dissatisfied with their current life, unable to resist the greed for more. Why should Senju Hashirama be Hokage while the head of the Uchiha clan has to assist him? The Uchiha clan has such strong cohesion and is not weaker than the Senju clan. Why should they be below others? Get to the point. Uchiha Shursui was unwilling to communicate with her. His resistance was evident. Rong Shutan instead calmed her heart. I know you are someone who accomplishes great things and will be going out for exchanges in a few days. But do not listen to others' incitements and temptations. Don't abandon a good life to hear the chaos outside. There will inevitably be those envious of Konoha, wanting to undermine it from within. Uchiha Shursui seemed to be pondering her words. Rong Shutan calmly added, I have plenty of time today, so don't hurry to leave. Shursui chuckled, you should know that I respect you. Otherwise Rong Shutan would have had no chance to speak with him. Rong Shutan stared at his smiling face, feeling a sudden chill down her spine. You should stop smiling, there's no need to force it. Fear. Those with stable emotions either truly have no feelings or are suppressing themselves. Shursui, what is your wish? Uchiha Shursui replied, to maintain this for Konoha to get better and better. Everyone was working towards this goal, and Rong Shutan nodded. What about you personally? Is there something you want to do or strive for? Uchiha Shursui pondered for a moment. I don't know. The fleeting wish that crossed his mind was forcefully dismissed. Rong Shutan failed to capture it, genuinely fearful that he was without desire. Truly, having no emotions is a lack of feelings, a silent emotional void, a kind of mental illness. Having no feelings for anything is quite terrible. How long has it been since you genuinely smiled? This time Uchiha Shursui did not rush to answer her question. He could smile, but not genuinely. No matter who it is, emotions need to be expressed. You can try to release your emotions. No one had ever told him these things. If you hold it in too long, it will erupt like a volcano. Sometimes saying some nonsense is also a form of emotional release. Smile when it's time to smile, cry when it's time to cry. You don't have to force yourself to accept everything. Previously there was war, and being alive was already difficult. Now someone was telling him not to force himself to accept everything, which Uchiha Shursui found quite astonishing. He himself wasn't even clear about what kind of emotions he should have. If Tobirama and Hashirama had not encountered her, would they be like him? While Uchiha Shursui contemplated these things, Rong Shutan finally thought of a place where one could relieve stress. Can you sing? Let's go to KTV together another day. Singing for 3 hours with abandon would definitely be exhilarating. I'll teach you to sing even if I die. I want to love Qing Hyderabad Plateau and moonlight from Qing's moon. If you find it annoying, that's great, at least it's a form of emotional expression. Shursui, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are not proof of losing control. Just like the seasons don't need to be managed too much, emotions don't need excessive management. In spring flowers bloom and everything revives, in summer cicadas chirp and butterflies dance amid pouring rain, in autumn fruits are plentiful and leaves fall, in winter snow blankets everything in silence. People are the same, they can express in various ways. Having a good temper and stable emotions are two different concepts. Some believe stability equates to having a good temper. Totally wrong. Shursui, you must allow yourself to feel emotions, accept them, and don't suppress them endlessly. Uchiha Shursui seemed a bit conflicted. Why are you telling me all this? Rong Shutan, not mincing words in front of him, said, do you remember how I raised your favorability during missions? It shot up to full points. I admire you, but I can't deny that you're a bit abnormal. Knowing he was a genius, it was possible he controlled his emotions so well. Even Tobirama couldn't do that. Shursui, you are too strong. No one knows when you might suddenly explode. Controlling emotions does not mean allowing no emotions to arise. Going against one's nature is what truly causes instability. Not long after, under Uchiha Shijui's influence, KTV became wildly popular, and several heart-wrenching songs sung with fervor spread to every corner. One day Uchiha Shursui took the initiative to seek her out. Do you have any songs that aren't overly lovey-dovey? How can one love after death? It's against science. That he could take this step made Rong Shutan delighted. Yes. They'll go write one for you right now. To serve the country with loyalty. Adding a version of You by Tu Honggang, it was stirring and filled with blood and thunder, as if a historical scroll was unfolding before their eyes. Receiving the desired answer, Uchiha Shursui did not linger. Thank you. Turning to leave. Not far away, a child was rolling on the ground crying. As Uchiha Shursui passed by, he picked up the child by the head and tossed him into a nearby trash can. Rong Shutan's mouth twitched. This could also be considered a release of emotion, right? Taking it slow, things would eventually get better. As night fell, Senju Tobirama, realizing that his wife was becoming increasingly popular, dared not act recklessly. Rong Shutan actively wrapped around his waist. This small action made Tobirama feel a sudden sense of grievance. Not daring to exert force on the bed was quite something. Rong Shutan could certainly see Tobirama's restraint. It's not that I don't want you to do it, but rather that we need to exercise restraint. In front of thousands revered in the ninja world, the master of the ninja world couldn't do anything about his wife. Rong Shutan disliked him keeping things hidden, so Tobirama straightforwardly said, only in those moments can I deeply feel that you are mine, that you and I are one. No one can take that away. Rong Shutan. Has the second Hokage been neglected too much recently? Come, let's have a detailed chat under the covers. On a later day, the system informed Rong Shutan that Uchiha Sasuke's daughter Sarada had opened her eyes. When Rong Shutan came here, the Boruto series had not yet been released. Does this mean the end of the Uchiha clan's curse? The system pondered for a moment. No one ever said it had to be pain. The condition for the Uchiha clan to open their eyes is to suffer a significant impact or stimulus causing strong fluctuations that change their eyes. The experiences of the Uchiha ancestors were too painful. If this matter is true, it would mean that not everyone among the Uchiha opened their eyes out of hatred. It is love in her dreams. Rong Shutan smiled. After returning home from work late, Senju Tobirama kissed her thigh exposed outside the quilt under the moonlight, then covered her up and quietly went to wash up.